Chapter 61. One Last Celebratory Dinner. To Tien had never eaten so well. Gone were the times when he had no idea when he would next find food. Instead, since being asked to move into the warehouse, he'd been given 3 meals a day and was allowed to eat as much as he wanted at each of them. He was even occasionally served dessert. It was amazing. Access to plentiful food wasn't the only amazing thing, though. Watching the spars the previous day was one of the most fun things To Tien had experienced in his life. Street rats like him didn't exactly get to go to shows. Their only form of entertainment was spectating fights between other street rats. To be invited as a guest of a sect to observe such an event in their arena was a surreal occurrence, especially considering he sat with 2 Poison Claw sect elders. He had felt so important, and the contests themselves were so interesting. One-on-one spear fighting, an archery match featuring insane trick shots, 2 head-to-head fights between cultivators. Then, as if all that wasn't enough, he learned he was to be taught cultivation and become Chao Su's disciple. To Tien, the street rat, was to become To Tien, the cultivator. Who would have ever believed it? And all those extraordinary changes were due to the man who was to become his new master, who he had already been directed to refer to as Master. His first impression of Chao Su had been that he was one scary cultivator. That opinion had been slightly modified. To his disciples and people on his side, he was actually quite personable. Nice was probably a better descriptor. Of course, unfathomable was the most apt description for him. His actions and speech and abilities frequently defied explanations. But contrary to his youthful appearance, he seemingly was actually an old monster, and that description explained all eccentricities. To Tien had no idea how much of his master's kindness was an act. He would definitely prefer not to be on Master's bad side, though, because he was still one scary cultivator to his enemies. Elder Pan was in charge of the Poison Claw sect Martial Pavilion. There was only so much that a street rat like To Tien knew about sects, but that position seemed really important. Despite that high status, Elder Pan deferred to Elder Kang, meaning the latter must be even more important. Both men showed Chao Su much face. If those 2 men were as high up in one of the 3 major sects in the city as To Tien believed, and they both held Master in high regard, exactly how important was Master? Scary. To Tien wasn't an idiot. He'd recently learned that his ability to blend into his surroundings was a manifestation of shadow-aspected qi, and everyone knew what task was assigned to cultivators who utilized shadow qi. Assassination. Poisoning people, slitting throats while people slept, killing people at all, wasn't what he had wanted for his life, but he was more scared of Master than conflicted over performing such duties. To Tien resolved that he would do anything and everything Master asked of him. "Kids, time to go," Master said. The job required of the 3 disciples was to bring 3 of the wagons to the market in order to pick up the load of food for the village that was to be their new home. "I want each of you to hook up an ox to a wagon and drive it. I'll ride with To Tien and show him the ropes." Master chuckled. "Literally. Because, rains, right?" The twins shared a glance. "Master," young Ru said, "1 ox isn't really enough to pull a fully loaded wagon. The sole one we had at the time really struggled pulling the wood. It would be better to use a team of at least 2. "Oh, I guess we're going to need yokes, then," Master sighed. "Probably 6 more oxen then, too, since we're going to be using all the wagons at once soon." That conversation was interesting for two reasons. One, Master apparently didn't know to use 2 oxen, meaning he wasn't as all-knowing as he seemed. Two, young Ru had no problem correcting Master, and Master didn't object in any way to being corrected, instead simply agreeing and taking corrective measures. Showing any sign of not knowing something and allowing a disciple to correct them was not how Zhuotian thought cultivators acted. In fact, he was almost positive the exact opposite was true. A master always strove to appear to know everything, even if he didn't, and a disciple who dared offer correction to his master would soon find himself in deep trouble, if not expelled from the sect or killed outright. If he were to be a disciple, he needed to understand how he was expected to behave. So he filed the information away in his head. The 4 of them went to get 6 yokes and 6 oxen, stopping along the way for Master to buy multiple ready-made meals at every decent street stall they passed. After the second one, Yang Shu asked him what he was doing. "I was thinking about how there are going to be around 20 of us traveling back to the village, and figured we might not want to cook every meal. Having breakfast already prepared and not having to stop for lunch could mean we can travel an hour or 2 extra a day, right? And since my ring stores things essentially in stasis, I realized I could buy meals from these vendors and take them out hot and fresh when we're ready for them. And since they're so cheap, I figured I'd stock up." Another interesting fact, Master was okay with his disciples questioning him, and very willing to explain his exact reasoning. Those attitudes also conflicted with how Zhuotian believed most cultivators behaved, especially those serving as a master to a disciple. When they reached the food market, workers piled the 3 wagons high with supplies, and the disciples had to stop multiple times on the way back to pick up items that spilled. Finally, though, they made it back to the warehouse. It was a bit of a logistical challenge to get all 3 filled wagons inside, and even the big open space inside the warehouse began to feel crowded with 6 huge wagons, a dozen oxen, and the camping sleeping area they'd set up. "Ugh," Master said. "I'd put the animals outside if I weren't so afraid of them being stolen." "Wouldn't Master detect anyone who tried to take them?" Yang Shu said. "Not if I were asleep, or if they were mortal. Spirit beasts and cultivators can't hide from me, but mundane animals and people aren't detectable at all to my spiritual sense." That simple statement was another divergence from how Zhuotian believed normal cultivators to behave. To announce details of your abilities, or even more strange, your weaknesses, was anathema to a sect member. Zhuotian returned his attention to the actual conversation. He actually felt he could contribute something to the conversation, but still didn't feel comfortable doing so. His face must have showed his thoughts, though. "Do you have something to add, Zhuotian?" Master said. "This lowly one feels uncomfortable offering a suggestion, Master." "It's fine. Even if I don't like the idea, I won't get mad at you." Zhuotian suspected that statement to be true, but it still felt weird to him to, in a way, correct such a powerful man. This lowly one, as a street rat in this city, would not even consider touching the esteemed master cultivator's animals or anything else in or around this warehouse. This lowly one believes the local gangs will feel the same. "What? I thought they had greed in their eyes, or however you put it, even after we killed those cultivators. Did something change?" This lowly one would never dare interfere with the business of one who wears a token denoting them a friend of any of the 3 sects represented in the city, Master. In the past, sects have taken such interference badly. There have been purges, Master. "Ah, these tokens are a bit more significant than I thought," Master said. "You really believe the oxen will be safe?" This lowly one believes the only people who would dare touch them is a cultivator from a rival sect. And the chances of that are small, because what would their motivation be for such a petty act? "Okay, let's move them outside then." It was something of a challenge to maneuver all the oxen outside and get them tied up, but the disciples eventually managed. As soon as the door closed, Master stored the excess food in his ring, leaving the wagon tops flat. Another factoid. Master went to great lengths to hide how much material his ring holds, even if he didn't do a great job for anyone truly paying attention. That quirk at least made sense. Zhou Tian didn't know much about spatial rings, but it was common knowledge that the amount of storage space was one of the determinants of value. If Master's ring had an outrageously big storage space, that quality becoming known might ignite avarice that would be troublesome to deal with. All four of them spent the next day at the Poison Claw sect, senior brother and sister using the cultivation rooms. Master had asked Elder Kang if Zhou Tian could explore on his own, but the elder said it wasn't entirely safe for a mortal to walk the sect grounds unescorted, especially since mortals couldn't be given the token that indicated they were a friend to the sect. Zhou Tian didn't mind, though. For one thing, the thought of navigating the sect without protection was terrifying, but mostly, he found Master interesting. Besides, Zhou Tian had never thought he'd be able to visit a sect library. His only access to reading material was when someone might throw away a scroll or a book that street trash like him happened to run across. That night, they all dressed in their best robes, and Master got them a table at the best restaurant in the city. Apparently, the cultivation room had been a great success, because both senior brother and sister advanced to Minor Realm 7, which Master treated as a big accomplishment. Zhou Tian couldn't wait until he was allowed to start cultivating. Maybe he'd start to feel less out of place among the three cultivators. The next 2 days, he spent either at the sect watching senior brother and sister training and sparring, or following Master around, buying mass quantities of meals from street vendors. He did buy one other thing that seemed strange, a piece of something he called quartz that had been shaped into a sphere roughly 4 inches in diameter. Zhou Tian was still too intimidated to ask why the object was important, and Master hadn't volunteered the information. The morning after, Master woke up excited. "Get all your sightseeing done today and tomorrow, kids, because the day after that, we're finally getting back on the road toward the village." Senior brother and sister had nothing they wanted to see in the city itself, and opted to spend more time at the sect. Master chose Zhou Tian to accompany him to take a wagon to pick up a load of herbs. This time, the cargo didn't overflow the bottom, so the trip back was much easier. Zhou Tian, after thinking and rethinking about how senior brother and sister interacted with Master, asked him what the purpose of the herbs was. "Points, my little man. Points." Zhou Tian was none the wiser from the response, but he felt glad his conclusion regarding Master's attitude toward the question was correct. The next morning, Master woke up happy again. "The spears should be ready today," Master said. "I know I should give them till at least afternoon before I check, but it's going to be hard to wait." Contrary to his words, it didn't seem like he had all that much difficulty killing time. With Zhou Tian trailing behind, Master spent the morning going from food vendor to food vendor, buying whatever meals they had ready. "I wonder how much I've spent on food like this," Master said. Zhou Tian wasn't sure if the question was supposed to be rhetorical or not, but he answered anyway. "Just shy of 2,000 silver taels, if my calculations are correct, Master." "It's amazing that you knew that. And how many meals did I purchase for that astronomical amount?" "Just over 6,000, Master." "I think you are going to be a very useful addition to our team." Zhou Tian was grateful his master had that sentiment, but he didn't see why his master had suddenly stated it. There was no one nearby who looked like a target for his master to assassinate. Finally, his master deemed it time to take a wagon to the blacksmith who held the finished spears. The man allowed Shilong to present the first one to Master. The wood of the 8-foot-long shaft instead of being its natural orangish shade, had turned a deep red, and the bluish metal attached to one end tapered to what looked like a wickedly sharp point. Master hefted the spear. "Nice weight. Good balance. I like it. I like it a lot." The weapon disappeared into his storage ring. Between the natural hardening process employed by the master woodworker and the alchemical treatment, the blacksmith said, the spear should withstand sword strikes from an enemy at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm without taking any damage, and both the wood and the metal are designed to transmit chi with little resistance or loss. It is a formidable weapon. If this one were to put it up for auction, this one would set the reserve at 1,750 taels. Master said each one cost 610. Over 1,000 taels profit per spear wasn't bad. Not that Master was planning on selling the weapons. Zhou Qian didn't know what Master wanted them for, but he seemed to value them more than as just a commodity. That night, the five, including Shilong, had one last celebratory dinner before going to bed early. They were meeting the rest of the traveling group at dawn. Chapter 62. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Good night. Benton hummed to himself as he walked toward the gates. When he saw the small crowd of people gathered waiting for him and his 4 disciples, he started softly singing, "So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good night." He wondered how the kids would react to seeing the sound of music. Maybe he could figure out some technique with illusion that would let one of his disciples recreate movies. Or maybe enter a partnership with the Jade Chameleon sect. That idea might actually work. Best to not even ask the system about it yet, though. He didn't want to be tempted to spend his limited sect points on frivolous entertainment. Down the road, if he were swimming in points, however, and recruited an appropriately aspected disciple, returning his attention to the city, he figured he'd accomplished a lot during his time there. But he was more than ready to leave. The founding of his sect called. Besides, though he'd tried to hide it from the kids and even avoid thinking about it himself, the last week or so had been incredibly stressful. One false move could have resulted in everything he was trying to build falling into ruin. He vowed never to let his plans ride on so narrow a margin ever again. Still, the train of wagons following behind him and the group of young people standing in front of him were a huge step in the right direction. Kang Ya-ting had been kind enough to send the 6 drivers to meet them at the warehouse, and those guys knew more about hooking up the oxen than Benton and the twins did, meaning that leaving went a lot smoother than he had any right to expect. Each of the men drove one of the wagons slowly behind Benton, 3 filled with food, 1 herbs, 1 weapons, and the last, the bathtubs, textiles, and some other miscellaneous items he'd purchased. Only the food ones were full to the top, which was by design so he could create space for his new recruits to cultivate by shifting things around, including into his ring, without being too obvious to prying eyes. The cargo represented everything that had been on his purchase list and more, so he checked that task off his mental to-do list. More important than all the goods combined were his 2 new disciples, Zhou Tian and Shilong, who he was sure would eventually fill important roles in the new sect. Almost as, or perhaps even more crucial, were the 6 young men driving the wagons and the 11 men and women standing just inside the gate. The latter group, who was standing next to Kang Ya-ting, were presumably the guards Benton had requested. The sect elder had acquired matching blue outfits for all of them, loose, long-sleeved shirts and flowy pants, and each had a relatively new-looking bag, probably filled with spare clothes and such, and a bedroll, along with enough tents for every 2 of them to share. No weapons yet, but that was fine. Benton hadn't even expected the outfits and camping gear, and he had spears aplenty. All told, he was looking at 19 new recruits for his sect, more than doubling his current total. Which was good because he really needed the points. He had, after all, already used 4 from his future earnings, so he'd have to earn 6 more total to be able to afford to advance to Foundation establishment. He'd expected Kang Ya Ting and the guards to be there, but one addition was a small surprise: Pan Jiang. "Greetings, friend Kang. This looks like a fine group of guards you've hired for me." Kang Ya Ting chuckled. "Greetings to you as well, friend Chao. I do so hope you will find them adequate." He turned to a stout fellow who seemed a little older than the others. "This is Ye Zan. He will lead the group of guards if you'll have him." The man in question cupped his hands and bowed. Benton scanned him. Name: Ye Zan. Affiliation: none. Age: 19. Cultivation: none. Techniques: none. Spiritual roots: F-Chi. Aspect: loamy soil, prepped for growth. He was a terrible talent, as was to be expected, but even his chi aspect didn't seem to be particularly good. Maybe the earth aspect would help if he wanted to be a farmer, but Benton suspected that the nature types in the village would do a better job. Guard probably was a good choice of occupation for him. Earth chi users tended to be strong and dependable. Yedzan introduced the others, and Benton asked a bit about their experience. 9 of the 11 were men, aged 15 to 18 mostly, with Yedzan being the outlier. The 2 women, both 16, were sisters to 2 of the men. Apparently, Yedzan and 5 others were a mercenary crew with a fairly good reputation who did jobs around the city, mainly protection work like escorting wagons through the slums and guarding a full warehouse and such. They were accounted to be scrupulously honest and reliable by Kang Ya Ting, and at least knew which end of the spear to point at the bad guys. Since Benton had requested a minimum of 8, they had filled their ranks with 3 boys they knew, and 2 siblings of the original group members decided to come along as well. "And you all realize it may be a while before you get back to 6th Flawless Flowing City," Benton said once the introductions were complete. "I'll pay you once we reach the village, but it may be a year or more before I or my disciples return. You're free to leave the village whenever you want, of course, but the conditions against that may be adverse." Of course, they all would likely be staying near the village as members of his new sect, but it wouldn't be a good idea to mention that while still inside the city limits. Best to act as if the guards were a temporary addition. "We understand, esteemed Master Cultivator. None of these lowly ones have been outside these walls, and accompanying such a renowned cultivator seems like the opportunity of a lifetime." He wasn't exactly wrong about the opportunity part, but renowned might be a stretch. "Well," Benton said, "pleasure to have you aboard then. There are spears in the 5th wagon back. Don't take any of the red ones, but the rest are fair game." Yedzan cupped his hands and bowed in acknowledgement. It didn't take the guards long to find weapons and get themselves situated. They all seemed pleased with the quality of the weapons, which made Benton wonder about what they normally used. The spears he'd directed them to use were the inexpensive ones, destined to be beat to pieces during training. Benton stifled a chuckle when Yedzan literally slapped away the hand of one of the younger members of their group when he reached for one of the red spears. As Benton was preparing to direct the guards on where he wanted them, Yedzan stepped up and started barking orders. He placed 2 in front of the first wagon, 2 behind the last one, and 2 on each side of the wagons, spaced between the front and back. He declared his intent to roam to make sure his people were paying attention. Benton couldn't help but wonder if the man knew they would be walking from sun up to sun down for the next 60 days or so. It seemed like a rest schedule would be a good idea, with half walking and the other half riding in the wagons. They could address that later, though. Yedzan probably just wanted to make a good first impression, portraying his guards as hard, diligent workers. While Benton conducted his business, Pan Jiang had waited patiently. Once the discussion with the guards was complete, the sword wielder stepped forward. Benton was mildly interested in what would happen next. The boy cupped his hands and bowed deeply. "Esteemed Master Cultivator, this lowly one expresses much gratitude. This lowly one couldn't see Mount Tai and was rude to the esteemed Master Cultivator and his disciples. This lowly one's poor display was met with only generosity. Much gratitude to the esteemed Master Cultivator. The technique gifted to this lowly one is phenomenal. If there is any way that this lowly one can repay the esteemed Master Cultivator's kindness, please let this lowly one know." Benton's initial impulse was to say that the boy's master had him covered, but something occurred to him. "Truthfully, there is one thing I really desire from you." "Anything, esteemed Master Cultivator, even my sword." "Keep your family's sword, Panjiang. I think friend Kang just went apoplectic from you making the offer." "Then what, esteemed Master Cultivator? Ask this lowly one for anything." "I want you to practice that technique diligently and master it. Then, the next time Yang Ru and I visit the city, I can watch you and him exchange pointers. No bet, no stakes. Just two cultivators who are good with their weapons, trying their best to beat the other and to improve." Panjiang grinned. "That this lowly one can do, esteemed Master Cultivator. I swear it on my family's honor." "Well then, I look forward to meeting you again." Benton offered a shallow but respectful bow to the young man. After a much deeper bow, Panjiang left. "I've known that boy his entire life," Kang Ya-ting said. "I don't think I've ever seen him as motivated as he has been since I let him learn that sword technique. I'm pretty sure, though, that he's only going to be more motivated going forward. I really appreciate what you did for him. His father is going to appreciate it as well once he learns of the results." "Think nothing of it. I sincerely like helping kids grow. If I was able to assist in some small way, then that is my true reward. There is one matter that we haven't discussed." "Yes?" Benton didn't know if he should be worried. It wasn't clear if the sword technique was solely for Panjiang's use, or if it was intended for any who could use it. The sect didn't want to overstep our bounds and give it out freely. Whew. That topic was actually easy. It was a gift meant to help Panjiang specifically, but I gave it to you. I'm grateful that the intended recipient is getting use out of it, but I have no objections to you using it however you wish. Let me know if you need more copies. Thank you once again, my friend. Until we next meet. Until we next meet." The two parted, and soon the wagon train made its way out of the city. Finally. Just being a step outside the walls made Benton feel better. He was sure Miles would be even better still. The next time he returned, he wanted to be at least Golden Core. Chapter 63. Every day is like survival. Benton took a deep breath as the wagon rolled slowly, really slowly, along beneath him. The mortals could walk as fast as the oxen moved, not to mention how much faster a cultivator could go. He supposed it was fine. 2 months on the road instead of 1 made little difference in the end, and the time would give all his soon-to-be new disciples time to cultivate. Some of them would probably reach Chi-Gathering Minor Realm 4 before they reached the village. There was no reason to be so impatient. Really, the main issue was a desire to be as far from the city as possible. They were over a mile away by that point, and he was feeling safer with every creak of the wagon's wood wheels, despite his spiritual sense detecting the presence of a cultivator following them, which was probably going to become a problem. Benton sighed. He wouldn't feel legitimately safe until the sect was protected by more than just him. The twins were great, but no Chi-Gathering cultivator was a threat to a sect. If he had, say, 5 disciples who were as strong as the siblings, the best that could be expected of those 5 would be them teaming up to maybe take down a weak Foundation establishment cultivator, but the fight wouldn't be clean. The likelihood was that he'd lose one or more. Benton was not looking forward to the day when one of his future sect members died protecting the others. He accepted that he lived in a cultivation world, and such a thing was bound to happen. But that acceptance didn't mean he had to like it. The only things he could do about it were to become as personally powerful as possible to serve as a deterrent, and to make his sect members individually as strong as he could. Things would be slightly better when his people started reaching Foundation establishment. A true attack by a rival sect would involve mostly Foundation establishment cultivators with a few golden cores. He needed enough of his own to counter such an attack. Of course, he'd need something like 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, all as strong as he thought the twins would become, just to fight one golden core, so such a position of strength was a long way off. Even then, he wouldn't feel truly safe until he had reached the nascent soul realm, and all his lieutenants were in the golden core realm themselves. Yes. Then, finally, he would feel safe. Well, safe-ish. The Flowing Tiger had 3 nascent souls and dozens of golden cores, and they'd still been wiped out, almost to a man. Benton wasn't sure anyone was ever truly safe in a cultivation world. Still, he was at least on his way. He pulled up his log of open quests, found a sect quest, prerequisites, sect name selected, minimum of 1 disciple, sect land, claimed reward, shop unlocked, recruit additional disciple, quest, prerequisites, recruit first disciple, quest complete, reward, 1 shop point, special, repeatable, new quests available. Oh? That part about new quests being available surprised him. He asked the system to please display them. Recruit, first Foundation establishment. Disciple quest. Prerequisites, none. Reward, 10 shop points. Recruit, additional Foundation establishment. Disciple, quest. Prerequisites, recruit first Foundation establishment disciple quest completed. Reward, 2 shop points. Special, repeatable. Advance first Foundation, establishment. Disciple, quest. Prerequisites, none. Reward, 5 shop points. Advance. Additional Foundation establishment. Disciple quest. Prerequisites, advance first Foundation establishment, disciple quest completed. Reward, 2 shop points. Special, repeatable. Okay, that information was cool. He'd get shop points for his disciples advancing to Foundation establishment, which was great. Any additional sources of those points were likely to come in really handy in the future. If nothing else, he had lots of uses for pills since he'd become an expert on the subject of using them for cultivation advancement. The other quests were interesting as well. He'd never even considered trying to recruit sect members who were already cultivators, especially not those already in the Foundation establishment realm. Once he got his sect up and running and gained a bit of status, those 2 quests might be doable. Finding the new quests was a distraction, though. He had wanted to look at the quest to found a sect, so he pulled it up again. That quest had 3 criteria. First, select a name. He hadn't yet, but he had a good idea, one he was almost positive he'd go with. 2, minimum of 1 disciple. Check. The third one was the difficult one. Sect land claimed. Even with the Poison Claw sect knowing his association with prosperous Grey Forest Village, he still wanted to set up near the village. It was simply too good of an opportunity. There was a highly commercial product nearby for the sect to utilize. Spiritual beasts roamed the area freely, which would give his sect members experience fighting and access to valuable materials for crafting. It was in reasonable proximity to a major source of chi at the mountain he'd viewed from across a valley, and the nearest sect to that source had been wiped out, leaving a hole that was ripe for filling. Even better, the other 3 large sects in the area didn't want one of the other big ones to have it, so he could play each one off the others. It truly was an advantageous starting position worth the perk point he'd paid. Obviously, he could have simply picked a plot of land and told the village he was claiming it. There wasn't exactly anything they could do to stop him. The way he was going about first winning their support, though, held so many benefits. To begin with, the village needed the food he was bringing to them. Not wanted, needed. Any route other than the one he took would have left any who died over the winter to weigh on his conscience. Of course, his decision wasn't totally altruistic. When he delivered the food, he'd be the village's savior. He'd build trust. The village would be more inclined to work with him instead of against him, meaning he could pull recruits from there without fearing quite as much that he was giving superpowers to a bunch of people who might turn against him at the first chance. Their goodwill should last until at least the second chance to overthrow him. He was living in a cultivation world, after all. Not getting the land to establish his sect was a deal-breaker, though. The day after he reached the village, if not the night of, he would found his sect. If the mayor had a problem with that, the village would need a new mayor, and they would keep needing a new mayor until one agreed with him. There was being nice, and there was being a pushover. He had, at times in his life, been accused of being the latter, but he couldn't afford to be one in this situation. As he thought about his future plans, more and more of the day passed. Traffic was light on the path, but not non-existent. They hadn't overtaken anyone, not that he would have expected them to do so considering their speed, or lack thereof. 2 merchants had passed going toward the city, though. Each had seemed wary, but not hostile as they waved. Benton spent the day seated next to the driver on the rear wagon. The man seemed used to sitting all day on rough wood that often bounced violently over ruts in the dirt path, and Benton didn't mind the conditions at all, as his 2 levels of body cultivation and 9 levels of spiritual cultivation had hardened his behind enough that something so mundane wasn't able to cause him discomfort. The twins were likewise comfortable enough riding, but possessed more restless energy. When they took breaks from cultivating, he encouraged them to hunt. There were no spirit beasts in this part of the forest, but there was plenty of game, mainly squirrels, rabbit, deer, and boars. They didn't need much of a push, especially when he reminded them that the villagers could use fresh meat in their diets, and as mortals, they couldn't eat spirit beasts. He did advise them to stay ahead of the wagon train in order to avoid the cultivator who was still following. The twins shared a glance. "A cultivator is following, Master?" Yang Shu said. "Yes, a ways back, since we left the city." "How strong, Master?" Yang Ru said. "I don't know. My spirit sense can detect the rank of a beast from miles away, but I have to be close enough to see a cultivator to determine their strength. And since I don't know if this is someone who could easily overwhelm you, I'd prefer you range in the opposite direction. If the cultivator moves toward you, I'll intercept." Benton suspected that they might object to him putting himself in danger without them present, but they didn't seem concerned at all. He was a bit flummoxed as to the reason for their attitude before he figured it out. They had so much confidence that he could handle the situation that they really were completely blasé about it. Regardless, nothing happened with the cultivator, and the twins came and went from the woods, finding various small game for Benton to store in his ring. The guards lasted longer walking than he had expected, before eventually asking his permission to switch to shifts having everyone ride in the wagons. Since the front seats easily held 3 people, 4 if they were friendly, it worked out to keep 4 guards walking at any one time. Eventually, the sun began to set, and the lead driver advised that it was time to stop for the day. The drivers also insisted For values of insisted when someone who was essentially a peasant was addressing a cultivator, on cooking dinner, which was actually a nice surprise as Benton was used to meal prep. It probably would have looked strange if the high and mighty cultivator were to do something as menial as preparing food for everyone anyway. Yeah, Benton could see how him serving them would make a bunch of peasants uncomfortable, so he gave in pretty easily and directed the drivers to use whatever they wanted from the stores in the wagon Benton had designated for the sect. He also pulled out several rabbits the twins had managed to kill. Darkness was fast encroaching on their camp, so as the men cooked, Benton used chi orbs to light the area around the wagons. 22 people were, after all, quite a large number to cram around a single cook fire, and he wanted everyone to have enough light to see what they were eating. Besides, he'd stocked up on dozens of the handy little light sources, and each lasted quite a while as long as you replenished their chi, which he or the twins could do using beast cores. Rabbit stew obviously took a while to make, but it was quite a hit. One of the guards exclaimed quite loudly about how he hadn't expected fresh meat to be served. Benton couldn't wait to see their reactions when he served them hot and fresh street vendor meals for breakfast and lunch. Dinner finished, Benton was ready to begin the most important part of the day, gaining new disciples. His first thought was to do all 19 at once, but he rethought that. Like it or not, this world was not as egalitarian as Earth. Well, as his culture was, anyway. 2 of the recruits stood out from the others and should be treated as special, even if that was to just have their ceremony separately. He summoned Zotian and Shalong, and using a chi orb for light, led them a short distance into the woods, just far enough that they wouldn't be heard by the mortals at the campsite. You both already know me, but my name is Chao Su. I am forming a sect near the prosperous Gray Forest village, and I would like both of you to join as sect members. He stopped a moment to let that sink in. This is a serious commitment. I will teach you to cultivate and make sure you have everything you need to be successful. You will be diligent in your cultivation and training. You will use your talents to serve the sect. Are you with me so far? Yes, Master, Zotian said. Benton gave him a somber smile. This lowly one thought the esteemed master wanted a blacksmith, Sherlock said. I do. You will be a cultivator blacksmith who works with chi-infused metals. You will create things beyond the ken of mere mortals. The boy considered the response for a moment before speaking. This lowly one is honored. If the esteemed master truly wants this lowly one's service, yes. Great. Let's get the 2 of you tested. Benton felt a little bit stupid while doing it, but he made a big show of having each of the boys hold the silly quartz sphere he'd purchased like it was some valuable mystical thing. So Tian would obviously see through the ruse, as he'd been present when the rock was purchased. But the rest of the inductees should believe that the orb allowed Benton to determine their spiritual roots. Excellent, Benton said, when the 2 boys had finished. Zotian, you obviously have shadow-aspected chi, but you'll be pleased to learn that your talent is ranked D-. The boys seemed far less than pleased. Don't be disappointed. That rank is better than 98% of people. A lot of smaller sects would take you, and I'm especially glad to have you as a member. Yes, Master. This lowly one apologizes for seeming ungrateful. This lowly one will gladly serve as your assassin. What? Sorry, Master. This lowly one will gladly be an assassin in your service. No, I'm not worried about the way you said it. Why do you think I want you to be an assassin? Apologies for making an assumption, Master, Zotian said. But everyone knows that cultivators who use shadow chi fill that role for sects. Well, not for my sect. I'm not going to employ assassins." Zhou Tian looked hopeful. "May this lowly one ask what task Master wants fulfilled?" "I want you to be an agent, a spy, a scout, to quietly infiltrate an area, observe carefully, and return to me with information, leaving no enemy the wiser that you were ever there in the first place. I want you to do what you're already good at." The boy looked overjoyed. This lowly one would be happy to do that for Master." "Good. I'm glad we got that settled." Benton turned to Shilong. "Well, you already know your task for the sect, and it might not be a surprise to you that you actually have dual aspects, fire and metal." "Both fire and metal?" "Yeah, you are literally destined to be a blacksmith and, I think, a good one. You have B-rank talent." Benton really wished he had more spirit root improvement pills. One would definitely be worth using on a disciple as talented as Shilong. Unfortunately, it would be a minimum of 2 months before Benton got access to the shop, and he had no way of knowing how expensive the pills would be, or even if they were available at all. The shop could have levels that he had to unlock to access pills, or those pills could only be available with perk points, or any number of other system shenanigans could come into play. He decided that the potential advantage of raising Shilong's spirit roots from B to B+ simply wasn't worth the present loss of cultivation time, combined with the possibility of not even being able to buy a pill. Honestly, the decision was a tough one. If not for the latter issue, he probably would have told the boy that he'd begin cultivating when they got to the village. With the 2 boys excited to begin, Benton performed the Bai Si tea ceremony and officially accepted them as disciples. The standard pop-ups followed, telling him he'd gained 2 more shop points, taking him to 20. His sect points remained at 28, of course. For a moment, anyway, he'd pretty much made up his mind to use 20 of those points to create individual cultivation techniques for each of the 2 boys. But he went over his thought process to make sure. On the con side, Benton would be left with only 8 points for emergencies. That state would only last a little while, though. He had 17 more people to induct right after he finished with Zhou Tian and Shilong. Those points, plus the 2 for the boys, would bring him back up to 27. More than enough. Satisfied with his reasoning, he created 2 new cultivation methods for 10 apiece, and got 2 of those points back as he taught them to cultivate, ending with a whopping 10 points remaining. More importantly, he'd increased the size of his future sect from 14 to 16. Overall, it had been a good day, and it was going to get even better shortly when he inducted the guards and the drivers. As he approached the path, though, he sensed the cultivator that had been following them advancing. Soon after Benton reached the wagons, the cultivator stepped into the light created by the chi orbs. It was a middle-aged man in gray robes. Benton immediately scanned him. Affiliation: Jade Chameleon Sect. Age: 37. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment. Minor Realm: 9. Chi available. Techniques: Spiritual Roots, C+. Chi aspect: a mirage hiding deadly blades. Shit. Peak Foundation Establishment. They might be in trouble. Chapter 64. Bluffing works great, until it doesn't. Benton's scan of the Jade Chameleon Sect member told him a lot about the man. The first important fact was that he used illusion-aspected chi. According to what Sue had learned in one of his lessons at the Flowing Tiger Sect, around 3/4 of people born had chi aspects corresponding to one of the 5 primary elements: earth, fire, metal, water, and wood. There were additionally many secondary elements, including lightning, ice, nature, poison, shadow, and the list went on. Obviously then, less than 25% of cultivators used a secondary qi aspect, and since there were possibly hundreds of such aspects, that meant that the incidence of each was relatively small, though some were definitely rarer or more common than others. Thus, even though the Poison Claw sect favored poison users, well less than half of their members utilized that unique aspect. The same was true for the Jade Chameleon sect. Making the assumption that one of their members used illusion was less than an odds-on bet. Benton, however, knew the man approaching did, which meant he knew to be aware of trickery. The fact that the man was 37 years old and only at the peak of Foundation establishment told Benton a lot as well. C+ roots weren't bad at all, but though Spirit Root rank was referred to as talent, having quality roots did not guarantee success. Anyone could bottleneck at any time. Deviations, heart demons, pill toxicity buildup, lack of diligence, quality of cultivation methods, and any one of probably hundreds of factors could leave a promising cultivator to languish. Given the quality of those roots, the odds greatly favored the man's cultivation getting stalled in the Foundation establishment realm, instead of in qi gathering. He probably had plenty of years to master techniques as he struggled to overcome his bottleneck. Of course, that conclusion was mostly speculation. He could have started cultivating at 25 years old, and actually be right on track. Or he could be lazy, or stupid, or whatever, and simply not cultivated much, or learned anything. Benton wouldn't bet on any of the latter scenarios being true, though. In all probability, the man stalking toward the camp was an illusionist who had years to master many combat tricks. If things escalated to a fight, Benton wouldn't be able to trust what he saw, heard, smelled, touched, or even tasted. His best bet was to end things as soon as they started. Of course, winning a fight with a peak Foundation establishment cultivator at all was not a foregone conclusion. Benton's 10 available sect points would only advance him to the 5th minor realm, and he'd not even have a chance to adjust to his surge in strength and qi before the fight began. A single quick and decisive strike would be his best bet. No, actually, his best bet was his go-to move, bluffing. The problem was that Benton wasn't sure it would work. When Kang Ya-ting had flown toward that initial confrontation between Yang Ru and Pan Jiang, Benton had understood why the man approached. He'd understood why the man was angry. Kang Ya-ting's actions and emotions were to be expected of a master whose disciple had just gotten involved in an altercation with what he considered to be street rabble. All Benton had to do was to get the sect elder to stop and think in order to alter his perception of the situation. And the tactic had worked like a charm. For the Jade Chameleon cultivator, things were different. He had to know that the caravan he was approaching was manned by friends of the Poison Claw sect. Even if he didn't before he approached, Benton still wore the snake pin. If the man had ill intentions, knowledge of the sect's backing should give him pause. But he showed no hesitation. By the same token, the cultivator should have extended a polite greeting by that point if he had friendly intentions. But he hadn't. His face held a severe expression. The situation felt off. Benton glanced at Yang Shu, meeting her eyes and trying with all his will to convey to her that her and Yang Ru's job was to protect the mortals and the 2 new disciples. She nodded, so hopefully she understood the direction. It was the best he could do. Benton faced the approaching Chameleon sect member and nodded just the same depth he had in the first encounter with Ya-ting. "Kowtow before me, gutter trash," the cultivator said. "Actually, you're not even gutter trash. You're nothing. You're just a mortal." That opening line was not auspicious. Benton needed to proceed very cautiously. He couldn't kowtow, but he didn't want to provoke the sect member either. This one is a good friend of the Poison Claw sect. Those idiots. The Jade Chameleon sect fools them all the time, just as you have. I've watched you for an entire day. You have used no qi. The only sign that you can use chi is that spatial ring, but I've heard of ones that can be utilized by mortals. You're nothing but a con man. A rich con man, who will soon make me a rich cultivator. Well, bluffing was out. The best Benton could do was advance quickly to Foundation establishment and hope some external chi manipulation would make the man reevaluate. Unfortunately, advancement to the next major realm would trigger a purge of impurities, which would be immediately obvious to the cultivator and ruin the deception. Nope. Benton was almost positive the situation was going to devolve into combat. You have two choices, the cultivator said. Give me all your personal items and assist me in getting the wagons back to the city, or die now. Benton didn't need Sue's memories to know that surrendering was not an option. The guy was going to kill them either way. Fighting was the only recourse. Well, it was possible Benton could find some argument or clever trick to make the man let them go, but nothing was coming to mind. And he wasn't willing to bet his life, or the lives of anyone present, that he'd be able to think of something in time. The problem was that the man was a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Benton wasn't exactly like a gnat in comparison at the peak of chi gathering, but he felt like it. Sue's sect had been a lot more martially inclined than Benton had witnessed from his brief experience in 6th Flawless Flowing City. For the Flowing Tiger sect, fighting was a way of life. One doesn't survive so many battles without developing some tricks, and there was one using a spatial ring that would give Benton the element of surprise, which may or may not be enough to win. He had exactly one shot to pull off the victory, and everything had to go perfectly. Knowing the man was an illusionist full of tricks, Benton carefully scanned the man with spiritual sense, while also using chi to enhance vision and hearing. It was as Benton suspected. The man standing before them was an illusion. The actual cultivator stood slightly behind and to the right of the projection. Benton would never have noticed if he hadn't known to be on the lookout for something similar. System, he said internally. Advance me to Foundation Establishment Minor Realm 1 as soon as I move. He hated that his life and future sect were once again riding on a single moment, and his success depended on so many assumptions. One, that the man's actual height and appearance matched the illusion. Two, that the estimate of the man's position given by Benton's spiritual sense was accurate enough for him to make a killing strike. And three, that the system would comply with his direction. So far, whatever guided the system's actions had been quite flexible, but Benton hadn't previously tried to execute a conditional command. Not ready to surrender, huh? The man sneered. Well, that's going to cost you one follower. Let's try that one. A blade appeared from the position of the invisible sect member. An instant later, 3 more blades appeared, these from the illusion. The blades combined into a diamond shape targeted at Zhoutian. Only the one on the right is real, Benton yelled for his disciples' benefit. That was all the help he could give them, though. His job was to take out the main threat, not to protect the people behind him. And he had his hands full. He lunged forward and to the right with his hands and arms in position like he was holding a spear. Several things happened simultaneously. He felt a surge of power as the system advanced him to Foundation establishment, just as he summoned his orange vigor spiritwood spear from his ring. "What?" the cultivator tried to say. He never got to finish the word, though. Nor would he ever finish a word again. As quickly as Benton's Foundation establishment new strength could propel him, he thrust the spear at the man, aiming, hopefully, for the eye. The tip hit a tiny bit off-center from where Benton intended, but close, in that case, counted. The speed and surprise of the sudden strike meant it happened too quickly for the cultivator to use a defensive trigger or technique, and the force of the blow was easily strong enough to penetrate the corner of the eye all the way to the man's brain. killing him instantly. The illusion disappeared, and the man's bloody corpse, held up on the end of the red spear, appeared. Benton's heart thudded mightily. He glanced back, fearing that Zhou Tian was dead. Instead, he saw a blade lying on the ground, dented by an arrow, and Zhou Tian calmly observing. Benton truly did have the best disciples. Master, Yang Shu said, what is that awful smell? Chapter 65. Roll with the punches. Benton let out a deep breath. The fight with the Chameleon Jade sect member had been too close. If the spear had been a fraction of an inch off, the tip might not have penetrated the cultivator's brain. After an unsuccessful attack against a powerful foe, the outcome would have been in doubt. That had been entirely too close. Benton shook his head. He needed to grow stronger. He needed to stop letting the needs of the moment cause him to draw too heavily on his available sect points. But in the end, he had won. He breathed back in and nearly gagged from the stench. Without a word, he rushed into the woods, his newly advanced body propelling him at speeds dwarfing what had been possible in the Qi gathering realm, speeds he'd previously only reached in Su's memories. Once he judged himself far enough from the caravan, he quickly doffed his clothes, up to and including his shoes. The entire outfit was a total loss. It would need to be burned. Benton removed a loofah from his spatial storage and held his ring hand over his head before letting a significant quantity of pond water pour out to wash over him. He rubbed his tough skin so hard that his old body would have been bloodied and rinsed off the residue. Then he repeated the process. It took many cycles before he felt clean enough to return to civilized society, or what served as such at the camp his followers had settled at for the night. After stepping several yards away from the nasty remnants of the purge, he pulled a bit of the most masculine-smelling perfume he'd found back in the city from his ring. With that applied, and a fully new set of clothes put on, he felt almost human. Well, superhuman again. That experience had been the nastiest of his life. Unclogging toilets and changing diapers just didn't compare. Benton stared at the disgusting pile of materials that had been purged from his body. There wasn't even all that much of it. Su's body had been cleansed at the beginning of Foundation establishment, not all that long before he died, and Benton had spent less than 6 months in Qi gathering. Su's first experience advancing had been after 16 years of gunk building up in his body. Yikes. It didn't feel right to Benton to just leave the putrid mess for animals or anyone else to discover. Luckily, he was no longer in the weak Qi gathering stage. There were several differences that separated a cultivator in the second major realm from one in the first. The 3 most obvious distinctions were the sheer increase in physical toughness and might, a 10-fold growth in available Qi, and, perhaps most important, the ability to manipulate Qi outside the body. That last advantage came with a significant caveat. External manipulation was much more difficult than internal manipulation. Whereas Qi-gathering cultivators could learn to replicate most skills granted by techniques simply by practicing hard enough, it was nearly impossible to do the same in the Foundation establishment realm. Stated more simply, Qi-gathering cultivators could do a lot without using techniques. Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't. And since Benton had just spent another 2 points that he hadn't yet allocated to himself in order to advance, he wouldn't obtain a new skill any time in the near future. Which meant, as a practical matter, he had to manually bury his clothes and the goop left on the ground instead of burning it with a fiery blast of Qi. Oh well, he possessed superhuman strength, speed, and endurance. With a shovel from his ring, he quickly covered the mess with enough dirt to conceal, if not eliminate, the smell. That task accomplished, Benton pulled up his status. Sect name: Not chosen. Sect members: 0. Disciples: 16. Sect points: 8. Shop points: 20. Host cultivation. Foundation establishment. Minor realm. 1 chi available. 1,110. Host body cultivation. Bronze. Minor realm. 2. Host techniques. Analysis. Large success. Basic archery. Large success. Basic spear combat. Large success. Pill basics. Large. Success menus. Cultivation method. Technique. Quest. Perk. Advancement. Shop. Locked. He did not like seeing his available sect points in the single digits, and spending 2 of them to get to Foundation establishment left him owing himself earning 5 for his personal use before he would feel good about using any more. Those negatives were the only real downsides he saw on his status, though. The good things outweighed the bad. First of all, he was much more powerful now. Even his senses had improved. He had run through the forest without any light other than what of the moonlight filtered through the overhead trees, and he was seeing just fine. Not like it was daylight or anything, but he had no trouble making out where trees and objects were, and he really liked seeing that huge pool of available chi. Comparatively, the negatives were quite temporary annoyances rather than long-term problems. Turning his guards and drivers into disciples would help with those low numbers, and he thought about rushing back to the path and doing the ceremony immediately. With 17 people, though, it would take hours, and it was already late. Mortals needed to sleep much longer than cultivators, and the need for points wasn't so urgent he couldn't wait until they stopped tomorrow night. Of course, the real issues with what had just happened had nothing to do with remaining sect points. His thoughts turned to the ramifications of killing a cultivator from the Jade Chameleon sect. Benton feared he'd just made an enemy of one of the 3 most powerful cultivating entities in the area. He sincerely hoped he hadn't, but he didn't know. On one hand, sects tended to react rather badly to having one of their members killed, and claiming self-defense wasn't likely to do anything to deter their wrath. On the other hand, Benton's affiliation with the Poison Claw sect might just be all the protection he needed. A member of one sect killing a rival sect member happened all the time. There might be some risk of personal retribution involving the friends or family of the deceased, but the entire organization didn't go to war over it. Benton would have no choice but to deal with anyone who came seeking vengeance for the unnamed cultivator, but he might not have to handle the whole sect turning against him. He needed to reach out to Elder Kang. Obviously, he wasn't going to go running back to the city. Such an event would be noticed and draw the attention of the Jade Chameleon sect immediately. No, his best bet was to continue on the road like nothing happened, and use one of the merchants heading towards 6th Flawless Flowing City to send the letter to the Elder. Yes, let Kang Ya Ting know what happened. Bury the body, move on. Pretend it never happened. If anything ever came of it, deal with it then. There wasn't much else he could do. So Benton decided not to waste any more time worrying about it. The other issue was that he had advanced to Foundation establishment right in front of his 4 disciples and 17 soon-to-be disciples. And he was supposed to already be in the nascent soul realm or higher. The signs of that advancement had been quite unmistakable. Unless or until one of the people contacted someone in the city, it wasn't really much of an issue. But Benton wasn't naive enough to think that some or all of the guards and drivers weren't being paid by various sects or other organizations to spy on him. The information of the signs of his sudden advancement before combat with a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would get out. Even if the people reporting the incident didn't understand the importance, the people they reported it to would. That was going to make bluffing a whole lot harder in the future. He only saw 3 ways to deal with the issue. The first, simply killing all of the mortals when they reached the village, was out. That was not his way. Even if other cultivators would view him as weak for not doing it, he didn't care. The second method was a lot riskier, but a lot more palatable. He had to win the loyalty of each of the mortals so they wouldn't accept whatever bribes they'd been promised. The third method was the most likely to be successful, but was probably the hardest to achieve. Simply gain power fast enough that the sects finding out he'd just reached Foundation establishment wouldn't matter. Well, he could only do what he could do, which was pursue both the second and third methods, and leave any further issues arising from the incident as a problem for future Benton. The only positive step he could take at the moment was to write the letter to Elder Kang. Though his eyes were much better, he still needed light to see ink on a page, so he pulled out another orb from his ring along with the paper and writing implement. He quickly composed a letter. Friend Kang, I hope this letter finds you well. Probably so, because I'm writing it a day after I left the city. I bet you're surprised to hear from me so quickly. Anyway, a cultivator wearing the robes of the Jade Chameleon sect tried to rob us. He knew I was a friend of your sect, but thought I had somehow conned you into thinking I was powerful, as if you were that gullible. He was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and looked to be about in his mid to late 30s, so I'm guessing he wasn't all that important. Anyway, the guy threatened my disciples, so I had to kill him. I hope that doesn't cause you any problems. I'm going to bury the body in the woods and mark a tree by the road with 3 horizontal lines to let you know how to find it if anyone wants it. Thanks again for all your assistance in the city, and I hope my actions today don't cause you undue trouble. Send a letter to the prosperous Gray Forest Village if you wish for more information. I look forward to catching up with you.
Friend Sue Benton reread it. I really liked how it turned out. Light and friendly, but still contained all the relevant details without going on too long. Exactly what he was going for. That task accomplished, he returned to the path. His disciples appeared anxious, and the mortals milled around the area like it was a disturbed anthill. It's about time for everyone to go to sleep, huh? Benton said. Morning will be here all too soon, and I want to break camp at sunrise. All of them, even his disciples, appeared startled by his appearance at the camp. He hadn't realized how quickly and silently he moved now. Yezan cupped his hands and bowed, looking terrified. This lowly one will set a guard and get everyone else settled down. Excellent. It was important to have subordinates who were good at their job, and that Yezan fellow appeared to know his business. The terror the man felt upon realizing how easy it was for his boss to kill all of them in seconds would eventually pass. Probably. Follow me, my disciples, Benton said. Yang Shu and Yang Ru immediately moved to do as instructed, but the other two hesitated. Benton paused for a moment. Zhou Tian already knew a bunch of his secrets, but Shilong was basically an outsider. And he would remain an outsider if that was how Benton treated him. I meant all my disciples. He cast a significant glance at Zhou Tian and Shilong. The two hurried after the others. Using chi orbs to light the way, the 5 walked out of earshot of the mortals and sat in a circle. I haven't figured out exactly how I want to organize my sect, but you represent 4 of my 5 most talented disciples. Eventually, my hope is that all of you serve as leaders in the sect, along with, so far, Wan Ai and Mistress Zhong. Note that Mistress Zhong does not share your talent, but I value her experience and wisdom. She will be in charge of the outer sect. Benton paused for a moment to let his words sink in. As leaders in the sect, you need to know what is going on, so this meeting is to brief you. The siblings accepted his statements as a matter of course. Zhou Tian nodded like he was putting pieces of a puzzle together in his head. Only Shilong looked lost. But that was okay.
The boy was being thrown into the deep end. Benton was willing to give him time to figure out the whole making himself stay afloat thing. "So Tian," Benton said, "will you give us your take on what happened?"
Yes, Master. A member of the Jade Chameleon sect attacked us, and Master killed him. In a single strike, this one notes. This one doesn't have much wisdom or experience regarding the inner workings of sects, but it would be logical to guess that the Jade Chameleon sect member had been instructed to observe us only. But seeing what he perceived as weakness, his greed got the better of him. Since Master is a verified friend of the Poison Claw sect, this one doesn't expect any major ramifications in response.
"Excellent," Benton said. "That's what I thought as well. That doesn't mean the guy won't have friends show up in the meantime, so I'll be on the lookout for that. All in all, I don't think we have to worry about it too much at the moment." All four of them nodded, long after the others. "I bet that there's another question all of you have," Benton said.
Yes, Master,
the twins chorused. "When one advances between Qi gathering and foundation establishment, and from foundation establishment to golden core, the body expels all impurities inside it in the form of smelly gunk. During the battle, I was forced to advance, hence the smell." That explanation was sufficient for the siblings and Long, but it made Zhou Tian visibly puzzled.
I am not a normal cultivator, so rules that apply to others simply don't to me.
For one thing, if the highest cultivator possible, a celestial being, were in front of me, I would be able to use my spiritual senses to detect him and to determine his cultivation realm. Even the strongest cultivator on this continent, including the sect leaders of the 3 sects, would not be able to do the same. By the same token, not even that celestial being could determine my cultivation realm. At least, that was what Benton thought. There could be limits to the system's power that he didn't know about yet. He could only hope he didn't discover any at the worst possible time. "Those qualities of mine are my closest held secrets," Benton said. "Over time, you'll learn more about them, and others that I have. For the moment, you only have to know 2 things. 1. My power level is not easily determined by normal cultivators, and it benefits you personally and our entire sect if any rival sects were not ever to learn this secret. 2. I will use every bit of my ability to protect my disciples and my sect, and that ability is not to be underestimated." While 3 of the disciples nodded, the other looked like he was about to burst with the need to ask a question. "It's okay, Shilong," Benton said. "You can ask any question you want. No one will get mad at you." "It's just, why? Why would a master share such information with this lowly one? A little over a week ago, this lowly one was a simple clerk in a store. And now you're an important cultivator who is destined to be a leader in an about-to-be-formed sect. It's a cultivation world, Shilong. Anything can happen. The sooner you accept that and learn to roll with the punches, the happier you'll be." The boy appeared deep in thought, so Benton left him to mull things over. So Tian, on the other hand, looked like he'd just reached an important realization. "Are you a demonic cultivator?" Yang Ru immediately jumped to his feet and pointed his spear at the younger disciple. At the same time, Yang Shu rose as well and nocked an arrow. Well, that conversation sure devolved fast. Chapter 66. Righteous is surfing the EAC. Benton was more than a little bemused at how quickly the twins had jumped to his defense from mere words when they'd been perfectly fine with him facing a Foundation establishment cultivator alone. "Everyone calm down," he yelled. "Yang Shu, Yang Ru, sit down. Put away your weapons. Zhou Tian did nothing wrong." They both complied, but neither looked happy. "Master,
He spoke without using any honorific, young Shu said. He disrespected Master with a horrible accusation.
Okay, point taken, Benton said. Zhou Tian was a little rude in his speech, but I'm the last person who can throw stones at someone for that particular sin. The twins and Shilong looked shocked, Zhou Tian wary. For the record, I am not now, nor have I ever been, a demonic cultivator. Benton turned to Zhou Tian. Normally, I would have you explain the reason for your question to the others, but they're a little tense right now. I think it's best if I do it. You can correct me if I misstate your views. The boy nodded. To the best of everyone's knowledge, including me up until just over 5 months ago, there are only 2 types of cultivators in this world, Benton said. Righteous cultivators are the type you all are learning to be. You learn a cultivation method, draw in and cycle qi using that method much of the day, slowly accumulate qi, and break through realms minor and major. Do not ever mistake righteous cultivators for being good, though. Much evil has been committed by those claiming to be righteous cultivators. You'll find some to behave a lot better than others, but generally speaking, righteous cultivators do have some ethics. Mostly, though, the term is used in comparison to the techniques or methods associated with the other type of cultivators. Benton made sure that each of the 4 was following his explanation, and most importantly, that Zhou Tian didn't appear to have any objections before continuing.
Demonic cultivators are the other type. I honestly know relatively little about them, but what I do know does not paint a pretty picture. These people do not cultivate in the same manner you do, advancing through realms by their own efforts. These people, I hesitate to call them cultivators, can only grow more powerful by absorbing the cultivation base of another cultivator, be it a righteous one or a demonic one. Due to this fact, righteous sects consider demonic cultivators to be evil and will kill any they find. Why did you think you might be one of those, Master? Young Shu said. 2 reasons. 1, he's never seen me actually cultivate, which is a trait that a demonic cultivator would have. Of course, if I were a demonic cultivator impersonating a righteous one, I personally feel that I would be smart enough to pretend to cultivate normally, so his suspicion was a little bit of a dig at my intelligence. Zhou Tian had the decency to look a little sheepish. 2, and this is the reason he came to that conclusion at the time he did, I basically admitted it. As Benton had anticipated, that statement stunned all 4 of them. He laughed. Oh man, you should totally see your faces right now. Hilarious! But let me restate, from Zhou Tian's perspective, he felt justified in thinking that I admitted to being one. Hear the difference? Benton had to wait a moment, but each of the 4 eventually nodded. Now, the answer to why he made that conclusion, Benton said, I'll leave as an exercise to the student. Can anyone besides Zhou Tian tell me? After a long pause, it was Shilong who finally spoke up. If there are only 2 types of cultivators, and you're not a normal one, as you said, meaning a righteous one, you have to be demonic. Benton had thought young Shu would be the first to get it. She must have been too shocked by the entire conversation. Exactly. Great job, Shilong, Benton said. But I'm definitely not demonic, and you all saw the proof of that earlier tonight. Can anyone tell me what proof that was? Zhou Tian, you can answer this time if you want. The boy thought for a moment, before literally slapping his head. This lowly one is an idiot, Master. Master clearly advanced during the battle just before killing the rival cultivator. My understanding of demonic cultivators is that the draining technique they use takes some amount of time, probably only seconds, but it is reportedly not instantaneous. It is also known that the technique's use is felt by the target. Master obviously had no time to use a drain technique before he died, and employing the technique would have alerted the Jade Chameleon cultivator.
A demonic cultivator cannot advance without first draining an enemy. Thus, Master cannot be a demonic cultivator. Excellent work, Zhoutian. Though the obvious flaw in your logic is the assumption that your knowledge of demonic cultivators is accurate. However, all the particulars you stated were just as the sects teach them to be. Benton paused to let everyone consider his and Zhoutian's words. Now, on to the next exercise for the student. Since I'm not lying about not being a demonic cultivator, what does that imply? It implies that Master either lied about not being a righteous cultivator, or Master is a third type of cultivator. Zhoutian kowtowed, bending his face all the way down to the dirt. This lowly one apologizes, Master. This lowly one did not consider all the evidence, or that another option existed. This lowly one has shamed Master with an unjust accusation, and was rude. This lowly one understands if Master no longer wants him as a disciple. Rise, Zhoutian, please. I'm not mad, and I definitely still want you to be my disciple. That trait of yours to analyze everything is one of the things I value most about you. And coming to me with your concerns was absolutely the right thing to do. Benton paused, rethinking what he'd just said. Well, actually, it was monumentally stupid. If I were a demonic cultivator, I probably would have killed all 4 of you right here and now. I prefer that you try not to risk anyone's lives, including your own, if you can help it. Understood, Master. This lowly one apologizes again, Master. It's a good learning experience. Besides, hopefully it teaches you that you can tell me anything at all without me getting mad. If you're acting as a spy/scout for me in the future, there will probably come a time when you need to bring me bad news. I want to make sure you know that I will never shoot the messenger, so you don't have to fear telling me the truth. Gratitude, Master. Benton turned to the twins. You two are both smart and capable and powerful. At some point, you may be in charge of the sect while I am handling something elsewhere. If that ever occurs, I advise you to ask for and consider Zhoutian's counsel. I know that he upset you just now, but please realize that his skill is a valuable tool. Both looked conflicted by their anger on one hand versus their desire to follow their master absolutely on the other. Look, Benton said, you two grew up with a family before losing them. I suspect that Zhoutian had no one. He had to fend for himself. If he made the wrong move or stole from the wrong person, he didn't get to eat and risked having his hand or head chopped off by the city watch. So he adapted by learning to read people and situations. He's not always right, case in point tonight, but he will absolutely consider angles that the two of you will never think of. Understood? Yes, Master, the two chorused. We have adequately covered the topic of whether I'm a demonic cultivator to everyone's satisfaction, I think. Yes, Master, all 4 answered.
Good. But before I consider that particular dead horse well and truly beaten, there are a couple more points about demonic cultivators that you all should think about. Demonic cultivators certainly sound powerful. All they need to do to advance is drain other cultivators with a simple attack, even punching above their weight multiple major realms, right? My understanding is that their spiritual roots don't even matter. An F is just as likely to rise as an S. Why then don't demonic cultivators rule the world? There must be a limitation on their attack, Master, Zhoutian said. That's one reason. The draining attack is presumably just like any other one that uses chi. Attacks can be blocked or dodged. It is still an extremely powerful offense, however. If it penetrates, the defender is irrevocably damaged. It is also my belief that the amount of chi required to project it is quite high, but I have no evidence to support that theory, Benton said. Why else might they not be as prevalent as we would think, given their power?
Because the righteous cultivators outnumber them and kill them on sight, Master? Zhoutian said. Yeah, I'll kinda give you that one. But why haven't they slowly taken over an area and just kept expanding, setting up a domain where no righteous cultivator can survive? It was Shilong who had the aha moment and answered. They gain power by killing each other, Master. Ding ding! We have a winner. Great job, Shilong. Yes, how can you, as a demonic cultivator, ever trust your companions? How can you go to sleep next to them, knowing they might kill you to advance themselves? The answer is that such trust is difficult to build, Benton said. That's why the one threat in this world that scares me more than any other is the thought of enough demonic cultivators banding together to be able to destroy righteous sects in ambush attacks. Hopefully it would be a long time before his yet-to-be-founded sect had to face such a threat, because it was definitely out there, and they were nowhere near ready for it.
Chapter 67. Biggest leap forward yet. Benton decided to stay up all night. The 4 guards on duty each shift were fine to deal with any mortal concerns, such as raising an alarm if bandits approached or scaring off wild animals, but he wanted to make sure no cultivators appeared in range of his spiritual sense. The night passed quietly, however, and he found himself really wishing he had the internet. He had managed to find some scrolls of what passed for fiction back in the city, basically short stories involving ghosts for some reason, and a couple of books of compiled stories about cultivators. Those last were amusing at least, but he'd already churned through everything he'd found. As morning neared, he figured it was time to get some work done. First, he made his way quietly into the woods about 50 yards from the dirt cart path — he refused to call it a road — and buried the Jade Chameleon sect member's body. The man had a storage ring, and it was accessible. Benton didn't know if it unlocked upon the man's death, or if anyone could have accessed contents at any time. Both types were in common use, with the latter being much less expensive. Only the costliest ones remained locked after death. Neither he nor Sue's memories had any idea how to create a device that detected a user's death and reacted to the input, but Benton hoped to learn one day. Making objects seemed like a good, productive way to pass the time, since he couldn't cultivate. The contents of the sect member's ring were okay, but not exactly a financial windfall. There were less than 100 silver taels, which, according to Sue's memories, most cultivators kept handy if they might have occasion to frequent mortal inns and such. The actual prizes in the ring were 5 spirit coins and several weapons, all suitable for use by a Foundation establishment cultivator, including 3 swords, a half-dozen knives, and 19 of those throwing blades the man had used to try to kill Zhoutian. Benton extracted anything that seemed like personal effects — clothes, toiletries, personal letters, etc., and buried those with the body. The loot he transferred to his personal storage and looped the man's ring on the cord that went around his neck with the others. That grisly task reminded Benton about the other 19 bodies he had stored. How crazy was the world when he could actually forget about all the corpses he was carrying around with him? Yikes! Benton debated just making a mass grave nearby for them, until deciding against it. He planned on marking the location for the cultivator's body, so it was possible that people might search the area. Everyone knew he killed them all, obviously, but finding the bodies would essentially tell them he'd kept them in his ring, meaning his ring was large enough inside for 19 cadavers, plus all the other stuff they knew he put in there. Ugh. He'd have to wait longer to dispose of them, probably somewhere near the village. Maybe he could feed them to the spirit beasts. It was a little gross to think about, but he wondered if it would benefit the beasts in any way. An interesting experiment. For a moment, he considered that essentially desecrating the bodies of his foes set a bad precedent. But he was living in a cultivation world. He was too soft,
and knew he was having trouble developing the toughness he needed to be a sect leader. Being less than kind to enemies' remains was the least he could do. If they didn't want their bodies to end up in the stomachs of spirit beasts, they shouldn't have tried to steal his stuff. Yeah, that sounded like a more appropriate amount of toughness. Benton's next task was much less gruesome. He wanted to create a mobile cultivating platform for his disciples, a fancy way of saying he was going to clear out half of one of the wagons and put a couple of layers of bolts of fabric down for the kids to sit on. By layering herbs up to the full depth of the wagon in one half of the bed, removing the fabric needed from the miscellaneous items wagon, placing some of the herbs where the fabric had been, and storing more than a little bit of herbs in his ring, he was able to both create the space he wanted while hiding that he'd stored any. Kind of. If no one was too observant. He shrugged, wondering if it really mattered. It was going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to keep secrets from the people he traveled with, and they already knew about his advancement. Besides, how was he going to keep his secret after he pulled endless hot meals from his ring? If any of them betrayed him, he'd just have to cross that bridge when he came to it. The only reason he didn't just store everything in his ring was that, for all he knew, message talismans were flying back and forth between 6th Flawless Flowing City and Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town. Every merchant that passed might be spies, detailing everything they saw to report back to the sects. Yikes. Living in a cultivation world sure was making him paranoid. Finally, the sky started to lighten, and he had the guards wake everyone up. Benton told them to get in the wagons without breakfast. There were some groans at the order, but after his display of power the previous night, everyone jumped to comply. In less than 30 minutes, camp was broken, and the caravan was off. Benton started with Yezan, walking beside the man. Tell me, what was your favorite street vendor food for breakfast back in the city? The man surely thought Benton was playing a mean trick on him, first ordering him to skip breakfast and then asking about his favorite food. Yezan's stomach growled. Steamed pancakes with mutton or goose, esteemed Master Cultivator. No, you have to choose, mutton or goose. Mutton, esteemed Master Cultivator. All right. 1 order of steamed pancakes with mutton coming right up. Benton pulled that exact dish from his ring and presented it to the man. As its name implied, steam rose from the meal, indicating it was still hot. The man did a double take. Esteemed Master Cultivator, this meal is for this lowly one? Of course. You didn't think I'd let you go hungry, did you? Only the best from my retainers. I have more than enough hot meals to serve all of us for breakfast and lunch until we reach the village. As he left Yedzan, sputtering out thanks, behind and moved to the next guard, Benton once again congratulated himself on how clever he was. He bet none of the protagonists in stories like Greg's ever figured out that particular use for a spatial ring. It was late in the morning, well after everyone had finished eating, when they saw the first merchant train of the day passing the opposite direction. As they neared, Benton got off the wagon, telling his caravan to keep moving. He wouldn't even have to jog to catch up, and slowly approached the other carriages. The merchants and their guards were understandably nervous about seeing a stranger come near. Apologies, esteemed merchants. This one needs a service. Benton pulled a wax-sealed letter from his ring and held it up. This letter goes to Elder Kung Ya Ting of the Poison Claw sect in 6th Flawless Flowing City. How much would the esteemed merchants charge to deliver this missive? Seeing that the stranger had a service he needed to purchase and was offering money, the merchants perked right up. They, of course, started the negotiation by saying they couldn't possibly accept money from an esteemed cultivator. He insisted. They hemmed and hawed. He insisted again. They suggested 100 taels. He intimated that he should destroy their entire wagon train. They eventually settled on 10 taels, still a ridiculous sum, but it wasn't like he was worried about the money.
After the laborious process of goodbyes was completed, Benton sauntered to catch up with his caravan, and the rest of the day passed without incident. Knowing his planned evening activity was likely to take a while, he had the drivers make camp a little earlier than the previous day. Once dinner had been eaten, he had one of the drivers start a large quantity of water boiling before he addressed all the mortals. "The village we're heading to is besieged by spirit beasts," Benton said. "You don't have to worry. Yang Shu, Yang Ru, and I are more than powerful enough to protect all of you. And when we're ready to take the next shipment of Orange Vigor Spirit Wood back to 6th Flawless Flowing City, you can all return with payment, just as we agreed. However, I do have a different deal, a different path that is open to you." Benton watched all of them to gauge their reactions. Some seemed interested, others wary. "One of the ways I'm helping the village is to create a sect and teaching some of them how to cultivate in order to be able to protect themselves and their families from the beasts. But it will be several months after we arrive before any of the villagers are strong enough to take on the defense themselves. The 2 months we're spending in these wagons is thus being used very inefficiently. If I could get a bunch of guards trained and cultivating as we travel, those guards will be ready, or close to ready, by the time we arrive. Instead of a delay, I can have the harvesters start immediately, saving me time. For this reason, I am willing to teach any or all of you to cultivate. Questions?" As expected, it was Ye Zhan who spoke. "That sounds like an amazing opportunity, esteemed Master Cultivator. But this lowly one thought that most people are too untalented to teach to cultivate." Very, very, very few people can't learn at all. It's just that some have a much easier time than others. Sects typically prefer to concentrate their resources on members who have the best chance of reaching Golden Core or higher. My situation is different. I believe that any diligent student I teach, regardless of that student's talent level, can reach foundation establishment, and that realm is high enough to accomplish my needs. Benton paused for a moment, deciding to level with them somewhat. To be clear, the likelihood is that each of you have little talent. He pointed at his disciples, all cultivating in the back of the wagon. They all have good talent and will be treated differently than you. That is not to say that you will be treated poorly, however. For example, you will have access to more money than you've had before and never want for food. And there are many other benefits to being a cultivator. You will no longer be vulnerable to mortal ailments. Your lifespan will increase immediately. Upon reaching foundation establishment, you will likely live 150 years and be much healthier overall. You'll be capable of superhuman feats. Most of the mortals were nodding, already envisioning themselves riding flying swords. A couple, like Ye Zhan, were thinking hard. I'm guessing that some of you are thinking, "What's the catch?" Benton said. Ye Zhan nodded. "Apologies, esteemed Master Cultivator. This lowly one has been burned in the past by empty promises from an employer. No, I understand and respect that. There is a catch. You will be required to do my bidding. I am the sect leader. What I say is law. I need guards, so if the 11 of you who signed up for that task aren't prepared to fill that role for the long term, that's a problem. For the drivers, we'll talk, but I need guards. Any function you seek to fulfill would have to benefit the sect just as much or more than you becoming a guard to sway me." There was one of the drivers whose chi aspect intrigued Benton. It was earth aspected, but with a flavor of tending to animals instead of plants. The really big, important sects had pavilions devoted to animals. You also will no longer be paid in silver,
Benton said. You'll instead receive contribution points for performing tasks for the sect. At this point in time, those contribution points are essentially worthless, and you have only my word that they will become valuable in the future. One of the drivers timidly met Benton's eyes. This lowly one accepts the offer, esteemed Master Cultivator. Whether what is paid to us has value or not doesn't matter if this lowly one can truly learn to cultivate. This lowly one has watched too many friends and family succumb to sickness when an epidemic sweeps through the slums. Even if the esteemed Master Cultivator spends this lowly one's life easily, well, how much shorter could it possibly be? Thank you. Benton struggled for a moment to pull the man's name from his memory. Hu Yaju, I will gladly accept your service, and your life will not be spent easily. If you have to sacrifice your life to save the lives of other sect members, then I appreciate the choice you made. Do not sacrifice yourself for anything short of a life, and definitely not for the sect's honor, or to save face or some other such nonsense. You, Hu Yaju, will be a valuable addition to my sect. Your corpse is worthless. Remember that when choosing to risk your life. The man kowtowed deeply. After that, one after the other kowtowed, including Ye Zan. A long Bai Si tea ceremony followed, and Benton tried not to let his impatience show. He found it another good reason to get his sect founded as soon as possible. As long and drawn out as the ceremony was, though, the fact he'd gained 17 new disciples was amazing. The amount exceeded his current role by 1. His future sect had just taken a giant leap forward, the biggest one yet. With the last of the mortals inducted into discipleship, he pulled the silly quartz orb from his ring and proceeded to pretend to use it to determine each's talent and spiritual roots, all of them ranging from F- to F+, and of various aspects. Since none of them were nature-aspected, he quickly handed each a jade slip with the Supreme Foundations of Heaven cultivation method and a Rank 1 Spirit Beast core. A relatively short time later, and they were all officially cultivators. Benton pulled up his status. Sect name, not chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 33. Sect points, 25. Shop points, 37. Host cultivation. Foundation establishment, minor realm. 1 chi available, 1,110. Host body cultivation, bronze, minor realm 2. Host techniques, analysis, large success. Basic archery, large success. Basic spear combat, large success. Pill basics, large. Success menus. Cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop locked. Adding 17 to each of 3 pools made Benton feel a lot better. 25 was a reasonable number of sect points, especially with no major foreseeable expenditures on the horizon, and 19 new disciples who should advance a minor realm in the next week to 12 days. The increase even meant he'd paid himself back 2 of the points he'd used for advancement, leaving only 4 remaining. Benton would be back to increasing his personal power before he knew it. He just needed a few more days, like today. Chapter 68. A hard decision made easy. The next 12 days passed with excruciating slowness, as the wagons creaked slowly along the rutted dirt path. On a positive note, all 19 of Benton's newest disciples advanced from Chi-gathering Minor Realm 1 to Minor Realm 2 in that time, earning him 19 more points. Benton spent much time viewing his status and watching those sect points tick up as various disciples reached that milestone. There was, after all, little else to do. Even running through the forest hunting game got boring after a while. Making a mental note to somehow use Qi to invent the internet as soon as possible, he pulled up the blue box once again. Sect name, not chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 33. Sect points, 44. Shop points, 37. Host cultivation, foundation establishment, minor realm 1. Qi available, 1,110. Host body cultivation, bronze, minor realm 2. Host techniques, analysis, large success.
Basic archery, large success. Basic spear combat, large success. Pill basics, large. Success menus. Cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked. As he'd anticipated, his sect point total had rapidly ascended, and he expected another 19 points in the next few weeks or so just from his new inductees. On top of that, it was starting to get close to time to see another round of increases from the disciples back at the village. "I'm in the money. I'm in the money," he sang quietly. The fact he was rapidly increasing his total was a really good thing. For one, he needed techniques to be able to truly make use of being in the Foundation establishment realm, and he was still 2 points in the negative for personal use. The more major issue, though, was that he needed, at minimum, 25 points for a general body cultivation method that any of his disciples could use, and 20 more for personalized ones for Yang Shu and Yang Ru. That was already 1 more point than Benton currently had. In an ideal world, he'd give individual methods to each of his talented disciples, but that would be another 30 points, which he honestly didn't know if he could afford. More so, he didn't know if the benefit would be worth it. Body cultivation shined when a cultivator fought. Yang Shu and Yang Ru definitely would be the sect's main method of projecting force. Shilong and Wan Ai, on the other hand, would only ever be put in any real danger in the direst of circumstances. Zhou Tian presented a more interesting question. A body cultivation method restricted to shadow qi would probably make it easier for him to manifest his qi, and he was more likely to be in enemy territory where enhanced stamina and toughness might save his life. Yeah, Benton really needed 55 sect points to spend. Of course, if things worked out the way he hoped, he'd get those points back relatively quickly. Besides, spending a lot of time those 12 days counting unhatched chickens, Benton gained quite a bit of appreciation for Ye Zan and Ho Yaju, who'd taken leadership of the drivers. The men had established a schedule that allowed each of the 17 guards, counting the former drivers, to rotate duties in a way that allowed each of them to cultivate 10 hours a day. Of course, it helped that Benton told Ye Zan that the guards walking next to the wagons weren't necessary. Any cultivator nearing would be spotted miles away, and any mortal threat just didn't concern Benton all that much. About every other day or so, the caravan passed an abandoned village. Having been told about their mission in advance by Kang Ya Ting, Ye Zan had researched the route to Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town. Before the Righteous Rain sect had been destroyed, there had been a lot of trade between the town and Sixth Flawless Flowing City. With the sect gone, the town was rapidly devolving into lawless slums, and trade was drying up. There was only one village left to cater to what traffic still remained. It, at least, still had a rather large inn left over from the glory days. The caravan would reach it later in the afternoon. Though none of his newest disciples would dare make any requests of their master, the all-powerful monster who could destroy a member of a rival sect in a single strike, Benton could tell everyone hoped they'd spend the night at the inn. Even the twins, as used to camping in the forest as they were, seemed to perk up at the idea. Missing out on a few hours of travel wouldn't kill anyone,
So Benton acceded to the desires of his subordinates, which was why they found themselves stopping with the sun still high on the horizon. The village honestly wasn't much. The inn, a general mercantile with fabrics and food and other various sundries, a blacksmith's forge, and a couple dozen houses and farms were the only buildings present. There were obvious signs that other buildings had been present, but those had probably been scavenged for building materials to repair the ones left. Or for firewood or something. Benton really had no idea. Of course, there was one thing the village offered that Benton really needed. Relief from the drudgery of slowly creaking along with only trees to look at. He got down from the wagon before it had even stopped, having instructed Yezan and Zotian to arrange for lodging for everyone, and for the twins to keep watch to make sure none of the villagers had any ill intentions. If he had been low on food stocks, or had forgotten something important before leaving the city, the mercantile would have been useful, but neither of those conditions applied to him. After browsing for a while, he moved on to the only other interesting place in the village besides the inn. At first, the blacksmith shop was exactly what he expected. A small bell rang as he opened the door to a relatively small room with a wood counter near the back. A few well-made but mortal-grade weapons hung alongside many equally well-made farm tools in the area in front of the counter, and heat and the sound of a pounding hammer came from the back. Benton was actually quite surprised by the quality goods on display in such a depressed village. He used Analyze on a shovel. Object, shovel. Chi, rank, none. Grade, mortal. Use, digging. Value, 25 silver taels. Other, an excellently crafted tool from an expert blacksmith on the cusp of mastery in his craft.
Nice. And really unexpected. The shovel was orders of magnitude better than the one Benton had stored in his ring.
"I'll be out in a second," a voice called from the back. "Take your time," Benton yelled back. "I'm just browsing." When the man, who was huge and sweating and wearing a leather apron over his clothes, came from the back, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed low. "Esteemed cultivator, please forgive this lowly one's rudeness. This lowly one did not realize the shop had such a distinguished visitor." Benton took a moment to respond. Not because he was offended, though, but because of the results of the scan he'd performed as a matter of course. Age, 41. Affiliation, North Red Cloudy Forest Village. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, B+. Chi aspect, fiery coal in the middle of the forge. The blacksmith, like Shilong, was destined to perform his job, but with even better roots. Of course, Shilong's fire and metal dual chi aspect was slightly more optimal than the villager's fire-only one. And the blacksmith was old for a peasant in a cultivation world, at 41. None of that really mattered to Benton. The guy had the highest-ranked talent of anyone he'd seen outside a sect member, besides the twins. Benton wanted him. "Think nothing of it, Master Blacksmith," Benton said. "This lowly one can only be called an expert, not a master, esteemed cultivator." Benton had known that from the pop-up, but flattering the blacksmith was hopefully a good way to gain his favor. "I was actually just stretching my legs after a long day sitting in a wagon, and hadn't expected to find anything to buy. The quality of tools on display has changed my mind, however. Could I buy several of these tools from you? Definitely the shovel, maybe 2 rakes, and 4 hoes." His people were going to need farming implements to grow the herbs, and these tools were better than the ones he'd already purchased. If there was one thing that Benton was learning about life in a medieval cultivation world, it was to buy quality products when he ran across them, because he might not ever find the like again. "Of course, esteemed cultivator. This one would normally charge 10 taels each, but this one can do a volume discount and let all of it go for 60? That seems low,"
I would expect each to go for 25. The blacksmith gave him a weird look. Benton smiled. Yes, I know that I am a dreadful negotiator. The man grinned in return, relaxing slightly at the friendly turn to the conversation. Well, this one must be equally bad at it, because the price of 60 stands, esteemed cultivator. We have a deal, then. Benton pulled the necessary amount from his ring and stored his new tools.
I was actually quite surprised to see the work of such an accomplished smith in a village that is obviously on its last legs. This one was born in this village, esteemed cultivator, and was reluctant to leave it, especially with having a young child. Then family in Vermilion incomparable Raintown told this lowly one of the conditions there, and as bad as things are here, there is enough food and little in the way of violence. And you had no connections in the 6th flawless flowing city, Benton said. Correct, esteemed cultivator. Hard to start a new shop without much in the way of savings and no backing. What if an opportunity presented itself? Would you be willing to move your family? The blacksmith appeared skeptical. Possibly. Depends on the opportunity. I can respect that. It just so happens that I've accepted a young blacksmith apprentice to become one of my disciples. I will, of course, be providing him with techniques to utilize qi in his craft, but things would go a lot smoother if he had an expert smith to teach him the basics, as he was early into his apprenticeship when I bought it out. Yeah, there was a little bit of truth-stretching going on there, but it was for a good cause. Besides, Benton truly believed that the blacksmith joining the sect would be good for both him and his family. What would happen after this lowly one taught the esteemed cultivator's disciple? Honestly, I'd like for you to stay on as a member of the sect I'm starting. Benton went on to tell him about the village and about not caring about talent levels, just like he had with the guards. I could use an experienced blacksmith, and I'm willing to teach cultivation to your family members as well. It actually took a little bit of convincing for the blacksmith, Shun Wu, to agree to come along. He wasn't a young man seeking fame and fortune and adventure, after all. He had a family to think about. In the end, he'd seen many children die from disease, and having access to healing pills if his got sick sealed the deal. That night was frantic for Sun Wu and his family as they tried to pack everything. With his guidance on who to talk to, Benton was able to purchase a cart with a horse for their family and all their meager possessions. The wife, an F rank, was somewhat taken aback by how quickly things were happening, but she'd apparently been on her husband's back to move for quite some time. It was Benton's first chance to observe the offspring of a talented person, so he was interested to see if Sun Wu's children had similar spirit roots. Only the oldest son of the 3 children had developed spirit roots capable of being scanned, though, and he was just an E+. He also had fire roots, though. Before retiring to the inn for the night, Benton performed the Bai Si tea ceremony with the dad, mom, and eldest son, bringing his total number of disciples to 36 and his shop points to 40. He then repeated the whole rigmarole with Quartz Orb and told them all their rank and qi aspect, exclaiming how fortunate he was to have met and recruited Sun Wu, and how the blacksmith would become a leader of their sect. There is a big decision you have to make right now, Sun Wu. I have given the best of my disciples a pill that improves their spirit roots, which is a huge benefit to their cultivation and even to learning techniques. If I had one on me, I'd give it to you right now, because you are that extraordinary. The problem is that I don't have any left. When we get to the village in 6 weeks or so, I might, repeat, might, be able to acquire more. Are you willing to forego 6 weeks of cultivation time on the chance I might be able to acquire one for you? Master, this one has not cultivated for the entire 41 years of my life so far. This one expects that 6 weeks won't make much difference to me at all. Thus, Benton taught 2 new disciples to cultivate that night, bringing his total sect points to 46.
Chapter 69. Is it still a round table if there's no table? Benton was pleased to see that everyone was packed up and ready to go at dawn the next morning, all having already eaten breakfast in the inn. The caravan hit the road on time to continue its slow journey. Yedzon estimated about 2 weeks to Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, and another month from there to the village, so they had another 6 weeks total to travel, though Benton hoped to shave some of that off. The blacksmith's family had been placed in the middle of the procession for protection since their cart carried little children. As a grandfather, Benton had a natural aversion to anything that presented a danger to kids, and he couldn't help but worry seeing Shunwu's restless 2-year-old and 6-year-old moving around the tiny cart they were crammed onto. Not only would a fall from a moving vehicle, albeit a slow one, hurt them, but they'd be at real risk of getting stomped by the trailing team of oxen. He spent the morning getting down from his wagon to go check on them before returning to sit, soon to repeat the process again. And again. And obviously, the problem wasn't the kids' fault. At such a young age, it was difficult for them to be confined to a small area for so long, especially considering the excitement of the sudden move. There was no way he could reasonably expect them to simply sit still. He needed another solution. Maybe just move their cart to the last position? Nope, that placement wouldn't work. It would solve the whole being trampled by animals that weigh more than a ton each problem, but the trailing vehicle was the most vulnerable from an attack from the rear. No. He needed more space for the kids to move around. Benton had already cleared out half the herb wagon for cultivating. He could store most of the rest in his ring and just put a few layers on top of the miscellaneous stuff.
Any spies on the lookout for him, either in the town or passing on the road, wouldn't know how deep the herbs went, and there could be multiple explanations for missing some, like dumping them to save space or, crap, using them to season the rabbit stew. Of course, putting most of the herbs in his ring meant his disciples would learn another of his secrets. But honestly, they already knew a lot. Not only that, but there was no way he was traveling with a long wagon train from the town to the village. It would be too hard to protect everyone from spirit beasts if they were that spread out, and he seriously doubted there were spies in the village. Besides, if there were spies among the village's inhabitants, he was screwed anyway. If they had a way to get messages out, that was. But if they had that ability, one would have thought they would have called someone for help, considering that the town was beset by beasts and many risked starvation over the winter. The conclusion he drew was that hiding the ring's storage space from his disciples was pointless. He'd just have to make sure all of them were unable to pass along any messages while in town, and he'd be as safe as he could be. Benton made his decision. He'd expand his mobile cultivation platform to serve the dual purpose of a mobile playpen. Evelyn would have been proud of him, because that was totally something she would have done. Besides, there was even an additional benefit. Storing the herbs in the ring would keep them fresher. If already dried herbs could be kept fresher? Or did it matter since they were dried? Or would they last practically forever? He had no idea. Regardless, surely rain would be bad for the dried plants if they encountered any, right? No one, save the blacksmith and his family, reacted much to Benton sweeping the herbs into his ring, and the kids sure did appreciate the extra room to squirm. Near the middle of the day, Shillong reached Minor Realm 3 and was able to consolidate his gains by the time the caravan stopped for the night. His success brought Benton to 45 sect points and forced him to make a decision. Because he'd really liked collaborating with the council he'd formed from his most talented disciples, he brought them together again, along with a few others. In addition to Yang Shu, Yang Ru, Zhou Tian, and Shilong, he asked Ye Zan, Ho Yazhu, and Shun Wu to join him in the woods for a meeting. When it comes to sect business, Benton told the group after they'd all seated themselves in a circle around a chi orb, I am the ultimate decision-maker. No man, not even one with my experience, knows everything, though, and each of you certainly has a perspective that I don't. From here on out, when possible, I'll include the 7 of you in my decision-making process. Ye Zan and Ho Yazhu looked at each other, clearly wondering why they had been included. Talent is important to my sect, just like it is any other sect, Benton said. But we need leaders, too. Both of you have shown yourselves to be capable at keeping the caravan moving forward. You've earned your place in this circle. Note that Wan Ai and Mistress Zhang, who will be a normal part of this council, are absent, being still in the village. Benton really wanted to ask someone to read the minutes from the last meeting, but nobody would have gotten the humor of referencing such official proceedings in such a non-official environment. And that was just a darn shame. There was nothing in the world worse than coming up with an amusing aside and having no one to share it with. When Yang Shu and Yang Ru reached Minor Realm 3, I gave them each a pill. Benton pulled one from his ring. This is a chi condensing pill. Consuming one will allow a cultivator in the chi gathering realm to advance a minor realm or more, especially when taken early. Minor Realm 3, as it turns out, is the perfect time to take one. Shilong looked excited, understanding at once what Benton was saying. These pills are somewhat rare, and I doubt I would have been able to find as many excellent examples as I did had I not become a friend of the sect with the best alchemists in 6th Flawless Flowing City. Even with that benefit, I was only able to acquire 6 I felt were high enough quality to use. Which leads us to the decisions I must make, and the reason we're sitting out here in the forest right now. He could tell that each of them understood the question, who got the pills? Before we get to that discussion, there are 3 facts that you need to know, Benton said. 1. Pill toxicity is a bad thing. Every pill that you take between now and the time you reach nascent soul will leave tiny traces of toxicity in your body. Some of this will be expelled when you reach Foundation Establishment and Golden Core, but not all. If too much toxicity builds up, the act of cultivation will begin to burn up your meridians and your pathways, ending your advancement forever. 2. The pills I gave the twins were much, much higher quality than these, containing enough chi to advance them a full minor realm and a half, and being 100% pure. 3. I might or might not be able to obtain more of the perfect pills after we reach the village. Everyone took a moment to digest what he said. Are the pills you have now dangerous, Master? Yang Shu said. These aren't actually too bad, ranging from 97 to 99% purity. That number means that 1 to 3% of the pill, depending on which one you take, possibly contains toxins. The actual amount is usually far less, but the higher the impurity, the more likely it is that it has a higher concentration of toxins. Consuming 3 pills of this purity per major realm should be absolutely safe, but any quantity over that amount increases your chance of having problems, as does taking higher toxicity pills. Note, though, that I didn't say you could consume 3 chi condensing pills per major realm. I said 3 pills, of any type. If you've taken 3 chi condensing pills, which is a bad idea anyway, and then have an injury that requires a healing pill, that's a huge risk. He met the eyes of each person in the circle. And never, ever take a pill if you don't know the purity,
unless your life literally depends on it. If this lowly one were offered a pill, this lowly one's preference would be to take it now, Master, Shillong said. Which brings us back to who should be offered the pills, Benton said. Let's go around the circle in order of becoming my disciple. I think all 5 disciples in this circle, not counting Yang Ru or myself, should have them, Master, Yang Shu, the first official disciple, said. Really? Benton said. Even Ye Zan and Ho Yaju, who would be considered no more than gutter trash by any other sect? You'd waste a valuable, limited resource on them? If Yang Shu had been a teenager on Earth, Benton was sure she would have rolled her eyes. My sect values leaders, Master. To raise up a cultivator who has that intrinsic talent is not a waste. Benton laughed. Well said. But who gets the last one? Yang Shu looked conflicted. Save it for one eye, just in case Master can't get any more of the good stuff. Okay. Next? Yang Ru grunted. 2 votes for giving out pills to the 5 here and saving the last one till we get back to the village. Next? Some of the newer members looked confused at Benton's interpretation of Yang Ru's grunt, but it really was like, I am Groot. Once you got to know the kid, you could totally figure out what he meant. And if you interpreted him wrong, he'd let you know. Probably with another grunt, but still. This one thinks Master should give it only to Master's best talents, Shilong and Shunwu, Zhou Tian said. Save the rest, just in case it's a long time until Master can get more. Want to defend your point of view? Benton said. What is best for the sect is best for each of us individually, Master. Giving the best resources to the best talents will result in a stronger sect. That is a very conservative viewpoint, but I can't say you're wrong. Next. This lowly one very much wants a pill, Master, Shilong said. So this lowly one cannot be objective. Who says I value objectivity? Besides, in both cases put forth so far, you'd get a pill. In that case, this lowly one would feel bad if the rest of my fellow disciples in the circle didn't receive one, Master. This lowly one chooses to vote with senior sister and senior brother. Understood, Benton said. Next. This one doesn't want to appear greedy by saying give the pills to all of us, Master, Ye Zan said. But this one also doesn't want to appear to be currying favor by voting to save them. The whole point of this council is for me to hear honest opinions from each of you. Obviously, trust like that has to be earned, but my goal is for all of you to become comfortable speaking your minds, and for none of you to hold opinions voiced here against the speaker. Ye Zan still looked conflicted, and Benton could understand the issue. For Ye Zan's entire life, he'd had no standing, no right to an opinion or a voice. All of a sudden, he was not only elevated to being a cultivator, but was being asked to give advice to his master when he was in the lowest tier of the disciples. If this one must be completely open and honest, this one has to vote with Zhou Tian, Master. It's simply the most logical choice. Thank you for making your voice heard. Next. This one votes with senior sister, Master, Ho Yaju said. And your reasoning? It's the only one of the choices that allows this one to get a pill, Master. Benton chuckled. Fair enough. Last but not least. This one can't help but notice that some disciples are more casual than others, Master. It's difficult for this newcomer to understand the correct form of address. Whatever makes you feel comfortable, really. The whole not using personal pronouns thing makes sentences tedious, but I get that some of you aren't ready to be that casual yet. I really don't care, truthfully. Though the twins tend to get a mite upset if there's any outright disrespect.
They both nodded their heads, vigorously.
Well then, Master, if you truly don't mind, I'll talk plainly.
Benton nodded.
Continue. I hated it when I had something special like a bite of sweet cake and had to choose one of my children to give it to. And it seems like this is a similar situation. I always wanted to treat them as equally as possible, so my choice would be not to give the pills to anyone. Maybe save them for the sect store to be bought with contribution points or something. Great point. That's an option I hadn't even considered, and exactly why we're having these discussions. Does that mean my idea wins, Master? Young Shu said. It had the most votes. Fortunately or unfortunately, this is not a democracy. Let me take a moment to consider before I make my decision.
Chapter 70. Games cultivators play.
Benton really liked the whole Knights of the Round Table thing he had going on, even if there was a clear king instead of everyone actually being equal. Lips were certainly loosening, and the disciples were starting to feel more comfortable around him and around each other. That result was a win in and of itself. But he still had a decision to make. Each of you made really good points, Benton said. Zhoutian, I always like hearing your thought process. You never disappoint. And Yedzan, you struggled to voice your opinion, so I appreciate your bravery. Xuanwu, that was an interesting choice, one I hadn't considered. Thank you for that. In the end, though, there are considerations most of you don't know. It is my belief that getting more people to advance as fast as possible is the best thing for the sect. To that end, I'll be distributing the 5 pills to the people around this circle as discussed, and give the final pill to the first person among the other disciples who reaches Minor Realm 3. Benton studied each person carefully. No one seemed upset at all about him overriding all of them to make his decision. If he would have pulled something like that back on Earth, he guaranteed someone in the group would have been upset. Next topic. I introduced the twins to their weapons upon reaching Minor Realm 2. For the rest of you, I'm going to wait until Minor Realm 3. 4 for those taking pills. In retrospect, I think that the small amount of practice you'd get in that interim period isn't worth the effort compared to how much easier it is to learn weapons with your stronger body, higher stamina, and bigger chi pool at the higher minor realm. All that to say, Shilong, it's time to pick a weapon. Benton pulled both a spear and a bow from his ring. Both were relatively poor quality weapons compared to the red spears or what the twins used, but they should serve fine for training. From Shilong's expression, the former weapon shop attendant knew exactly how inferior the equipment was. This is temporary, Benton said. No reason to give a fresh trainee a great weapon. In fact, I plan to give every spear-wielding sect member one of the Orange Vigor Spiritwood spears once they reach Foundation establishment. Shilong frowned. Come on, the equipment isn't that bad. Please excuse this lowly one, Master, but what if this lowly one wanted to pursue a different weapon? Having to create a new technique definitely wasn't optimal, as the spear and bow techniques were sunk costs, and every sect member that learned either weapon returned pure profit. The least Benton could do was hear the kid out, though. He gestured for him to continue. This lowly one was thinking that using the hammer as a weapon might complement this lowly one's blacksmithing? Interesting point. In Sue's memories, the blacksmiths in his sect didn't actually fight much, if at all, so he wasn't sure what weapon they used. Unfortunately, with only 36 current disciples, Benton didn't have the luxury of sparing anyone from combat training. He turned to Xuanwu and raised his eyebrows. I don't know, Master. I've never trained with a weapon, but it makes sense in theory.
Swinging at a person and swinging at an anvil probably uses the same muscles and takes similar skills as far as accuracy and strength. Well, that argument made way too much sense, unfortunately. Benton had no desire to force everyone to use either a bow and slash or a spear. The downside was spending more points, though. He certainly didn't feel flush with system resources by any means, but he had a lot of points coming in and more on the horizon. Certainly, some could be spared for what he suspected would be a benefit in the long run.
The question was to spend 3, to make an individual technique for Shillong, 8, to make a technique for all fire users, since Shunwu was also one, or 10, so anyone could use it. Benton made a snap decision. If the hammer worked for Shillong as expected, he'd encourage all blacksmiths to use one. But since blacksmiths were only slightly less likely to have metal roots instead of fire, it made sense to create a universal technique. The system was the ultimate cheat, though, and Benton was able to tell it to create a technique that improved all hammer use, bettering its users both at the forge and on the battlefield. Fine, a hammer technique it is. Benton handed the boy a jade slip with "Hammer Time, Break It Down" on it. Another joke no one would ever get. He sighed, and he'd been so excited to go over 40 points once again, only to see the total drop back down to 35. Ugh. He felt like he'd done the right thing, though. And hey, he only needed 3 blacksmiths to master the technique to make a profit. Benton sighed again. He did get 2 of those points back the next day when Shillong reached Minor Realm 4 with the aid of the Qi condensing pill and small success with the technique. Learning a technique for a weapon one already had experience with sped the process greatly. Benton and twins began taking turns teaching Shillong to internally manipulate his qi by taking him on runs through the woods, often having to sprint long distances to catch up with the caravan. 3 days later, Zhou reached Minor Realm 3, triggering a whole new round of decisions for Benton. No counsel that time, though, as he felt decisions that solely affected an individual were best dealt with between him and that disciple. "Is it time for this one to choose a weapon, Master?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out. On one hand, I need everyone to be able to fight, but on the other, I need you to be a scout." Sticking a bow or spear or anything else in your hand isn't nearly as valuable as you being able to use your natural talents. So maybe our best bet is to give you a shadow technique to begin with. That sounds logical, Master. Benton thought about it for a moment, and the more he considered the idea, the more he liked it, especially when he remembered the game he'd previously imagined using as a training method. There were a lot of different kinds of techniques, and Qi aspect played into each of them differently. One type was techniques that purely improved knowledge, such as herbology. The technique would teach a disciple a lot about herbs, including how to care for them, recognize them, and harvest them. Qi aspect didn't flavor such an aspect much. Whether you had fire or ice aspected Qi didn't impact your knowledge of herbs, especially in the Qi gathering realm, where one couldn't manipulate Qi outside their bodies. Similar to knowledge-based techniques were martial techniques. In the Foundation Establishment realm, a sword technique for fire-aspected cultivators differed greatly from one for those whose aspect was ice. But again, in the Qi gathering realm, such differences mattered a lot less, though some advantages could potentially be gained, depending on the cultivator and the weapon. A technique like the one Benton was considering for Zhou Tian was a different matter. He had the ability to externally manifest his qi and needed a technique to strengthen that ability and guide him in its use. And that technique had to be incredibly specific to shadow qi. Thus, whether or not to make the technique widely or narrowly applicable was a no-brainer. Benton was quite interested to see how good the kid's aspect could manifest when he had a technique literally attuned specifically to him. After using yet another 3 sect points, Benton presented Zhou Tian with hide presence. At least the return on investment would be much quicker than with hammer time.
The next day, Zhou Tian reached Minor Realm 4, and the day after that achieved small success with his technique, which was also phenomenally quick. Benton attributed the speed of the advancement to the boy's natural chi manifestation. As soon as Benton got that notification, he called both the boy and Yang Shu to him. "Have either of you ever heard of a game called hide and seek?" They both shook their heads. "It's a simple children's game. One kid is the seeker and waits while all the other kids hide. The seeker then has to find the hiders. See? Simple." Both disciples understood immediately. Remember, the idea isn't to win the game. It's to improve your technique. Zhou Tian, if you are able to hide your presence so well that Yang Shu can't find you, you should narrow the area you hide in until she can. Yang Shu, if you're finding him easily, tell him how, be it smell or sound or footprints or whatever, so he can work on minimizing that aspect of his trail or presence. Understood? Yes, Master. It wasn't quite the in-unison chorus of the twins, but it was close. Excellent. Get to it. Things were going great. Once Shilong got a little bit better at his internal chi manipulation, it would be time for him to start sparring, both with the guards who were the best with their spears, and with Yang Ru. Or maybe just with the guards until he advanced his technique a little better. Yang Ru wasn't well known for his restraint, which mattered a lot more with a low-realm chi-gathering cultivator than with his similarly advanced sister or Benton. And he needed to balance Zhou Tian's hide-and-seek training with the same internal chi manipulation lessons the others got. Lots to do. Lots to do. Which was so much better than boredom. Almost out of habit by that point, he pulled up his status. Section name, Not Chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 36. Sect points, 37. Shop points, 40. Host cultivation. Foundation establishment, Minor Realm 1. Chi available, 1,110. Host body cultivation, Bronze, Minor Realm 2. Host techniques, Analysis, large success. Basic archery, large success. Basic spear combat, large success. Pill basics, large. Success menus, cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement. Shop, locked. Considering he'd just used 13 sect points on techniques he hadn't planned on spending, 37 wasn't a horrendous number. And bonus, he'd reached his 200th point earned, which meant he'd made 5 since he'd borrowed 6 from himself. Only 10 more sect points to go until he was out of the hole. The 40 shop points wasn't bad either. Maybe. Actually, he had no idea. 1 point might be enough for 1 pill or a dozen heaven-shattering weapons. Unlocking the shop was another reason he couldn't wait to found his sect. Of course, his favorite part of his status was the number of disciples. He'd went from 14 to 36 in a quite short amount of time. And the caravan was approaching Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town. If he could just pick up another 14 disciples there, he didn't even care about talent level at all, just seeing that number go up. And 50 was so nice and even. Benton sighed as he continued counting unhatched chickens, his new favorite game. Chapter 71. Home Alone. The next 6 days passed with excruciating slowness for Benton. Creak, creak, creak went the wheels, followed by another creak, 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 and another creak, creak,
creak. Endless, endless creaks. He missed cars and buses and trains and planes, and literally any mode of transportation that moved faster than an oxen-driven wagon on a rutted dirt path, especially ones that didn't creak. The only possible thing worse than how slowly it took to get from place to place when moving at mortal speeds was the negligible amount of entertainment offerings. One would have thought that cultivators, some thousands of years old, would have created some form of mobile television or something with chi, but they didn't even really read novels. Cultivation took up all their time. Ugh. Worse, in those 6 days, he'd only gained 2 measly sect points, those from Xunwu's wife and son reaching the second minor realm, bringing Benton to 39. He needed more recruits. Luckily, they'd be at Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town in 4 more days, and hopefully he'd find new disciples there. Thinking about that eventuality, however, made Benton realize some of the problems with such recruitment. For example, the town had a bad reputation for lawlessness, and there might be rogue cultivators in the town left over from when the Righteous Rain sect ran things. He wanted to get his disciples in and out of there as quickly as possible to avoid danger. Recruitment, on the other hand, took time. You couldn't just snatch people and drag them into your wagon as you passed. Well, he could. If there weren't any powerful cultivators around, no one could stop him. Still, he wasn't quite that desperate for recruits yet. No, he'd need to find an orphanage and make an offer somehow without sounding like a creep. And he felt bad about using kids young enough to still be in an orphanage for martial pursuits, so it would be nice if he could grab a street gang or 2 as well. Most of the young people engaged in those types of activities had been driven to it by hunger and desperation. He doubted they were beyond redemption. He also needed to think about what his sect needed to run efficiently. For example, there would surely be a cafeteria at some point, so he'd need a cook, or more likely cooks, for that work. Maybe that was a day 2 issue, however. With 36 people, tasks like cooking could be delegated as a rotating duty instead of requiring a dedicated person. Still, Benton couldn't put off filling all positions on that basis. The fewer openings he started with, the easier it would be to focus on what he needed next. He resolved to keep his eyes open for opportunities to put people in needed roles. With his desire to spend time in the town firming, the beginnings of a plan stirred in his mind. One that would coincidentally get him off that stupid, creaking wagon. As far as he could determine, the caravan traveled about 20 miles a day, and they'd left the little village where they'd found Xunwu 10 days ago, so about 200 miles. The first part of Benton's plan required him to make double darn sure that no cultivators were following them, and he figured going about halfway back to that village would be about far enough. On Earth, the fastest man alive ran a bit under 30 miles per hour, but that speed was maintained only for relatively short sprints. Benton figured he could do much better, probably around 50 miles per hour, and keep up that pace for most of a day. So, 2 hours there, 2 hours back. A short while later, young Shu and Zhou Tian returned to the wagons from training in the woods, and Benton called them over to him. "I'm going to run back a ways to make sure we're not being tailed. Should take me about 4 hours. You 2 stick close to the wagons, and when young Ru gets back from his hunt, have him do the same." "Yes, master." Hey, their answers were getting more in sync. With that, Benton took off, smoothly accelerating away from the caravan and reaching speeds that would have required a car back on Earth. It was the first time he'd truly stretched his legs and let loose since reaching Foundation establishment. It was liberating. It was fun. It also didn't take much of his attention. His mind had advanced just as his body had, and processing all the inputs from his enhanced velocity felt completely natural. His feet found sure purchase with every step, despite the ruts dotting the path.
That ease allowed him to concentrate almost fully on his spiritual sense, and it picked up nothing. Not a cultivator, not a spiritual beast, nada, nil, bupkis. If the sects had sent anyone else after them, either they could somehow hide from his spiritual sense in a way no one and nothing else had been able to, or whoever they sent were mortals. His disciples could handle mortals. When he'd reached a pond he remembered seeing on the 5th day after leaving the village, he turned back toward the caravan. As little of consequence happened on his return to the wagons as had happened on the way to the pond. That evening, he again called his council into the woods. "I have 2 conflicting desires," Benton said. "First, I want to get the entire caravan through Vermilion Incomparable Raintown as fast as possible. I want to avoid any trouble with gangs or cultivators or anyone else, and the best way to minimize trouble is to minimize our time spent there. Second, I have business I need to attend to there. The sect needs more recruits from outside the prosperous Grey Forest village, and a deteriorating, lawless town sounds like a great place to pick up some new people. The sect also needs building materials.
Obviously, we have the Orange Vigor spirit wood, and there's plenty of rock and timber near the village that we can collect.
I was wondering, though, if anything is left of the Righteous Rain sect. I know the place has probably been deserted for 20 years, but if I can scavenge or purchase cultivator-ranked materials there, that would give our sect a great start. And honestly, I'd like to find out more about what actually happened to the sect, to find out if it's something we need to be concerned about." "Obviously," Benton continued, "there's a simple solution. I run ahead of the wagon train." "Master should go ahead and leave us," Zhou Tian said. "I agree," Yang Shu said. "What if you're attacked while I'm away? I'm putting you in danger." Benton met Xun Wu's eyes. "I'm putting your kids in danger." The man scoffed. "What danger? The most alarming thing I've seen is that bear Yang Ru killed, and it was dead before it got within a mile of us. We'll be fine." "Master," Yezan said, "we'll reach the town in less than 3 days of travel. Between my guards and senior brother and sister, I can't imagine anything that could challenge us." Once again, Benton felt that he had the best disciples. They were completely right. He was being too much of a worrywart. The twins were in the 7th minor realm and had more chi available than most cultivators at the peak, and were highly trained with their weapons to boot. As long as a foundation establishment cultivator didn't show up, Benton felt good about their chances against any foe. And if any calamity that couldn't be solved by killing occurred, they had Ye Zan, who was a competent mercenary leader with more than a little real-world experience, and Xun Wu, who was an actual adult who had raised children. They'd be fine. They also had plenty of provisions, including hardtack to eat for lunch and water to drink. To the best of Benton's ability, he'd tried to detect any cultivators anywhere nearby, and hadn't. Not only that, but he'd turn back if he detected any between the caravan and the town, a distance he could traverse in less than an hour and a half. He couldn't reasonably think of a likely threat to the group. His lack of imagination didn't mean he felt good about it. If only they all had cell phones, he'd feel as at ease with the situation as the first time he and Evelyn had left their oldest home alone when going on a date night. Meaning, not at all. "How about this?" Benton said. "I'll run to the town in the morning and run back to spend the evenings and nights with the caravan." "If that's what you want to do, Master, but I don't think it's necessary." Yang Shu was actually looking a bit upset. Benton understood her pique. He'd raised teenagers. They felt themselves ready for anything the world could throw at them and didn't react kindly to being protected from it. Parents had to walk a fine line between letting them spread their wings and keeping them safe. Those kinds of decisions were the hardest to make. "Okay," Benton said. "You've convinced me. I'll leave right after breakfast in the morning. See you in a few days."
Chapter 72. A friend parting at speed is a friend indeed. Young Shu crept through the forest, all her enhanced senses alert. Everything her eyes saw in the early morning light was exactly as it should be. None of the shadows were just a little too big. The bulge on the back side of that tree was just a knot, not a small person trying to conceal himself behind it. Nothing was out of place. Her ears filtered out the birdsong and leaves rustling in the wind, and even 3 squirrels dashing through leaves 100 yards away. She didn't hear any of the sounds she wanted, though. Breathing, cloth rubbing together, wind whistling strangely around a body. Neither did her nose pick up the scent of a human, not the slightest whiff of sweat or body odor. And if taste or touch could help her find Zhou Qian, she had no idea how to accomplish such a feat. She was close to calling the game when he quietly stepped out from behind her. That was unexpected. There was no reason to give up when he clearly had her beat. He put a finger to his lips before motioning for her to follow. They moved silently east for several hundred yards before a smell hit her. A man who had not experienced the cleansing power of soap in weeks, maybe months. Zhou Qian stopped and pointed, but she had already spotted him. The man was older, well above 30, and rough-looking, with a gnarled beard and wearing torn and stained clothes. And he held a sword. A peasant holding a noble's weapon was unusual. Very unusual. Only one type of person could possibly fit the picture her mind was painting. A bandit. Yang Shu shared a glance with Zhou Qian. The boy wasn't as adept at reading her questions as her brother or master, but with familiarity of being together nearly constantly for days on end, he was picking up the skill. Zhou Qian pointed past the man and held up 8 fingers. Then he pointed south and flashed his 10 fingers 5 times before shrugging. A camp. At least 50 men, but probably more.
And these 8 were out doing something. Scouting, hunting. It didn't matter. They needed to get back to the caravan and report. It could barely be called mid-morning when Benton reached Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, and it only took him that long because he'd slowed to a regular walking speed when he'd started encountering people on the road. Not that there were many, mainly farmers from outside the walls dragging handcarts of produce to the market. Most of them looked ragged, poor, as if everyone had fallen on hard times. They resembled the citizens of prosperous Grey Forest village in a way, but only more so. Skinnier, sadder, clothes more torn. Nothing was patched. They looked worn down by life. There was a malaise about them. If the population Benton had seen so far was indicative of the state of the town, it was failing, and failing fast. When the righteous rain sect had fallen, the village had been devastated, because there were no longer any cultivators culling the spirit beasts. But Benton sensed none of the creatures anywhere near the town. Obviously, losing the sect would have been a huge blow to the local economy, but why had things gotten so bad? There was only one explanation that fit the bill: incompetent or corrupt management. Or both. Benton couldn't help but feel for the kids raised in such a wretched town. But he was already trying to save the villagers. He wasn't in a position to help all the children in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, too. Not yet. But hopefully, he could get some of them out of the miserable place. First, he needed to get a better feel for what was going on. He extended his spiritual sense over the entire area. There were 5 cultivators in the town, 1 near the center and the others to the northeast. Benton wasn't even able to speculate on what that quantity meant. Were they wandering cultivators? Representatives from the 3 sects? Cultivators trying to fill the void left by the righteous rain sect? Who knew? He strolled up to the gate. There was no line. No one else was entering. Two rough-looking men in dirty clothes that in no way resembled uniforms accosted him. The only thing that made them look even a little officious were the swords at their respective hips, though the rust on the metal guard and ratty appearance of the sheaths did more to harm the image than enhance it. "Tax of 1 silver dander," one of them said. "Yeah, right. Pull the other one," Benton said. Both their hands went to the hilts of their swords. "If either of you pulls one of those things out of its sheath," Benton said, "it will be the last thing either of you ever does." Both of them tensed. "Are you both stupid?" Benton said. "Do you see these robes? I'm not a monk." "Anyone can pretend to be a cultivator. Don't mean they are one." He pulled his spear from his spatial ring. "Can just anyone do that?" They whispered to each other, but his new Foundation establishment body came with all the best features included, like top-of-the-line hearing, which was really annoying when sitting above creaking wheels all day, every day. But for listening in on hushed conversations, it was top-notch. "That ring is valuable. Think we can take it?" Thug 1 said. "Are you crazy? You have to be high-ranked to use one of them rings. Means he's high realm like the town lord. Besides, you couldn't do nothing with it no way." Those guys weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. "Who is this town lord you're talking about?" Benton said. The first one looked shocked that Benton had heard them talking, but the second, the one with 2 brain cells to rub together at least, nodded appraisingly. "He's a mighty cultivator," Thug 2 said. "Not gutter trash like you." Benton didn't understand what the thug was trying to accomplish with that comment. If Benton had been a normal cultivator, both of the thugs would have been dead by now after issuing such an insult. Even he had to repress instincts he didn't know he had when a mortal called him gutter trash. In fact, Benton decided there was no reason to fully push down that impulse. He reached out, quick as a lightning strike, and lightly slapped Thug 2. Lightly, for a cultivator, that was. The man's head snapped around, and he flew several feet before sliding to a stop. There were only a couple of realistic options Benton could think of for a mortal to be so insulting to a cultivator. Either the thugs were just that stupid, or they felt like their position protected them enough that they could run their mouths off with impunity. Probably both. On the other hand, Thug 2's response had contained an interesting tidbit. Only sect members tended to refer to other cultivators as gutter trash, which meant that whoever he'd heard the phrase from was probably in a sect. Ergo, "Is the town lord in a sect? Which one?" Benton said. Thug 1 went from being completely at ease to being visibly terrified. "Righteous reign, and if you touch us, they'll come down on you. Hard." Benton frowned. "But I heard they're all dead." "Those are vicious lies told by their enemies." Clearly, talking to those two, well, one, because the other was now unconscious, wasn't going to get Benton anywhere, and he considered just ignoring them and going about his business. The only thing that stopped him was the fact that he was about to establish a sect near the town, and he wanted his sect to last, meaning he needed a good foundation. And part of building a solid base was gaining an understanding of what was happening in literally the nearest settlement to him. His only concern was that he didn't know what he was walking into, or if he'd be able to bluff the town lord like he had the Poison Claw sect. He nearly slapped his forehead at the thought. Of course! He was an idiot. Someone was claiming to be a town lord, and that person had probably been a sect member. There was no way the 3 sects in 6th Flawless Flowing City didn't know about the person, meaning the person was acting with their tacit approval. There was no way any sane town lord, then, would do anything to upset the 3 sects, up to and including handling a friend of one of those very 3 sects as anything less than a special guest. Even if the town lord were hostile toward Benton, the pin he wore on his robe, combined with his cultivation being hidden from spiritual senses, would surely make the town lord take a step back to consider how to proceed. Honestly, Benton doubted a golden core cultivator was holed up in a fly speck like the vermilion incomparable Rain Town anyway. At best, the town lord was probably at Foundation Establishment, which just wasn't a level that Benton feared since he'd advanced. If Benton couldn't talk his way out, he could always retreat. Or fight. With any luck, the town lord would even be friendly, and trade relations could be set up between the town and the village. "How about this?" Benton said. "If you take me to the town lord, I'll give you a silver tael. I'll even throw one in for your friend, even though he's lying down on the job." The thug may have been stupid, but at least he was greedy. 2 taels were more than enough to get Benton an escort to the town lord's mansion, located at the center of the town. He idly wondered if Thug 1 would actually give the other one to Thug 2. Somehow, Benton doubted it. He was wary when he stepped inside, but the fact that there was only one cultivator present buoyed his courage. That and the pin worn on his left breast. And the 39 sect points he had available. It would only take 20 points to catapult him to Golden Core, leaving him plenty to add minor realms or techniques at a moment's notice. When he saw the town lord, though, Benton was pretty sure he wasn't going to need any of that. He'd read the term fatty in a cultivation story before, but he hadn't understood until he saw the guy. The dude belonged on one of those trashy reality shows about people who needed a crane to be removed from their house. Benton didn't know if the guy could even stand, much less fight. If a collared girl in a metal bikini were placed at his feet, she wouldn't look out of place. Wow. Just wow. Benton had no other words. He scanned the town lord. Affiliation: Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town. Age: 35. Cultivation: Foundation. Establishment: Minor Realm. 9 chi available. Techniques: Spiritual Roots, C chi. Aspect: Ever-hungry consumer of all. Yikes! No wonder the guy had a weight problem. His chi aspect was literally gluttony. How did that even work? From Sue's memories, guys like that should not be underestimated. The fat wasn't just there as a result of them overeating. It was a form of stored energy that could be directly used to shield them, or for great offensive outbursts. As Benton was finishing reading the status, the huge guy noticed him, looking a little apprehensive. Benton cupped his hands. "Salutations! This one greets the esteemed town lord. This one is called Chao Su." The town lord beamed. "Greetings, Honorable Chao Su, esteemed friend of the mighty Poison Claw sect. Has the esteemed friend come from the city?" "This one has, esteemed town lord." They exchanged pleasantries for a while, and the town lord introduced himself as Fatty Wren. Yeah, he literally called himself Fatty. Where Benton was from, calling someone fat was fighting words. Culture in a cultivation world was definitely different. It turned out that the town lord had been in 6th Flawless Flowing City when the Righteous Rain sect was destroyed. He'd rushed back as fast as he could, given his girth, but the fighting was long over by the time he made it to the town. Since then, he'd done his best to re-establish what he could of the sect, managing to find 4 outer sect chi-gathering members, and, with the blessing of the big 3 sects, tried to maintain order. Benton offered him some of the street vendor food from his ring, and Fatty Wren was very thankful. Then, Benton offered to leave him the meat from a couple of spirit beasts to have his servants cook, and Fatty Wren became his best friend for life. "So, Fatty Wren, what exactly happened to the sect anyway?" Benton said. "We don't know for sure, friend Sue. The attack happened in the middle of the night and was over in a matter of hours. Very few sect members who were present at the time were known to have escaped.
The 4 chi-gathering brothers and sister are the only ones I've found, but they didn't see anything as the building they were in exploded before they could be roused. They know only that their lives were saved by an elder evacuating them. After, he woke them and directed them to run off and hide. I've been trying to track other sect members down, but they are difficult to find. Frankly, I'm running low on funds. Benton couldn't imagine what just the food budget for Fatty Run was, so he could well understand the town lord running out of money. Was there any description of the intruders who attacked your sect? Benton said. A few mortals saw figures dressed in black, but that doesn't really tell me anything. Many sects who want to hide their identities would wear black for a night ambush. I see. And I'm assuming you have no leads on them? Sorry, I've tried. And the sects in 6th Flawless Flowing City have promised me all the aid I need if I find them. They disappeared without a trace, though. Both the Righteous Rain sect and the Flowing Tiger sect were ambushed at night by cultivators dressed in black and were wiped out nearly to a man. Benton's guess was that the same demonic cultivators were behind both attacks, though they were 20 years apart, but he hadn't heard enough facts from Fatty Wren to definitively draw that conclusion. Understood, Benton said. Well, thanks for indulging my curiosity. No problem, friend Sue. How long are you in town? Fatty Wren genuinely seemed like a nice guy, if a bit incompetent. So Benton explained about the caravan and that they were on a mission of mercy to the prosperous Gray Forest village. Say, you said you were low on funds, right? Fatty Wren nodded. Do you happen to own the sect lands as town lord and highest surviving member of the Righteous Rain sect? I do. Are you interested in purchasing those lands? Fatty Wren frowned. A friendly cultivator who gave you food was great when he was just passing through town. One who intended to stay became a potential rival. It was best for Benton to make it clear that he would be departing at speed as soon as he could. No, I've already decided on hanging out near the village for a while, though I would be open to visiting just to keep on friendly terms. Maybe bring some dinner with me. That would be most appreciated, friend Sue. Back to the topic, though. I'm not interested in the lands. But let me ask, what shape are the buildings in? Chapter 73. The system isn't just a cheat. It's broken. Benton needed to know what shape the old sect buildings were in before he considered how much to pay for them, and Fatty Wren simply didn't know, having not been out to the site in years. Thus, Benton insisted on seeing the Righteous Rain sect grounds before even mentioning a possible price. He and Fatty Wren did agree in principle that Benton could take whatever he could carry out. So, Benton jogged toward the sect grounds. Not ran, jogged, at a nice, slow 25 miles per hour or so, because he wanted time to think. It would be easy enough for him to rob the town lord blind. His ring had a total volume equal to about the size of the interior of a football stadium, and one of the larger ones at that. Many buildings could be contained inside the volume of a stadium, but considering how spatial rings actually worked, even more would fit. When Benton thought about a storage space, he tended to envision something like a box in the shape of a cube, say 27 cubic feet in volume, meaning it was 3 feet wide by 3 feet tall by 3 feet deep. Logically, if he wanted to fill that box with widgets that were cubes 1 cubic foot in volume, he'd be able to fit 9 widgets placed into the shape of a square 3 units wide by 3 units long on the bottom of the cube. 2 identical squares could then be added on top of that layer, equaling 27 widgets. Simple. If he wanted to put, say, a stick in that storage space, the longest that would fit would have a length of 3 times the square root of 3 feet. Anything longer wouldn't fit. In actuality, spatial rings didn't work like that at all.
There was no box. Any empty or void space placed inside did not take up any volume.
Assuming the same 27 cubic foot space, you could still fit exactly 27 solid 1-foot cubes in the space. But if the cubes were empty, the number you could fit inside would be higher, the actual amount dependent on the volume of the material that made up the cube. So, if the material making up each of the 1-foot cubes only took up half a cubic foot, he could actually fit 54 of them in the storage space, even though, from looking at the 2 widget cubes, they appeared to take up the same volume. That method meant he could easily place an 8-foot spear in his hypothetical 27 cubic foot storage space, because the spear's length literally didn't matter, only its volume. It was kind of trippy to think about, but it gave him a lot more space than he would have otherwise had. If he dropped a house inside, the living space inside didn't count against his total. All that to say that he could fit a lot of buildings inside his spatial ring, even with all the other crap that was starting to accumulate in there. Even if the sect grounds were as big as the Flowing Tiger sect was in Sue's memories, Benton could still take a significant portion of the buildings, which would be great for the sect he was founding, but less great for any kind of future business relationship with Fatty Wren. How scrupulous to be with the deal wasn't something Benton could decide without more facts. He needed to weigh the needs of the present versus the long term, and he needed to see how reasonable Fatty Wren would be. First, though, Benton had to find out exactly what was available. From eavesdropping on Guang Yin and the mayor back in prosperous Gray Forest Village, Benton knew the Righteous Rain sect was destroyed roughly 20 years ago, and he suspected that the place might have sat abandoned for all that time. Nature can reclaim spaces in a startlingly low number of years. It was possible he would find that trees and vines had basically destroyed all the buildings, meaning that all the intrigue and meeting the town lord had been for nothing. When he reached the grounds, though, they looked immaculate. The gate had no rust and swung open at a touch with not so much as a squeak in protest. Cobblestone paths were perfectly preserved. Grass grew to a uniform 3 inches. As he walked further in, every house he saw was the same. It looked like the world's most anal-retentive HOA ran the place. Each structure was painted a shade of blue, as befitted a water sect, and, coincidentally, Benton's color preference. Each one was in perfect repair. Until he reached even further in. Signs of a battle started to show. A pole with a chunk cut out here. A hole in a wall there. Houses completely demolished. Burn marks. Some of the buildings were in shambles, but most, weren't. Benton rubbed his hands greedily. He could literally plop a building he needed into his ring and place it on the ground when he claimed land for his sect. At most, he'd need some paint if he wanted his sect not to look exactly like the abandoned one. He walked through a couple of the buildings, a single-family house and a larger multi-tenant facility, and they were basically empty, someone having scavenged everything not nailed down. The structures themselves, though, looked like they'd been built the day before. Intellectually, he had known arrays were both a thing and were powerful. Hell, the Poison Claw sect's arena had proved that. But whatever was keeping these buildings intact was super impressive in a very practical way. Benton whistled as he jogged back to the town. He'd promised to visit Fatty Wren tomorrow around lunch, so he had the rest of the afternoon and evening to get the lay of the land. He started meandering. Shops were deserted and nearly empty of anything to buy. There was some fresh produce, presumably from farms outside of town, but that was it. Very little fabric or alcohol or any other type of trade good. None of the people looked like they could afford it anyway. As he walked,
He scanned everyone he saw. There were a couple in the D range, and even a C-, but their chi aspects didn't interest him enough to pursue recruitment just yet, though he did make a mental note of where he saw them, of course. Finally, though, he walked into a shop that appeared to have once been a general mercantile. Like all the others, there wasn't much available to buy. The shelves had some wood carvings that appeared to be an attempt at art, and some random vegetables. The man behind the counter, an F+, barely even looked up when Benton walked in. Then a kid came out from the back, and that entrance changed everything. Affiliation, incomparable yellow. General mercantile. Age, 12. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, F. Chi aspect, an instant locked in place.
What the what? An instant? Like an instant in time? The supremely untalented child in front of Benton had time-aspected chi. He hadn't even known that was an option. Up until that point, all the personal techniques Benton had gotten from the system hadn't required any specific chi to use. But after seeing the kid, his mind spun with possibilities. System, Benton said internally. What is my chi aspect? Host does not have a chi aspect. That answer was worrying. System, does that mean I can't use techniques that are specific to a particular chi aspect? Host can utilize techniques for all chi aspects. Benton literally had to resist pumping his fists in joy. That feature of the system wasn't just a cheat, it was broken. Fire chi users couldn't suddenly switch from throwing a fireball to creating a wall of ice. A cultivator couldn't call a lightning bolt from the heavens 1 second and bury an opponent in an earth pit the next. Normal cultivators, anyway. Benton's possibilities were limitless. He was going to have so much fun with his new discovery. System, can I make a foundation establishment ranked technique that will allow me to stop time? Stopping time requires too much chi by orders of magnitude for a foundation establishment cultivator. Such a technique could not be used until the nascent soul realm. Host should be able to utilize techniques that speed or slow time in the golden core realm. Okay, he couldn't use it yet, but manipulating time was definitely on the table. He could live with the restriction. System, what techniques can I buy in the foundation establishment realm that use the time aspect? Host can create a technique to view events in the past associated with a place or object. Host can create a technique to step outside of time to view a situation. Host can create a technique to view possible immediate future reactions to an event, etc. Nice. The first example seemed like it would have limited usefulness for his purposes, but the second could be great. In a bad situation, press the stop button for a while to come up with a plan. The third example could be totally broken, depending on how it worked in actuality. Seeing a nearly infinite number of options of what an opponent may do next in combat would not be nearly as useful as seeing the 3 most likely reactions. Even cooler was the fact that, since using the time aspect was definitely possible, space, gravity, and void likely were as well. Benton went through each one of those 3 aspects and independently confirmed with the system that he was able to use them. In the foundation establishment realm, he didn't have enough chi to do anything truly awesome, but it was just a matter of time until he reached higher realms. Forget throwing fireballs. He wanted void bolts. The boy's voice drew Benton from his wool gathering. "Honorable Father, we have a customer, an esteemed cultivator." His tone was urgent. The man looked up, his eyes wide. "Apologies, esteemed cultivator. How may these lowly ones be of service?" Benton introduced himself, and the shopkeeper reciprocated. His name was Peng Zhen,
and his son with the fascinating Qi aspect was Peng Hanying. "I have a few questions, if you don't mind." "Of course, esteemed cultivator. Please ask." "First of all, how did things get so bad in Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town?" Peng Zhen looked around the store, as if seeking anything to get him out of answering the question. "It's okay," Benton said. "You can speak plainly. I certainly won't tell anyone here what you told me." Peng Zhen looked like he swallowed a fly. More accurately, he looked like someone forced to choose between the least bad of two awful options. But finally, he spoke. "It's the town manager, esteemed cultivator." At first, he just skimmed a little off the top of the taxes. But when the town lord appeared not to notice or care, he got more and more bold. Now, every penny goes into the pockets of him or his corrupt enforcers. Benton had thought it would be something like that. "Why haven't you left?" "Sadly, this lowly one has no funds to move and start over." At first, this lowly one used savings to keep the shop open, thinking that things would eventually get better. But it didn't. And now, there is no more money. Perfect. Benton wanted the time-aspected kid. Even though Peng Hanying had ultra-poor spirit roots that wouldn't allow him to advance high enough to actually make use of that powerful aspect, Benton's Pill Basics technique had revealed a possible method to elevate him a tier or two. It was the same desperate, ruinously expensive measure that sect leaders sometimes tried on their own children. But with Benton's expertise, he might be able to minimize risk if the system could provide the right, perfect purity pills at a price he could afford. That was a lot of ifs, but it wasn't like it cost him anything to recruit the family and see if everything would work out. Low risk and high reward. Just the kind of gamble he liked. Besides, he had a thought in mind as for how the father could benefit the sect as well. "If someone offered you a position in a village," Benton said, "would you take it?" Peng Zhen looked skeptical. "It depends on who is making the offer, and what the offer is, esteemed cultivator." "What if the person making the offer is an esteemed cultivator?" Benton grinned. The shopkeeper looked flummoxed, but Peng Hanying chuckled. "Just a little joke," Benton said, before explaining about setting up a sect in the village, including the fact that it was beset by spirit beasts. "In a way, it sounds like a worse situation than here, but I assure you that I and my disciples can handle spirit beasts. I have a real need for a merchant to run the contribution point shop for my new sect." He pulled out a spear, a bow, and a bottle of pills from his ring. "I have a few things like this merchandise to start, and soon my disciples will begin crafting. They'll need a place to sell their wares to their fellow sect members." Peng Zhen was really skeptical. After all, if something sounded too good to be true, it usually was. But between facing slow, inevitable doom in the town, or moving to the village, there was only one path that at least had a bit of daylight at the end. They arranged to meet in the morning, 2 days later, and when Benton left to find an inn, he was feeling really good about the direction his sect was taking. Chapter 74. Severely outnumbered. Benton had a leisurely breakfast in the inn the next morning. His first task of the day was to find an orphanage. With the understanding that he wanted to donate food, the innkeeper had given Benton directions to one, and he didn't want to arrive there too early and disrupt whatever their normal routine was. When he finally made it to the place, it was even worse than he had feared. Kids were running around everywhere. A quick count of those outside yielded 23 kids, mostly old enough to be scanned, in the F range across the board. And there had to be more in the rickety 2-story building, and every one of them he saw was thin. Too thin. He asked one of the kids who ran the place and was told he needed to talk to Mistress Gong. "Is she the only adult here?" Benton said. The kid shrugged. Some of the older ones of us help out. Yikes. Some of his friends back on Earth had ended up with 3 kids, and they'd felt outnumbered even with having 2 adults. Caring for so many by herself must be a nightmare for Mistress Gong. The kid agreed to lead him through the house in return for a copper bit, and Benton passed at least a dozen or more kids, from toddlers ranging up to maybe 8 or 10 years old, using the bedrooms as playgrounds. "Mistress Gong! Mistress Gong!" the kid yelled. "We have a visitor!" Benton heard her mutter, "What now?" before she appeared from a doorway. Ragged was the only way to describe her. She was in at least her late 50s, and her filthy, tattered dress was askew. There was a baby in her arms and a toddler clinging to her right leg, so she had effected a staggered walk to drag the child along with her. Yikes. She showed no emotion at seeing a cultivator in her orphanage. Actually, she showed no reaction at all, simply staring at him silently. "Greetings, esteemed Mistress Gong," Benton said. "I heard you were doing good work here, taking care of orphans, and hoped to make a donation." "Sure. Whatever, I don't know. Leave it downstairs. There's an empty bowl in the kitchen. I'll be down to put it away after finishing changing the babies." Strange. Benton had never seen anyone so worn down by their circumstances that they didn't even seem to care if someone was offering to give them money to help out. "May I ask how so many orphans came to live with you? And how many are you taking care of exactly?" "I don't know. 50? Some of the parents died and some left. Some, who knows?" The tragedy of the place was breaking his heart, and he seriously considered taking all 50 of the orphans with him to the village. There were 2 serious problems with that idea, though. One, he didn't have the infrastructure in place to take care of so many children, even if some of them were nearly adults by society's standards. Of course, he could seek help from the mayor, who surely could arrange babysitting services, as long as Benton was paying for clothing and feeding, and a little extra on top. Unless it was a complete emergency, he thought asking favors before establishing a long-term relationship with the mayor was a bad idea. It gave the village too much leverage in whatever deal they ended up making. 2, a much more pressing reason, the forest near the village was teeming with spirit beasts. Benton felt pretty good about protecting the people in the caravan as it currently was. Almost all of them, after all, were cultivators. The twins were exceptionally capable of hunting beasts, and he had the guard to defend the rest of the group. Adding in 50 kids sounded like a recipe for disaster. All it would take was for a child or 2 to run off into the woods for a potty break, while Benton and the twins were otherwise occupied. Murphy's Law said that event would take place at just the wrong time, and all Benton would find of the kid would be a pair of bloody sandals, if that much. He would not allow that to happen, especially when there was a better alternative. Take a few of the kids with him and get the orphanage some resources so that they could survive until he returned. "Would you accept help if I could hire someone to assist you?" Benton said. "Yeah, fine, whatever." "Okay, I'll see what I can do. I'll be back later." Benton left 1,000 taels in the bowl where Mistress Gong had directed his donation to go, and resolved to come back before lunch to make sure the kids were fed. As he walked out, though, the first thing he noticed was the complete absence of children in sight, which was really weird considering the scene when he'd entered. But the second thing he noticed likely explained the first. 2 men, presumably part of the town enforcers given their resemblance to the men he'd met at the gate, stood fingering the hilts of swords hanging from their waists. He mentally tagged them Thug 3 and Thug 4. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" Benton said. "We heard you came to give the orphanage a donation," Thug 3 said. "That was mighty generous of you." "Thanks? Is that a problem?" Thug 4 was chewing on some kind of stick, and he took it out of his mouth. "Well, yes. See, You didn't pay the donation tax. Donation tax, huh? Yep, Thug 3 said. Donation tax. Benton sighed. You're really going to rob an orphanage? Hey, 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 Thug 4 said, making a downward motion with his hands. Not rob. Tax. It goes to support the town. Yeah, all that support going to the town is so very evident. I love what you've done with the place. Look, you can hand over a little more of a donation to pay the tax, Thug 4 said, probably trying to sound like he was being reasonable. Or we can collect it from the nice mistress here. Benton had no doubt that, if he paid them, they would go take whatever was inside, too. No wonder Mistress Gong hadn't been exactly enthused about the money. Or, Benton said, I can kill both of you right here, right now, and no one has to worry about any tax. Back on Earth, he hadn't been prone to threatening people, but then again, he didn't exactly have a lot of run-ins with true scum in his old life. He found that, after having to lie and bluff his way through surviving in 6th Flawless Flowing City, it felt nice to mean exactly what he said. You can't do that, Thug 3 said. The town lord protects us. When was the last time Fatty Wren moved his ass out of that enormous chair? Protect you? Yeah. Pull the other one. Both the enforcers drew their swords, and Benton took just an instant to consider his actions. Despite his words, he did not want to get in the habit of killing easily. He might be living in a cultivation world, but there was still room for ethics. To kill or not to kill? What was the ethical thing to do? Or a different question, was the world a better place with or without enforcers who were so far gone into whatever self-delusion they lived under that they really felt it was okay to rob starving orphans? When put that way, the answer was simple. Without. With a thought, his spear was in his hand, and he swung. Thug 3's head separated from his body, and both thudded to the dirt. Benton swept the corpse and head into his ring, bringing his count of bodies to dispose of to an even 20. Thug 4 glanced from his dead friend to Benton, his eyes wide with fear. Take me to your leader, Benton said. The man brightened. The town lord's palace is that big building over there, he pointed. I'm sure you... Not Fatty Wren, the town manager. What's his name? Yu Shiren. Take me to him. Thug 4 seemed resigned to his fate as he led Benton toward the center of town, until stopping outside a mansion that, although being smaller than the town lord's palace, certainly appeared more opulent, with statuary everywhere, and a grand entrance framed with columns that appeared to be made of real gold. A few servants worked on a garden in the front. All of the servants were relatively young, attractive females, and all wore short outfits that most of society would consider scandalous. Benton had seen everything he needed to see. With another swipe of his spear, Thug 4's head was separated from his body. Instead of storing it in his ring, Benton tossed it up to the door for the town manager to deal with and left, stalking toward the town lord's palace. Chapter 75. Scum of the Earth. Benton rarely got truly angry, but the idea that the town manager and his enforcers were so corrupt that children were suffering irritated him a great deal. For them to actively take their greed so far as to actually rob an orphanage, though, that was beyond the pale. Benton was infuriated. He marched directly into the town lord's palace and into the private cultivation chamber, not stopping to be announced. Friend Sue, what's wrong? Fatty Wren looked nervous. I killed one of your enforcers. Enforcers? There was no deception written on Fatty Wren's face. He really had no idea who the enforcers were. Benton took a deep breath. Though the town lord should have been responsible for the welfare of his citizens, in Benton's opinion, Cultivators didn't always view mortals as important. Blowing up at Fatty Wren wouldn't help anything. Neither would creating a fireball technique on the fly and literally blowing him up. "How exactly did it come about that you were appointed Town Lord?" Benton said. "Well, the previous Town Lord was a member of the Righteous Rain sect and was killed in the fighting, so the previous town manager tried to get everyone organized in the days following the attack. It wasn't going well, though. There was a lot of chaos. A mortal merchant who had dealings with the sect happened to be near the gate when I returned, and he told me about all the horrible things that were happening, how terrible the town manager was, and how much new leadership was needed." "Let me guess," Benton said. "The merchant convinced you to be the town lord and to appoint him to be town manager." "No, not at all. I had to plead with him to replace the old town manager." "Uh-huh," Benton said. "Let me guess. The merchant is named Yu Xieren." "Yes. Do you know him?" "Let's just say that I know of him." Benton shook his head. "And that was 20 years ago?" "Yeah, I guess." Benton sighed. "And how do you think things have gone since?" "The reports I get are that things are going as well as they can be. Tax collection is falling, as is the population, but I don't know what we can do about that. The town manager tells me we have a lot of problems because we lost the sect. He says a lot of stuff about economics and trade goods and inflation and high unemployment and things like that. He assures me, though, that the people are as happy as they can be under the circumstances and that he's doing everything he can to make things better." "I see. And when was the last time you saw any of the town for yourself?" Fatty Wren looked slightly chagrined. "I've been cultivating. A lot. The town manager said that the best thing I can do is be strong just in case anyone tries to attack us, and I've made enormous progress. Until I got bottlenecked, anyway." Enormous was the right word. Benton couldn't believe what he was hearing. The so-called town lord literally had no idea what was going on in his own town. "Look, I'm going to be straight with you," Benton said. "Times are really tough in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown. Earlier today, I was at an orphanage ran by a single woman that had more than 50 kids. 50! And they all were so thin from a lack of food that they looked like a stiff breeze would knock them over. Their clothes were filthy and tattered. It was one of the saddest sights of my life. But then I discovered something worse." Fatty Wren looked like he was hanging on every word, as if his life depended on it. "I donated some money to the woman at the orphanage," Benton said. "Not much, just 1,000 taels. And when I left, 2 men who the citizens of your town refer to as enforcers told me they planned to take that money." "Where were the town manager's men?" Fatty Wren said, seeming angry for the first time in the conversation. "They are supposed to make sure things like that don't happen." "They were the town manager's men." Fatty Wren's face went blank before he finally said, "Oh, you've been played. Yu Xieren is robbing this entire town blind for his own enrichment. He's living in the fanciest mansion in town, one that looks far more well-maintained than your palace, and sending his men out to take whatever they want. There is no law here, only him and his thugs." "I see." Benton paused for a moment, reminding himself that getting mad at the man in front of him, while justifiable, would probably not be helpful. "It's good that you at least see the problem. But what are you going to do about it?" I don't know." Fatty Wren paused. "Can you kill Yu Xieren?" "Easily. But I think that's a horrible idea." "Why?" Benton sighed again. "Because this is your town, not mine. I can't be your problem solver. I have my own responsibilities. If you ever get in a jam that you can't handle, call on me by all means. But this situation is one you can get under control yourself." "Oh, okay." Fatty Wren looked lost. Benton felt sympathy for the town lord. He just wanted to cultivate and to eat. desires that conflicted greatly with the responsibilities of a role he'd accepted and yet was so profoundly unsuited to fill. If his incompetence was only harming himself, it would be one thing. But lots of people, children, were suffering because of it. Benton had to do something for their sakes. "I guess I could offer some advice," Benton said. "Please." "The cultivators from your sect that you told me about, the ones who were in the Chi gathering realm when you found them, do you trust them?" "With my life. They are my only sect brothers and sister that I know still live. They would never betray me, nor I them." "Good," Benton said. "Send a servant, one you trust, to them with a message to visit your palace. When they get here, explain what has happened. Have them execute the town manager and those of his thugs as they see fit." "I can do that."
Well, at least he was enthusiastic now that he'd been shown a path forward.
"Great," Benton said. "But getting rid of the town manager is just the start. It ends things getting worse, but you need to turn the ship around. Do you have a way to contact anyone in the 6th flawless flowing city?" "Yes," Fatty Wren said. "I have messenger talismans." Benton knew what they were in theory, but hadn't been able to find any for sale. The devices recorded a user's voice and flew to a location as directed. The recipient's name was printed on the outside of the device. The talismans were the cultivation world equivalent of email, just a lot slower and more expensive. "Fantastic. Contact Elder Kong Ya Ting of the Poison Claw sect. Tell him everything that has happened. You can trust him. Leave nothing out, and make sure you tell him that you're contacting him because I told you to. Ask for his assistance. Tell him you need someone trustworthy to take over as town manager and a score of men to fill law enforcement roles. Got it?" "Yes, friend Sue." "Good. I'm going to find some helpers for Mistress Gong at the orphanage and return there to feed the kids lunch. In the meantime, you'll get started on your tasks?" "Yes, friend Sue." Fatty Wren paused. "There is, perhaps, one misunderstanding between us that I wish to clear up." "Oh?" "Regarding the Chi gathering cultivators. I meant it as I said it. They were in the Chi gathering realm then, and are still in the Chi gathering realm now. Sects only accepted talented recruits. At the very worst, the Righteous Rain sect would have accepted members in the D range. A single one of the 4 remaining members getting stuck in the first major realm would be unusual, but not unheard of. For all of them to get stuck like that made no sense. "What?" Benton said. "After 20 years? How?" "The attacks damaged their cultivation, reset them back to mortals, and made it difficult for them to advance at all after starting again. Even with years of efforts and all the resources we could find and afford, the best of them has only managed to reach the 7th minor realm." For what Fatty Wren reported to be true, those 4 sect members had to have had their cultivation damaged when they were attacked those 20 years ago. There was only one way that type of damage could have logically happened to all of them. There it was. Proof. The 2 sects had both been attacked almost exactly 20 years apart by demonic cultivators. Benton blew out a breath. "Understood. Thanks for telling me that. I'll catch you later and we'll talk about the sect grounds, okay?" Fatty Wren cupped his hands. "Gratitude, friend Sue." Benton felt a little better as he exited the palace. Things weren't any better in the town yet, but it was possible improvements would start occurring in the near future. Assuming that Fatty Wren wasn't just putting on a huge act, of course. But Benton didn't think that was the case. Anyway, he needed to find helpers for the orphanage, and from what he'd seen so far regarding employment opportunities, candidates for any paying job should abound. The problem was that Benton knew almost no one who could help him find good people to fill those positions. Almost no one wasn't no one, though, and he rushed to Peng Zhen's shop. As Benton had suspected, or at least hoped, the shopkeeper knew several women who would be glad to accept a job taking care of children, as long as there was steady pay involved. He also knew of someone trustworthy enough to hold funds and pay for the orphanage's expenses with it. Benton gave over another 2,000 taels to Peng Zhen for that purpose. The shopkeeper promised to go immediately to get the 4 women who would be working there. A villager who made 5 silver taels a week was doing well, but the town was in really bad shape. Inflation was probably running rampant. Best to double that. So, 50 taels a week for salary, counting Mistress Gong. Another 100 a week or so for food? Seemed high, but better to overestimate. Add another 50 for clothes. His 2,000 taels should last at least 10 weeks, especially since he'd directly given another 1,000 to the orphanage already. He made a mental note to head back to the town before then to check on things. Or he could just leave more money. The problem was that he didn't 100% trust that all the funds would be used for their intended purpose, and he didn't want to create a new Yue-Shiren. The village couldn't be more than 600 miles away. At a sustainable running speed of 50 miles per hour, he could make it to town in a day. A long day, but a day. Fine. He'd just commit to doing that. His tasks finished, he went to the orphanage to tell Mistress Gong the good news. "You," she said as soon as he walked in the door. "What did you do?" "You're going to have to be more specific. I've done a lot of stuff." "Don't give me that, young man. The children told me that 2 enforcers were waiting outside for you, but the money you left is still here. 1,000 taels. So I'll ask again. What did you do?" It sounded more like an exclamation than a question that time. Mistress Gong was not amused, and her glare would have put even Evelyn's to shame. "I killed them." Her jaw dropped. "It's okay, though. I went to the town lord and explained things. Hopefully things are going to be changing around here quite soon." The town was going to need a new lord if things didn't do just that. When Benton eventually got Mistress Gong calmed down, she got riled right back up again when she found out about the help that was coming and the funds she'd have available, in addition to the silver taels he'd given her directly. At first, she was excited, but eventually she narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" "I want to see these kids happy, healthy, and well-fed." She stared at him for a moment. "Okay, I actually believe that." "But you want something else." "Well, I would like to take 10 of the older kids with me when I leave tomorrow. I'm not even going to ask what you need them for. I should ask. I feel terrible for not asking, but I don't really need to know. You promise it's not for something weird or dangerous or whatever?" "I swear that I will do my best to provide them with the opportunity to live a long, healthy, ethical life." "Well, your promise and a tael will buy me a meal down at the tavern, but I guess I haven't got much choice." "Fantastic. Let me take a look at them, and I'll tell you which ones I want." Man, he really felt like he was buying these kids, even to the extent of picking the features he wanted like he would a car. If he wasn't positive that he was acting in the best long-term interests of these kids, he would have felt like total scum of the earth. But he was, so he didn't. Chapter 76. Offers and Acceptance. Feeding the kids hot, fresh food from the street vendors of Sixth Flawless Flowing City was one of the most satisfying experiences of either of Benton's lives. Considering that the kids had never seen a spatial ring, the fact that they were more excited by the food coming out of it than the spectacle of its very existence was a bit sad. But their enthusiasm for the amount and variety of dishes trumped Benton's ability to experience any emotion besides sheer joy. He had great fun providing one meal after another and watching as the children all tasted various items off of each other's plates. The smiles on their faces warmed his heart. Thus, he was in a much better mood upon leaving the orphanage on his second visit than he had been on his first, and the same attitude applied upon his third visit to the palace, in little more than a day's time. Fatty Wren was excited as well. "I have done as you advised, friend Sue. I expect to hear back from my sect brothers and sisters soon that their task is done, and the message talisman has been sent." "Great job, Town Lord." Benton cupped his hands and bowed lower to the man than he had on any previous occasion. "Let's have lunch, and then we can get down to other business." Stocking up on the street vendor meals had been Benton's best decision since transmigrating to the cultivation world. Everyone loved it. His disciples, the children, and Fatty Wren most especially. "This is fantastic, friend Sue. How did you do this?" "It's nothing special. I just bought some meals and put them directly in my spatial ring. It's no big thing." "Friend Sue, you are definitely not simple. I've never seen or even heard tell of a spatial ring that kept food this fresh. Depending on the quality of the device, there are definitely preservation effects. But look at the steam rising from this dish. It looks and smells like it came straight from the vendor, but it's been in your ring for weeks." Benton scratched the back of his neck. He'd assumed that all storage devices shared that feature. Once again, the system proved it provided only the best. When lunch was over, the two moved on to business. "Honestly, friend Sue, you've been a great help to me. You can just take what you want from the sect grounds." Looking at things from Fatty Wren's perspective, he probably wanted to keep in Benton's good graces just as much as the other way around. After all, the town lord had no idea how powerful Benton was, a cultivator whose realm could not be read and who was a friend of the respected Poison Claw sect, and who casually suggested reaching out to an elder of that sect for help. Fatty Wren was probably just grateful he hadn't been curb-stomped yet. "Nonsense," Benton said. "The buildings there are perfect for my needs, and I am not a pauper that I need to take things for free." "How about you suggest a price, then?" Normally, Benton would hesitate to be the first to put an actual number out there, as it was a lousy negotiating tactic. Making the other guy go first conveyed so many advantages. But he really felt that Fatty Wren would accept just about anything that was put on the table. Benton's great benefit in the situation was that he could use resources he had in plenty in order to obtain those he desperately needed. First, though, he needed to set the record straight. Benton pulled the leather cord with the 11 spatial rings on it from underneath his robe. "Just to be clear, I need a lot of building materials. The amount that I will take will be noticeable." "Oh, yeah, so keep that in mind when I set the price." Fatty Wren nodded. "You are poor in cash, and I find my stores being depleted more than I like as well. 1,000 taels should help you manage your payroll for your servants, however, and I can spare that much. I can also give you 3 spirit coins, which obviously you can easily convert to taels should you choose to do so." Giving away 3 coins still left Benton with 2 from looting the Chameleon Jade Sect cultivator, so it was all found money as far as he was concerned. Fatty Wren was looking a little disappointed, though, so Benton hurriedly continued. "Cores are always handy to have around for formations and what have you, so I'll throw in 10 assorted rank 1s and 10 assorted rank 2s. That addition perked the town lord up a little. Time to seal the deal. "Finally, I'll give you 200 pounds of rank 2 spirit beast meat." That quantity represented almost the remainder of that rank of meat that Benton had in his ring. He wasn't too worried about running out, though, as they were soon to be back in the village where he could easily restock. As he'd suspected, there was nothing that excited Fatty Wren like food, and he only had one request, that Benton throw in 20 of the vendor meals. Considering that quantity represented only about 10 taels worth of food, he was more than happy to comply. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Benton was off to the sect grounds, running flat out in contrast to the first time he had visited. It took him only a short time to reach his destination. He was going to have so much fun. First on his shopping list, houses. Figuring around 100 sect members living in his compound seemed reasonable, but he probably needed to supply housing for at least twice that many to account for growth. The Righteous Reign sect had 3 options for living quarters: single-person huts that ranged from a single room for outer sect disciples to much more luxurious affairs with dedicated cultivation rooms for those in the inner sect; single-family houses with 2 to 4 bedrooms and various floor plans that all included a cultivation room; and multi-tenant facilities that were basically apartment buildings in the shape of pagodas. Well, if the Righteous Reign sect had offered all those options, Benton didn't see why his sect wouldn't have the same.
First, he wanted a really big building for all the younger sect members to live in, under Mistress Zhong's supervision. And he found the perfect structure: an 11-story tower with 6 apartments per upper floor, the ground level being reserved for communal spaces. Since each apartment could easily house 2 or 3 youngsters, that building would address most of his needs right there. With a gesture, he transferred the entire thing into his storage, from foundation to roof. It was quite neat to watch, as the biggest thing he'd stored yet just disappeared into a tiny piece of jade wrapped around one of his fingers. Living in a cultivation world was cool. The building would have also taken care of most of the volume of his ring, if not for how the storage space treated void space. As it was, the essentially flattened materials still took up a chunk of volume. He still had plenty remaining, though, so he added another, smaller apartment building, just in case he found a need for it. Benton definitely seemed to be collecting families lately, so he added 20 houses of various sizes and configurations. He also figured that single dwellings would be popular with some sect members, so he grabbed 30 of those as well. There. His sect had plenty of room to grow, and his sect members would be spoiled for choice. Benton decided to save the really fun part, the pavilions, for last, so he contemplated what support structures were needed. Well, what sect wouldn't be complete without a library? And as luck would have it, the grounds had many, 5 in fact. All had been stripped of books and scrolls over the years, but the shelves were all in place. He chose a 5-story building that featured several built-in reading nooks that tickled his fancy. Next came dining facilities. The sect grounds contained numerous restaurants and cafeterias. Benton selected 2 of the former and a rather large version of the latter. He also grabbed a few shops, and the building the sect apparently used for issuing jobs. An important addition was a large lecture hall and also an amphitheater. Benton smiled at the thought of standing in front of 100 disciples giving a lecture on cultivation. Administrative space was also important, so he added a 4-story pagoda filled with office space. He could see himself taking over the top floor as the sect leader. Benton walked past a bathhouse and barely resisted slapping his forehead. He actually needed 2 of those, one for cleanliness and one for body cultivation. A quick search yielded exactly what he needed, and he was able to store both in his ring. And of course, he couldn't forget the cultivation rooms with arrays to increase chi density. He grabbed a building that looked appropriate. The only thing left in the ancillary building category was maybe some type of social gathering spot? He didn't know what that should be, though. Besides crafting, cultivating, and fighting, sect members didn't do much for pure entertainment, so he just grabbed a couple of random buildings that could be purposed into whatever he eventually needed. The Righteous Reign sect had been massive. There were multiple buildings dedicated to each pavilion, and Benton didn't need the biggest one for his tiny sect. Instead, he chose reasonable-sized pagodas that varied from 3 to 5 stories, depending on the discipline. First and largest was the Martial Pavilion, which had lots of different areas to train with various weapons, including a room with dimensions much larger inside than out for an archery range and arrayed rooms for sparring. Perfect. And of course, he had to have an arena for sect members to show off their prowess in front of a crowd, so he selected the smallest one of those available, though it still looked like it held several hundred spectators. Next, alchemy. There were lots of arrays in that building,
and Benton had no idea what they did. He figured that 3 floors filled with labs would be more than enough for the immediate future, though. He also found an area he believed to have previously grown herbs, but all of them had been picked. There was a shack in the middle, though, and he grabbed it just in case it had any control arrays for that purpose. Finally, he found a nice 4-story pagoda dedicated to formations that was broken into private work areas, communal labs, and classrooms. He wasn't sure how it differed from any normal building, but with sects, there were probably some arrays or something set up, especially considering the topic researched and taught there. The last important need, he determined, were areas for crafting the Orange Vigor spirit wood. Transporting the raw materials was fine for now, but he both needed to outfit his sect with weapons and to gain a greater share of the profit by selling a finished product. To that end, he found a forge for the blacksmiths and a woodworking area. While searching for the latter of those, he came across a small building just for Fletchers and decided it was also a must-have. By the time he crammed in the last building, his ring was actually getting a little tight on space, and considering that the town wasn't that far from the village if he ran, Benton decided he had enough for the moment. He checked off a lot of his wish list for the visit to Vermilion, incomparable Rain Town. Find out what happened to the Righteous Rain sect. Check. Fatty Wren had confirmed Benton's suspicions that the attack had almost certainly been by demonic cultivators. Gather building materials. Big check. He could plop down an entire sect ground well in excess of his needs in minutes. Finally, recruit. Almost a check. He'd arranged for 10 orphans to serve as rank and file, and he'd added a family of 3, including a new head of the contribution point store and a kid with an intriguing chi aspect. There were 2 problems, though. 1. Adding all 13 people he'd recruited in the town as disciples would bring him to 49 total. That number was way too close to 50 without being 50. He had to find at least 1 more person, or that would bother him. Concern 2 was a more significant issue. Considering his soon-to-be-formed sect would be located in an area beset by spirit beasts, his membership was skewed toward non-combat, with 29 disciples compared to only 20 who were designated to defend the sect. Benton needed more fighters. There was also that quest to recruit Foundation establishment cultivators. He and Fatty Wren were on pretty good terms, and surely letting go of a good chunk of his former sect's buildings had to be an indication the large man might be ready to move on to a new sect. Benton wasn't quite ready to present that proposition, though. For one, he wasn't 100% sure he wasn't being scammed about the whole town manager being the bad guy thing. Sure, his instincts were telling him that the greedy mortal was the problem, and the overseeing cultivator was simply too lax with oversight. But Benton couldn't be 100% sure. Second, he didn't have the leverage he wanted yet. Asking a town lord to join a sect that hadn't even been properly founded yet wasn't the same as asking a mortal the same thing. Besides, Benton could just imagine the enticement it would be if the shop offered a solution to the bottleneck problems the 5 former Righteous Rain cultivators were experiencing. It would be nice to have that possibility in hand when he approached the former Righteous Rain sect members. Finally, the quest only returned shop points, and Benton literally had no idea how beneficial those were. Considering his experience with the system so far, he believed that the access would present heaven-defying opportunities, but he wasn't ready to go too far out of his way to gain a few more of those points until he had a definite need for them. No, that bit of recruitment was a goal for the future, not the present. Better to stick to filling a definite, immediate need. More fighters. He spent the evening walking through the poorer areas of town, dressed in his roughest robes. No weapon visible, with a coin pouch hanging from his belt. A few kids tried to steal the pouch,
but he basically thwarted their efforts by grabbing their hand and kept on walking. They were not who he was looking for. After all, trying to rob an obvious cultivator, even one down on his luck, was stupid for a mortal, no matter how desperate they were. An hour or so into his searching, he got a notification. Host's disciple, Zhong Wen, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 4. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 40 sect points available.
Nice. Way to go, Mistress Zhong. The out-of-the-blue increases were totally the best ones. Even better, though, were 2 more that followed later as Chang Xiaodan and Xiaorong, Mistress Zhong's helpers, achieved the same feat, bringing his total sect points to 42. Those pop-ups were the only bright spots in his wandering, though, as he had exactly 0 luck finding the recruits he wanted. He almost gave up, but taking what he resolved to be one last look down another crowded street, he finally got what he wanted, when his ears picked up a whispered conversation from an alley. "Are you crazy? He's obviously a cultivator," Smart Street Rat said. "Not a very good one," Dumb Street Rat said. "Look at his robes. They're as dirty as my clothes, and torn as much besides." "Idiot! Look at his face. It's perfectly clean. He took a bath before his walk, but somehow didn't change his clothes? And if he's too poor to buy new ones, then what is in that fat coin pouch? It's obviously a trap." Lack of talent could be overcome with pills and heavenly cultivation methods and techniques. To an extent, anyway. But street smarts couldn't be taught. Benton needed people who he could eventually give a mission to and expect that mission to be carried out with little or no hand-holding. He felt very lucky to have found the twins, Zhou Tian and Ye Zan. One more group with such a person as a leader would be fantastic. Benton walked until he was out of sight of the 2 boys, before using a deserted alley to ascend to the rooftops. He backtracked until eventually spotting his quarry down below and following them all the way back to what looked like an abandoned warehouse, where they met 4 other boys. None of them were special at all, according to Benton's spiritual sense. The only reason he had any interest at all was the leader's acumen. Suppressing a sigh at not hitting the jackpot by finding talent and intelligence in the same place, Benton channeled his inner Zhou Tian, finding a glassless opening for ventilation and climbing inside. Using the joists, Benton silently maneuvered himself until he was right over the young men. Time to make an entrance. Benton dropped down right in the middle of them. "Boys, I have an offer you're not going to want to refuse."
Chapter 77. Ambush.
Young Shu was not happy. The bandits had prepared an ambush that she and Zhou Tian had scouted. When she'd told the others about it, she had advocated for leaving the non-combatants behind with the wagons, while the rest took the fight to the bad guys. Yang Ru hadn't liked that idea, and he had the right to make the decision since it was combat-related. Surprisingly, both Xunwu and Ye Zan sided with her brother, feeling uncomfortable either leaving the children essentially unprotected or splitting their forces. Which was a stupid opinion. She, Yang Ru, and Zhou Qian could beat a bunch of mortals all by themselves. Sure, there might be 73 of the gang, but what were mere numbers compared to the might of cultivators? At least she and Zhou Qian had been allowed to split their forces in order to get in position before the fight. The 2 of them had taken to the woods on the side of the road opposite the bandits' camp and looped way around to come back from the other side of the spot of the ambush. With their ability to move silently, none of the mortals had noticed a thing. She climbed a tall tree that gave her a perfect position to snipe most of the bad guys, and Zhou Qian, armed with 2 daggers, hid behind the mortal's main position. He didn't have either a technique or much experience with the weapons, but they weren't exactly hard to use. The plan was for him to use his stealth to stab people in the back, a tactic that seemed dishonorable,
but that Master had insisted he employ. Of course, it took forever for the caravan to actually come into view, as it moved so slowly. They had all decided that it was far better for the two of them to have to wait than for the caravan to arrive first. In a slight departure from the caravan's normal operation, Yang Ru and Ye Zan walked in front of the first wagon, and the children and Shun Wu's wife had been moved to the mobile cultivation platform, which now assumed the trailing position.
Yang Shu found it difficult to believe that the mortals would pick up on or care about such minor differences. Besides, they hadn't gotten anywhere close to seeing the wagon train. She and Zhou Tian had made sure of that by just happening to traipse loudly nearby when they tried. She studied the enemies below her. They consisted mainly of spearmen and swordsmen. If the bandits would have had a lot of archers, the group would have gone with Yang Shu's plan. But training to accurately shoot a bow took a long time. A peasant could learn to at least swing a sword at an enemy, even if very unskillfully, quite quickly, and be effective in ambush tactics like the ones they apparently used. To actually be able to hit someone in a fight with an arrow, absent massed volleys, was quite a different story. At least, that was what Ye Zan said. It could just be that the bandits ran out of arrows. Learning to shoot a bow hadn't seemed difficult at all to Yang Shu. She huffed. Well, she did have the advantage of having an apparently heaven-grade technique crammed into her mind from a jade slip, but she was sure it was mostly her natural talent. The long and short of it was that she and Zhou Tian had only identified 4 bandits who used bows, and those were her primary targets. She'd already noted their locations. Creak, creak, creak. The lead wagon's squeaky wheels drew closer and closer. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone in the caravan was clearly trying to look as normal as possible, though Yang Shu's enhanced vision could easily tell that hands gripped spears much more tightly than if everyone were actually relaxed. The same nervous energy existed on the other side of the fight that was soon to come, as evidenced by bandits fidgeting as they got ready to burst from the trees. Everyone was so clearly primed that a good stiff breeze could get things started. It wasn't the wind, though. It was a signal from one of the bandits. Yang Shu mentally marked him as her 5th target. She pulled back the bowstring, and her nocked arrow flew true. One of the bandit archers wouldn't be loosing a shot at her sectmates. The rest of the bandits, save for the 3, twang, 2 remaining archers and a few leaders, began rushing from the woods. Twang. 1. Like shooting fish in a barrel, as Master would say, even if she had no real idea why one would ever want to do such a thing. Yang Ru was not one to let the fight come to him. According to Master, he was hot, molten rock, pouring inevitably down a mountain. He was momentum. As soon as the bandits began to emerge from the woods, he charged. They were slow. So slow. He reached the first of them before they had fully cleared the tree line, plowing into them in an explosion of blood and gore. Theirs, not his, of course. He hadn't even bothered with using his remaining, very expensive talisman as he went through the first mortal, and the next, and the next. All the bandits around him were focused solely on him, which was to the good. He was much tougher than his sectmates. The more blows sought him, the fewer blows sought the others. When Zhou Tian heard the caravan approaching, he ghosted to within a few feet of one of the leaders standing behind the gang. As soon as the bandits began moving, Zhou Tian acted. He plunged both daggers into the man's back. As a cultivator in the 4th minor realm of Qi gathering, Zhou Tian was much stronger and faster than he had been just several weeks prior, and his knives were sharp enough and high enough quality to penetrate a cultivator's hardened skin. They went through the mortal like cutting paper. Zhou Tian didn't bother to determine if the man had died. The wounds were bad.
he wouldn't be rejoining the fight, and there were plenty of targets around who were still combat-able. Yang Shu seemed to consider striking people unaware from behind to be somehow dishonorable, but Zhao Tian liked it. It made him feel powerful to hold the power of life and death over someone who would have happily crushed his skull had they met when he was a lowly street rat. Besides, how was stabbing someone in the back different than sniping them from afar like she was so proud of doing? Master approved of each method. That was the important thing.
Yedzan motioned for his guards to form up with him. 3 moved to either side of him, spread out less than an arm's width apart. The gaps behind were filled with the remaining 4 of his guards and 2 of the drivers who handled their spears the best. The last 4 drivers stayed in the very back, ready to either move up to fill a gap or to catch leakers around the edges. He had always thought his ability with a spear was pretty good for a mercenary who'd been former street trash, but he'd recently discovered that his skill was laughable at best. Yang Ru, in contrast, was someone who knew how to wield a spear. Yedzan couldn't wait until he reached Minor Realm 3. He felt so close. Another few days, a week at most. Soon, Master would teach him that amazing technique. In the meantime, Yedzan and his guards were learning as much as they could. They soaked up every word Senior Brother was willing to teach them. Everything from how they held their weapons to their footwork had changed for the better. They were already leaps and bounds ahead of where they had been when they left the city. And those improvements didn't even take into account the very real improvements to their actual bodies. Cultivation, even 2 minor realms, had made them stronger and faster and tougher. The rabble approaching didn't stand a chance. To make things worse for the attackers, Senior Brother had effectively broken the advance when he'd hit the middle of their line. Bandits still streamed past, but they had to arc around the clump of people being utterly destroyed by him. Literally. One guy was cut in half, with his legs lying on the ground yards away from his torso. The bandits who made it to the guard's line were staggered and easily cut down. With a disorganized approach and being both weaker and less skilled, the bandits didn't stand much of a chance. Maybe they could have inflicted a wound or 2, but any who demonstrated any skill suddenly found an arrow sticking out of their head. Yedzan purely loved being a sect member. Between the increase in his personal power and that of his guards, and the support of the twins, who he would have found terrifying if they weren't on his side, he couldn't even compare his current situation with his previous experiences of getting involved in, basically, street brawls. For once in his life, he was serving a client, a master, whom he was actually proud to represent. Shilong moved deliberately. Smithing required both power and finesse, hitting the metal at the right time in the right place. Rushing was not a part of the job. He and esteemed expert blacksmith Shun Wu had been together in the next-to-last wagon, and they'd taken the time to make sure no one approached the non-combatants at the rear before committing to joining the guards in the fight. By the time they'd loped to the battle, things were winding down, and them attacking the rear of the bandits engaged with the phalanx of guards sped the ambushers' demise. Crushing skulls with his hammer was about as disgusting and unpleasant as he'd expected, and he hoped he didn't have to do it often. Esteemed expert blacksmith Shun Wu had been firm on one point, though. Cleaning the forge was not easy or pleasant, but sometimes it had to be done. The task before them was the same, one that was neither pleasant nor easy, but that needed to be done. For his mentor and his master, Shilong would crush as many heads as necessary. Young Shu looked down at the bloody dirt road from her perch in the tree. None of the bandits were moving, and none of the caravan appeared injured. Time for the real work. She began climbing down. Over 70 bodies were a lot to loot and bury. She hoped the task didn't delay them too much. Master would worry if they were late in reaching the town the next day.
Chapter 78. Can't wait to get on the road again. Benton woke feeling good. His efforts of the last few days had paid off, with him being able to achieve all his tasks, and then some. Best of all, his disciples should arrive no later than early evening, and they all could finally begin the last leg of the voyage to prosperous Grey Forest Village. In 4 weeks at the most, they would arrive, and he could finally found his sect. He walked down the stairs, intending to have a leisurely breakfast in the inn's common room, and was surprised to find the normally quiet area buzzing with voices. Not only was the place more packed than usual, but everyone was talking, and there was only one thing on their minds. "You didn't hear?" one man said to another who had just walked in. "The town manager is dead, killed by assassins. They say that the town lord was taken out too. Everyone is waiting for our new leaders to announce themselves." "You're an idiot," someone who had obviously overheard the first man yelled. "The murderer was a man whose wife was confiscated to pay tax debts, and the town lord in turn had that husband executed." "No," another patron yelled. "It was a coup. They got the town manager, but failed to kill the town lord. All the leaders were rounded up, and there's to be a public execution." There seemed to be 100 versions of what happened, but they all agreed on the point that the town manager had been killed. "Go Fatty Wren!" The fact that the town lord had demonstratively followed through on at least one of the tasks Benton had set made him feel a lot better, even if he still wasn't 100% sure that Fatty Wren held no blame for the conditions in the town other than those arising from simple incompetence. Benton tended to try to not draw any more notice than necessary when he was in the common room. As it was his second morning eating there, the usual diners had already noted that, though he was a cultivator, he seemed to just want to be left alone. Today, he decided to attract attention. He strode purposefully up to a counter and spoke to the innkeeper in a loud voice. "Thank you, innkeeper, for your hospitality and the directions you provided." "Of course, esteemed cultivator. This one was happy to be of service." Benton held up his spatial ring and flashily caused a stack of silver taels to appear, which he snatched out of the air. "This should cover my stay. My work here is done. Fatty Wren, the town lord, has executed the corrupt town manager, Yu Xieren, and has arranged for a new town manager, who is both competent and not corrupt, to be sent from 6th Flawless Flowing City. I expect that things will soon be looking up here in Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town, especially since experienced lawmen who are beyond reproach will also be arriving." The man cupped his hands and bowed low. "This lowly one expresses gratitude, esteemed Master Cultivator." There. Even if the delivery was a bit melodramatic, the announcement should at least get the truth out into the grapevine. Hopefully, the source being a cultivator who was at least powerful enough to use a spatial ring would lend it credibility. After making such a spectacle, Benton couldn't just sit down and eat breakfast, as it would have ruined any mystique he'd managed to build. Oh well, he did have all those street vendor meals. Once again, he complimented himself on his forethought to buy them, as he ate a nice kebab. The vendor, of course, had called it something else, but to Benton, meat on a stick was a kebab, plain and simple. His first stop was the mercantile, where Peng Zhen had loaded the contents of his shop onto a small horse-drawn cart and was outside vigilantly guarding it, lest its contents be purloined. Oops. Benton knew he'd forgotten something. "Greetings, Peng Zhen. Do you think you could get a larger wagon? We have 10 kids, a bit older than your son, and another group of 6 guards that are coming along as well." Peng Zhen looked nervous. What's the issue? It's okay. I won't be mad. This is my screw-up."
The man looked momentarily perplexed at that last turn of phrase, but mainly appeared stressed about whatever it was that he had to say. "Many apologies, esteemed Master Cultivator. This lowly one cannot afford a bigger wagon." Oh, well, that problem had an easy fix. Benton withdrew 100 taels from his ring and tossed them to the merchant. "This should cover it, right?" Peng Zhen's eyes went wide. "Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. This is more than enough. This lowly one will take care of it immediately." "Great. Can you meet me at the orphanage an hour or so after lunch?" After getting confirmation from the merchant that the meeting time and place would work, Benton went to the gang's warehouse. He likewise told them the meeting time and place, describing in great detail the location of the building in question. There was no need to be at the orphanage before lunch, where he intended on feeding all the kids one more time, so he wandered around town for a while. There wasn't all that much he hadn't seen, and there simply wasn't much for sale that he had any interest in buying. Regarding recruits, he was quite satisfied with his efforts thus far, and was wary of adding too many disciples at once. Organizations needed leaders and an established methodology to handle an influx of new people. Benton had no one ready to onboard the people he'd already recruited, and getting everyone settled and fed and clothed was going to be a logistical challenge. More people were definitely better from a points standpoint, but he didn't want his recruits' first impression of the sect to be disorganization. Besides, with his growth and personal power, the twins advancing so well, and so many recruits from both the town and the city, he was less worried about being inundated with villagers who had more loyalty to the mayor than to him. Once he founded his sect officially, he was planning to secure his largest volume of recruits yet. That wasn't to say that, if he had discovered interesting talents walking around town, he wouldn't have collected them. He didn't find anyone who seemed worth the effort, though. Around lunch, he made it to the orphanage, and just like the first time, the children loved the variety of piping hot meals that came from his ring. What he loved were the changes that had already occurred. 5 women got a lot more done than one who was overwhelmed had. The kids already looked happy and healthier. A lot were wearing new outfits, and 2 of the ladies were busy sewing more when he arrived. He was sure that 10 weeks would see even more huge improvements. Since none of the kids stood out all that much in talent or chi aspect, Benton had Mistress Gong select the 10 kids to go with them. He figured she'd be able to find the ones who could handle the change the easiest. If everything worked out like he hoped, he'd eventually transfer all the kids to the village. Thinking about those orphans, notifications had trickled in all morning, informing him that the original set of 8 he'd accepted as his disciples had finally reached Minor Realm 3. Mistress Zhong, a similar talent to the children, was already 2 minor realms ahead of them, but Benton didn't feel bad about limiting their cultivating to half the time as everyone else. They were kids, and needed to play and do other things. Of course, some of the disciples on the trip now were of a similar age. Benton hummed. Maybe he should limit the other young people as well, since they, too, deserved playtime. That restriction could probably wait, though, until they reached the village. After all, there wasn't much else for everyone to do while sitting in a wagon. The notifications brought his total sect points to an even 50, and besides perhaps an individual cultivation method for the time-aspected young man, he had nothing that needed spending. Awesome. That last point also represented his 213th earned, which meant Benton was finally out of hock to himself. As soon as he got 17 more points, he'd have 2 to spend on a technique for himself. He'd have to consider the case of Peng Hanying some more. On one hand, Benton wanted to see how the kid developed that neat aspect of his. On the other, he knew from what the system had told him that it would be golden core before the child would be able to do anything really heaven-shattering with it, and he likely was never going to make it that far unless a lot of long shots came together. Finally, both the boy in question, along with his family, driving a large wagon, and the 6 wannabe gangsters arrived.
Benton had all of them pile into the back and led them to the gate leading to 6th Flawless Flowing City in order to wait for the caravan. Benton figured that the earliest his disciples would arrive was early afternoon, and the latest early evening. They split the difference, coming into sight in the late afternoon. Yang Shu, Yang Ru, and, to Benton's slight surprise, Zhou Tian rushed ahead to greet their master. "How was the trip?" Benton said. "Run into any trouble?" The three looked at each other. Translation: they had run into trouble. "Tell me," Benton said. "It was nothing, Master," Yang Shu said. He fixed her with a somewhat amused but insistent glare. "Bandits, Master. But we handled it easily. Ye Zan did a great job defending the wagons, while Yang Ru, Zhou Chen, and I disrupted the attack, and no one got even scratched. There was no danger." Benton frowned. "How many?" 73, Master." Yikes. His 24 disciples, several of whom were completely non-combatants, were able to take over 3 times their number of armed desperados while protecting a toddler and a little kid. Not bad. He hated that they'd had to do such a thing, but as he kept reminding himself, he was no longer on Earth. If they were too weak to do what was necessary, they wouldn't last long as cultivators. "Well, sounds like congratulations are in order. Unfortunately, there will be no celebratory dinner in a restaurant tonight. You're not even going to get to stay in an inn. Things are way too unsettled in this town. We're going to pass through and camp as far outside the walls as we can get on the other side." Chapter 79. Leaps and Bounds. Benton wanted to get as far from the town as they could in the remaining daylight. With friendly relations established between him and Fatty Wren, there was no real fear of cultivators interfering with the caravan, but they were transporting lots of vulnerable kids and valuable goods. It was best to get the wagons away from where they might prove to be a temptation to the town's many mortal gangs. If nothing else, he didn't want the orphans' first experience with his sect to be the violent slaughter of would-be bandits. Benton waited until nearly sunset to call for a stop, and while his experienced disciples made camp and put water on to boil, he followed the tradition he'd established and asked the 19 new people to follow him into the woods. While Pun Jen had a suspicion about what was about to happen, the orphans and the gang had been told little except that they were moving with Benton to a new home. Once everyone was seated in a circle lit by chi orbs, Benton said, "I am Chao Su, and I assume all of you understand that I am a cultivator of some power." There were nods all around. He fingered the pin on his left breast. "This token names me as a friend of the Poison Claw sect, one of the 3 most prestigious sects on this continent. Town Lord Wren also counts me as a friend and has asked my advice on how to handle certain issues." The last large group he had inducted had been told by Kung Ya Ting how important Benton was. The group before him mostly didn't know him from Adam. Even though talking himself up felt a bit awkward for him, he thought it best to explain to the newcomers that he wasn't a jumped-up, wandering cultivator. "I am forming a sect near the prosperous Grey Forest village, and all of you are to be members of this new sect. Give me your honest effort at work and cultivation, and I will give you a place to belong, and a longer, healthier, richer life." The orphans and gangs were all visibly shocked by the announcement, so Benton gave them a moment to calm down. Eventually, he pulled out the orb and told each of them their talents and chi aspects. He explained that they were not talented enough to join any other sect, but that was okay. His sect was different. However, it was unlikely any of them would get past the Foundation establishment realm. But if they were diligent, he promised to do everything in his power to get them at least that far. "What I require from you differs depending on your group." He turned to Peng Zhen. "You and your family are to run the contribution point shop. As the sect grows, this task may become unmanageable without more people. If that time comes, I'll get you help. Any questions?" "No,"
esteemed Master Cultivator. Benton scanned the boy who led the gang to refresh his memories. Affiliation? None. Age? 16. Cultivation? None. Techniques? None. Spiritual roots? F+. Chi aspect? Unrefined iron ore lying beneath the dirt. Metal aspects tended to like blades, and earth aspects were good in defense. The combination suited the role Benton had planned. He met the boy's eyes. What's your name? Z. Delan, esteemed Master Cultivator. In terms of martial-inclined members, the sect has the twins, who are the two most powerful cultivators besides me in the sect, and Ye Zun and his 16 guards, who are being trained to patrol and defend the sect grounds and other places that I tell them to. The sect needs a strike force that I can send out to capture or kill enemies. You will be that force. Do you agree? Z. Delan swallowed hard. He turned and got a nod from each of his crew before answering. Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. Good. Benton softened his tone greatly before turning to the orphans. Is there one of you who speaks for the others? A little guy cupped his hands and bowed. This lowly one does, esteemed Master Cultivator. This lowly one is Hao Cheng. So cute. Benton scanned him again, too. Name, Hao Cheng. Affiliation, Vermilion Incomparable. Raintown Orphanage. Age, 13. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, F, Chi. Aspect, a willow bending in defiance of the forces assailing it. The wood aspect would make him a perfect fit to harvest or work with the Orange Vigor spirit wood, if that was what he wanted. Nice to meet you, Hao Cheng. It was brave of you to speak up. What I require of you 10 is a lot different than of others seated around you. You will be outer sect members, along with some other younger members who were in a similar situation to yours, but in the village. Mistress Zhong will look after you. Some of them looked relieved to hear that. Gratitude for taking care of us, esteemed Master Cultivator. But what can these lowly ones do to repay the sect? Hao Cheng said. I'm glad you asked, and that you're thinking of it in those terms, Benton said. To begin with, I simply want you to cultivate and be attentive to what anyone is teaching you. The sect has many positions that will need to be filled. We need blacksmiths and fletchers and alchemists and growers of spirit herbs and woodworkers and wood harvesters and, yes, fighters. And many other things besides. I want each of you to take a year or two and try out different things until you find something that both helps the sect and makes you happy. Then, I want you to do that thing to the best of your ability. Can you do that? The little fellow nodded vigorously. Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. So cute. Okay, Benton said, returning to addressing the group at large. The first step in the process is for each of you to become my disciples. From the time the ceremony is complete until the sect is officially formed, you shall call me Master. What should these lowly ones call the esteemed Master Cultivator after that? Hao Cheng said. Either sect leader or master, depending on the circumstances. The little boy nodded. Benton pulled a table, a couple of teapots, tea, and 19 cups from his ring, and directed Z. Delan to get everything set up for the ceremony, including getting the boiling water from the camp. Meanwhile, Benton called Peng Zhen, his wife, and Peng Hanying off to the side. Benton was having a hard time deciding what to do with Peng Hanying. On one hand, he had a powerful and, to this point, unique Qi aspect, using resources from the shop, if any were available, to nurture such a disciple made a lot of sense. On the other, he literally was on the lowest rung of talent, just a small step above those who couldn't cultivate at all. The boy as he was would never reach even golden core, meaning that chi aspect would go to waste, and that pouring more resources into him was stupid. The only thing stopping Benton from just giving the boy the standard cultivation method and treating him like all the other orphans was that Benton didn't know what the shop had available and for what price. "Is there a problem, esteemed Master Cultivator?" Peng Zhen said somewhat nervously. "Not so much a problem as a potential opportunity. After the disciple ceremony, I'm going to give almost everyone a cultivation method and teach them how to get started." Benton turned to Peng Hanying. "Your chi aspect is quite rare, and I find it very interesting. Instead of having you start cultivating immediately, I'd prefer to do some research first. I just wanted to explain that I'm not punishing you or your family or anything like that by not giving you the method yet. In fact, I'm doing the same thing with another one of my disciples, literally the third most talented one after the twins. Do you understand?" "This lowly one is disappointed not to start with everyone else, but this lowly one would rather start correctly than start fast, esteemed Master Cultivator." "Excellent response. Let's get started then." Benton was becoming quite the expert both at performing the Bai Si tea ceremony and leading beginners through sensing chi for the first time. Accomplishing both still took quite some time, but by the time everyone turned in for the night, Benton had gained another 19 disciples, 18 sect points, and 19 shop points. Sect name: Not Chosen. Sect members: 0. Disciples: 55. Sect points: 68. Shop points: 59. Host cultivation: Foundation establishment, Minor Realm 1. Chi available: 1,110. Host body cultivation: Bronze, Minor Realm 2. Host techniques: Analysis, large success. Basic archery, large success. Basic spear combat, large success. Pill basics, large success. Menus: cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked. Nice. Benton's future sect was growing by leaps and bounds. In fact, he finally felt satisfied that, for the moment, recruitment was where it needed to be. He was also happy with his sect points. Even if he had to use 10 points for a new individual cultivation method or for a technique, he'd still have all the points he needed to start body cultivation. In fact, he made a vow to himself not to let his point total fall below 55 before he got that particular ball rolling. Even better, he'd just gained 2 more points for his personal growth, and since he was out of hock, he could actually use them. He had a lot of choices, though, so he decided to spend the travel time tomorrow really mulling over his options before choosing one. Chapter 80. The True Role of a Sect Leader. The next morning, as the wagon creaked along, Benton focused on what he wanted to do with his 2 free sect points. When he'd first been isekai'd to the cultivator world and selected the sect leader system, he had been more than a little naive, thinking he'd simply recruit sect members who would do all the fighting for him. In reality, that idea hadn't worked out too well. For one thing, sending the twins and his other disciples into danger while not being willing to brave the same himself simply didn't sit right with him. For another, being stuck behind a desk while dealing with the sect's administrative duties wasn't the primary role of the sect leader. His actual role was to be such a powerful threat that no one dared pick a fight with his sect members. Now that he'd reached foundation establishment, it was time for him to start growing into that role in truth, not just bluffing it. His future was secure in that. As long as he survived,
he could recruit more and more sect members who would continue generating more and more sect points for him. He didn't have to worry about bottlenecks. His route to nascent soul and then nihility and beyond was assured. If he survived long enough. That was the rub. In chi gathering, techniques were useful, but not crucial. His main use of points had been to reach foundation establishment, and he felt that was absolutely the right call. There was a part of him that wanted to continue on that path. No one below Golden Core would mess with a cultivator at that realm. No Golden Core would mess with a nascent soul, and so on. But such a path would leave him as a paper tiger, essentially doing exactly what he'd done at the Poison Claw sect, bluffing. He needed real power, which, as a foundation establishment cultivator, came from techniques. Advancing minor realms would make him slightly stronger and give him more chi to work with. Techniques would allow him to make use of that chi.
Obviously, his plan going forward had to be to buy the techniques he needed to gain that power. Once he had a powerful build developed, he could balance advancing in minor realm against increasing the stage of each of his techniques. His powerful build would also form the foundation of all his combat skill for all his future major realms. Though neither he nor Sue's memories was entirely sure what happened at Golden Core, it was well known that cultivators continued using the techniques they learned at Foundation Establishment all the way through the next realm, and, presumably, into Nascent Soul. Of course, that practice might simply be because learning a technique required such a large expenditure of time and resources. It might be that Benton's cheat system would mean he would end up tossing all he was planning to learn away. He didn't think so, though. His instincts, based on everything Sue had learned in the Flowing Tiger sect, were saying to create a strong foundation of powerful techniques before moving forward. Thus, Benton's immediate goal was to determine a build that would make him a dominant, cultivating powerhouse. Starting off, he had 4 techniques from the Chi Gathering realm, all at the large success stage: Analysis, Basic Archery, Basic Spear Combat, and Pill Basics. Of the 4, the last could easily be eliminated from the need to advance for the immediate future. Until his disciples started reaching Golden Core and above, there was simply no need to gain more knowledge in using pills. Analysis was trickier to eliminate, but after some deliberation, he decided that gaining incrementally more information about objects, even important ones such as pills, herbs, and weapons, wasn't helpful to his immediate focus, which was martial might. Advancing basic archery and basic spear combat were definitely on the table, though, depending on how handy they'd be in conjunction with whatever external chi manipulation techniques he decided to take. Increasing the rank of either wasn't immediately useful, as large success made him capable enough to hold his own against most opponents. Only true martial experts would present any problems in that regard. Which led him to his main question. What techniques could he create for himself that would make him unbeatable at Foundation Establishment, and even allow him, if necessary, to punch up a major realm? Obviously, being able to use 4 rare, cheat-like aspects such as void, space, gravity, and time was a good start. Being able to literally create any technique using those aspects that he could imagine was also a broken ability. The trick was converting those 2 amazing characteristics into a form that allowed him to dominate on a real battlefield. First up, void. Benton had 2 ideas in his mind as to what void chi actually was. First, it was the stuff that filled his storage ring where the actual items he put in there wasn't. Essentially, it was just nothing, a lack of something. And if that was what void chi represented, it would be somewhat useless. On the other hand, he also had a notion of void as being a substance that hated matter, kind of like how nature abhorred a vacuum. Void abhorred stuff. If the latter were true, then void was more like antimatter than it was like nothing, meaning it might just be the most destructive form of chi available. System, he said internally. Is void chi nothingness, or does it abhor matter? Void chi can be either, depending on host's conception of it. Okay, well, that was a lot to unpack, but he decided it was best not to get sidetracked. System, I'm going to have some follow-up questions about how the chi can change based on my conception, but we'll leave that for some other time. For now, whenever I mention void chi, please give me the abhorring matter version unless I specifically state differently. Decision accepted. All right. For some reason, maybe because he could see the size of his chi pool, Benton tended to think of a technique kind of like a spell. User inputs chi of specific amount X into spell Y to create defined amount of damage Z. Techniques weren't exactly like that, though. The user controlled X instead of it being constant, meaning Z was also variable. To put it another way, Z always varied according to X. System, how much chi would be consumed if I wanted to fire a lethal bolt of pure void chi at an enemy fast enough that most golden core cultivators could not dodge it? Such a void bolt would require approximately 5,000 chi for an average cultivator of that realm. Yikes. That was almost 5 times the size of his pool of 1,110, and the bolt wasn't even guaranteed to hit a cultivator at the peak of that realm, or one who was spec'd for evasion. System, how much chi for the same conditions, except against a foe in the Foundation establishment realm? 1,500 chi. Getting closer. System, how much to simply create the chi bolt, but not to propel it? To create an amount of void chi sufficient to kill an average Foundation establishment cultivator, assuming the bolt hits body or armor instead of a chi shield, would require approximately 800 chi. Now he was getting somewhere. That was at least an amount he could afford. The point about the chi shield was interesting, though. By the Foundation establishment realm, almost all cultivators would throw up a chi shield, be it through a defensive talisman or from their own stores of chi, for any attack they couldn't dodge. From Sue's memories, elements that formed chi aspects acted similar to types in Pokémon. Greg had been into playing the game when he was younger, so Benton had gained a passing familiarity. Essentially, types were either weak against, strong against, or neutral against other types. If a cultivator formed a shield of one element, the best way to penetrate the barrier was to use an attack of an element that was strong against the defending one. For example, 2 of the best elements for shields were accounted to be earth and ice. Fire was strong against ice, and, thus, would penetrate it easier than attacking with an aspect that was neutral against that element. In contrast, fire was weak against earth, meaning the poor fire-aspected cultivator was going to have a long day trying to get through the earth-aspected cultivator's barrier. System, what elements are void chi strong and weak against? Void, as held in concept by the host, is neutral to all chi elements. It destroys matter exceptionally well, but is an inefficient use of chi to attack shields. Void chi was great at killing people, but suboptimal at taking out shields. Thus, Benton needed to hit first with a shield breaker and follow that attack immediately with void. Made sense. Cultivators could construct chi shields out of just about any aspect, though, and there wasn't a single element that was strong against all of them. Quite the contrary, actually. What he really needed was to vary the element of the shield breaker based on the shield's element. System, can I attach a small bit of chi to an arrowhead in a way that doesn't damage the tip? Yes. Host may charge the tip of an arrowhead with a chi aspect for the cost of the chi attack plus 10%. Great.
Delivering a chi bolt directly would cost 1,500 chi. To deliver the same attack via arrow would cost only 880. Perfect. System, how much would it cost to deliver an attack aspected to a primary or common secondary element strong enough to overwhelm most shields of Foundation Establishment cultivators? 400 chi. Half as much as he'd spend on a lethal void attack. Awesome. System, am I correct in understanding that delivering that attack via arrowhead would cost the same 10%, so 40 chi? Yes. Those responses were all great, but the plan Benton had just come up with hinged on the answer to the next one. System, can I layer a primary aspect on top of a void aspect on top of an arrowhead so that, when an attack lands, the primary aspect hits the shield and the void hits the cultivator? Yes, but the cost will add 25% to the total of the two chi attacks. That response was good and bad, but he could work with it. An arrow layered with fire chi and void chi would cost 1,500 total, exceeding his current pool size. Of course, that pool size would grow as he ascended minor realms, but he still thought he could get that cost down some. System, how much would it cost to deliver an attack aspected to a primary or common secondary element strong enough to overwhelm most shields of Foundation Establishment cultivators, assuming the attack element was strong against the defense element? 200 chi. That answer was exactly what Benton had hoped. Using fire against ice or water against earth would take down a shield for half the cost of using a neutral element. Thus, if Benton could always guarantee to use an opposing element, the cost to one-shot the average Foundation Establishment cultivator was reduced to 1,250 chi. That amount was still more than he currently had, but he was going in the right direction. Besides, he could always reduce the amount of void chi used. Even if it wouldn't immediately kill his opponent, injuring them enough to put them out of the fight for a while was almost as good, depending on the circumstances. System, can I create a Foundation Establishment ranked technique that layers the metal tip of a weapon, be it arrowhead or spear tip, with void chi and a type of primary or secondary aspected chi that opposes the type of chi my opponent is known to use in defense? Host may create a Foundation Establishment technique that layers void chi and a specific type of chi declared at the time of technique creation to the metal tip of a weapon. Creating a technique with a variable chi aspect was not considered by the sect leader system. Calculating. 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 Sect leader system authorizes the creation of variable aspected techniques. But since such techniques have never been seen on this planet, creation will require 50% more sect points per stage. For a moment there, Benton feared he had broken the system, but he was okay with the final answer. He was breaking the rules that everyone else used, so it made sense to be charged more for that. It was much better than not being allowed to do it in the first place. He'd have to pay 3 points for small success, 3 for large, and 6 for mastery, so 12 total instead of 8. The higher cost was worth it, considering it boosted his offense and reduced his chi cost. Next, he needed a delivery system. System, how much chi would it take to increase an arrow's speed so that it's so fast that a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator spec'd for speed and slash or evasion can't dodge it? 25 chi. Yes. That was why he liked bows. The mechanical aid of the weapon combined with his own strength already made an arrow pretty darn fast, so it took only a little bit of chi to make it even faster. System, how much to add a homing function to the arrow above? Chi required would double to 50. Awesome. 50 chi to shoot an arrow that couldn't be dodged was exactly what he needed. System, is there any additional chi needed to attach the technique I asked about above to the powered homing arrow? No. The total chi required would be the sum of the chi input into each of the two techniques. System, is there any problem creating a technique like I described to power the arrow and make it homing, giving me the choice to use either ability or both? Host may create such a technique. Create technique?
No thank you, system. I'm still thinking through my options. Chapter 81. Juggernaut. So far, Benton had come up with 2 techniques he definitely wanted. The one that layered void and variable aspected chi on a weapon tip, and the one that made an arrow faster and slash or homing. What else? The first thing that came to mind was some kind of area attack. All things were possible in a cultivation world, so he should expect the unexpected. Even though his arrows would be hard to counter and would deliver a devastating blow, they weren't impossible to evade or block. If he had some kind of area effect, that addition would really round out his offensive power set. Sue's memories indicated that, though a fireball could be blocked by just about any type of chi, only ones affecting temperature would prevent the heat from penetrating. That fact gave Benton an interesting idea. System, he said internally. Can using gravity to make objects heavier be blocked by a chi shield? The answer depends on how the host applies the gravity. A small pulse aimed at an opponent's weapon to increase its weight can be blocked by a shield just like any other chi attack. Increasing the local gravity of an entire area can be countered, but not blocked by a shield. That response contained an interesting tidbit that needed unpacking. System. How can a localized gravity increase be countered? If host's opponent has access to talismans or personal chi that decrease gravity, that decrease can directly counter host's increase in the local gravity. The incidence of cultivators with such a chi aspect is low, making the chance of encountering this scenario improbable. Additionally, some cultivators possess techniques that directly counter local physical effects caused by chi in a similar way that shields block chi attacks. Though much rarer and more chi-intensive than chi shields, any cultivator who participates in many battles is likely to have access to such. If Benton encountered an opponent who also used gravity-aspected chi, he'd deal with that eventuality when the time came. The second scenario didn't mean Benton shouldn't use an area of effect technique. It just meant he should be prepared for the technique to be countered. It wasn't like he wouldn't use direct attacks just because of the existence of shields. Actually, what it really meant was that he needed such a measure for himself. He saved that thought for later to avoid getting sidetracked. System. How much chi would be expended for an attack that would bring a peak foundation establishment cultivator literally to their knees? And how much for a directed attack that would cause them to lose their weapon? 100-fold increase in local gravity in a 2-foot diameter circle underneath a cultivator would be sufficient to collapse a peak foundation establishment cultivator who was not heavily invested in increased strength. Such an increase would require 350 chi. The same 100-fold increase applied in a microbeam directed at a specific point on an opponent's weapon would require 15 chi. Gravity seemed like a nice, efficient way to disrupt opponents, both to throw off an attack with a weapon and to take them down to the ground. System, can I create a technique that allows me to use gravity in both manners we just discussed? Host may create such a technique. Create technique? Not quite yet, thanks. That combat ability would address his lack of an attack that couldn't be evaded. Next, he needed a shield. And naturally, he thought about replicating the variable attack method he'd come up with earlier. System, can I create a shield that will use a variable chi aspect that is strong against the element an opponent attacks with? As was the case with using variable aspected chi for attack, the sect leader system authorizes the creation of such variable aspected techniques, but will require 50% more sect points per stage. Okay, that response was expected. But he wanted to make sure. Now for the true cheat idea. System.
Can I create a technique that triggers a shield only when I'm about to be struck by a chi attack? And can I further have the technique trigger a shield of the exact size and amount of chi required to block that attack? Creating a technique with the sophistication needed to automatically counter attacks in a precise manner was not considered by the sect leader system. Calculating. 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 Sect leader system authorizes the creation of techniques with sophisticated programmed responses, but since such techniques have never been seen on this planet, creation will require 50% more sect points per stage.
Benton laughed. Perfect.
System, can I create a shield technique that combines the qualities of both the techniques I just asked about? Creating a technique that combines two separate abilities not previously known on this planet was not considered by the sect leader system. Calculating. 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 Sect leader system authorizes the creation of techniques that combine previously approved unique qualities, but since such techniques have never been seen on this planet, creation will require double the percent increase with each quality added. The technique the host requested will require 100% more sect points per stage than a standard technique.
The amount of sect points used was starting to get expensive, but at the moment, Benton preferred to spend points in order to ensure his chi efficiency during battle. After all, he didn't expect to see another order of magnitude jump in his pool's size until he reached Golden Core, at which point he was sure there would be some kind of expense required to upgrade his techniques. He could live with paying double for a technique that was almost guaranteed to save his life at some point, and be so efficient in its chi usage at the same time. Next, he needed a movement technique. According to Sue's memories, the techniques most cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm used made chi directly propel them forward, like wind pushing them from behind, or earth pushing up against their steps. There were thousands of variations, and each was quite cheap. He wanted to be able to instantly move from one point to another. System, what type of chi aspect would allow me to teleport? The type of chi required to teleport depends on host's conception of that chi aspect. Thanks for the completely non-helpful answer, System, Benton said internally.
Let me rephrase. Let's say that I have a conception of the chi aspect of dimensions that allows me to step from where I am through another dimension to where I want to come out back in this dimension. Does that work? And if so, how much chi would it cost? Opening and closing portals to other dimensions large and stable enough to use them to traverse portions of this planet would require enormous amounts of chi, in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay, that didn't work. What else could he try?
System, my concept of the chi aspect of space is that it can be physically folded to make 2 points closer together or farther apart. How much chi would it take for me to fold space in such a way that I can move from where I am standing to a point 100 miles away in a single step? Moving the host 100 miles in a single step would require 15,000 chi.
That amount was obviously still too expensive, but it at least was low enough cost that he might be able to lower it to usable levels.
System, using the spatial chi aspect, how much chi to move 1 mile? Moving the host 1 mile in a single step would require 1,500 chi.
Going in the right direction.
System, using the spatial chi aspect, how much chi to move 10 feet? Moving the host 10 feet in a single step would require 125 chi.
That amount was affordable, but much less would work for combat.
System, using the spatial chi aspect, how much chi to move 3 feet? Moving the host 3 feet in a single step would require 30 chi.
That worked. In a fight, he'd be able to move anywhere from a long step to 10 feet for a quite reasonable chi expenditure, and since he was folding space to avoid the intervening distance, he'd be able to step through people and walls and other obstacles. He had his movement technique. That left only one more idea.
the ability to take all the time he wanted to plan his next move. System, how much chi would that trick to pause time that you suggested previously cost? Pausing time is actually a misnomer. The technique would remove host from the time stream, allowing host to consider possible actions, and return the host back to the stream at the exact moment host was removed, essentially freezing the universe for the interim period. Host's body would be returned in the exact place and position from which it was taken. This technique requires 100 chi per subjective second. Yikes! That was expensive, and he couldn't think of a way to reduce the amount needed. He wanted it, though. It could be a lifesaver. What he really needed was a larger chi pool. System, is there any way besides advancing in realm to increase the size of my chi pool? Host can earn a perk point and select Enhanced Cultivation Power. Okay. He hadn't really even expected for there to be any path forward, so he'd take that. System, how can I earn another perk point? Host can earn perk points through completing certain quests. Host must complete the Found a Sect quest to unlock more quests. Perfect. That situation might just take care of itself. Benton went through and calculated all the sect points he'd like to spend through the peak of Foundation establishment, and the number was quite high. He decided that he could forego the area attack shield until some point in the future. He had the system display the results in a table. Peak of Foundation establishment: 16 Silver Body Cultivation Minor Realm 1, 9. Spear Mastery, 2. Archery Mastery, 2. Void and Variable Chi Layering Mastery, 12. Homing Power Shot Mastery, 8. Gravity Area Attack Mastery, 8. Variable Microshield Mastery, 16. Quick-Step Mastery, 8. Pause Time Mastery, 8. Yikes. Even with eliminating one nice-to-have, his ultimate combat build required 89 total sect points, 87 more than he had available to use at the moment for his personal improvement. To acquire those 87 points, he'd need to earn 870 additional points. He'd only earned 231 so far. If he could buy all those improvements, as well as increasing his chi pool greatly, he had no doubt he'd become the strongest Foundation establishment cultivator to ever exist on this planet. A true juggernaut. The question was, would such a juggernaut be curb-stopped by an average Golden Core cultivator? Benton honestly didn't know enough about cultivators in the next major realm to make that determination. He would need to balance his spirit cultivation advancement with his techniques. The more important, immediate question was, what was the most effective use of points at the moment? His biggest need was some way to convert his chi pool into something useful in combat. And for that, he needed a technique, eliminating the first 4 items on his list. The arrow technique was meant to be a delivery method for his other attacks, and didn't do much on its own, so it was not an immediate consideration either. System, Benton said internally. For all the scenarios earlier that answered how much chi various techniques would use, were you quoting values for small success or for mastery? Small success. That was a little bit of a relief. System, how much would the chi usage be reduced for large success, and then for mastery? Depending on the particular technique, host's chi usage for the same effect would be reduced by 10% to 25% upon reaching large success, and an additional 25% to 50% upon reaching mastery. Sweet. That reduction meant he could actually use his most powerful attack when he mastered the technique. Unfortunately, the 2 most important techniques that he wanted to buy both cost more to learn than the 2 points he had available. Pause time wouldn't help him use his chi to defeat his enemies.
Quickstep could save his life by allowing him to evade attacks, but evading wasn't the same as winning. Reluctantly, Benton decided to wait to buy a new technique until he had at least one more sect point.
Chapter 82. Distant thunder portends a storm. Starting in the early afternoon, Benton's musings were interrupted by notifications. Not that he minded. Not for those kinds of notifications. Host's disciple, Ye Zan, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 3. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 69 sect points available. By the time the caravan stopped for the night, he'd received 8 more of those notifications as the guards started reaching the next minor realm. The first of those was Huang Yimun, who was the winner of the extra qi condensing pill. Happily, the points earned by the guards were just enough to bring Benton to his 240th point earned, meaning he had the 3 sect points he needed to create his new technique. System, he said internally. Please spend 3 points to create a technique to stack void qi and variable other qi, depending on opponent's shield type, on top of a weapon's metal tip. Technique creation confirmed. Host has learned the technique. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher weapon augmentation. Small success. Host has 74 sect points available. As the rest of the caravan made camp, Benton once again pulled his council into the woods, including Peng Zhen and Zi Delan. After he officially founded his sect, Benton figured he'd eventually have 2 different councils, one for more bureaucratic decisions and a core one for more strategic discussions. For now, though, he wanted all those in leadership positions to get used to the concept of being asked their opinion. He did feel somewhat bad for leaving out Hao Chung, but the little guy didn't seem ready for that kind of responsibility yet. In the next week or 2, Benton said, we will start encountering spirit beasts, and this meeting is to discuss our plans. Obviously, I'm not too concerned about a beast being able to defeat the twins and me. My main worry is that one of them will somehow slip through and attack one of our weaker members while the fighters are otherwise occupied. Thoughts? The group was mostly silent, but just when Benton was about to continue, Ye Zan spoke up. I'm not sure what options are available to us, Master. Can you share some of your abilities with us to help us plan? Another disciple dropped the useless third-person nonsense. Good. Sure, Benton said. My first thought was that, since we're past the point where any spies can easily spot us, I could store all our goods in my ring. I could even store some of the wagons in my ring as well, but not the animals unless we're going to kill them first. It wasn't like there was any traffic at all besides them on the overgrown dirt path from Vermilion incomparable Raintown to the prosperous Grey Forest village, so anyone they encountered could safely be considered to be a spy and captured or eliminated. Their caravan was also getting quite long, with 7 big wagons and 1 cart. It spread out far enough that the tail lost sight of the front when going around a bend or over a hill. Reducing the length and concentrating the group should make defending it easier. There were a lot of people that Benton had collected. Him, the twins, Zhou Tian and Shilong, Ye Zan's 17 guards, including the drivers, Jun Wu's family of 5 and Peng Zhen's family of 3, Zi Delan's gang of 6, and the 10 orphans made a total of 46. That was a lot of defenseless small kids to keep track of and defend. Additionally, Benton said, my senses are quite adept at picking out spirit beasts from miles away. Even ones that are heavily dependent on stealth for ambush attacks are still easily detectable within hundreds of yards. Well, Ye Zan said, those 2 advantages will be very beneficial, Master. We should be able to put everyone in 3 wagons, which will greatly reduce the amount of space to patrol. I worry, though, that none of my guards have any experience fighting spirit beasts. Good point. Once we enter their territory,
We should rotate 2 of your guards hunting with Yang Shu and another 2 with Yang Ru in order to get that experience. With 3 of your people driving wagons and the 4 hunting, that leaves 5 off-duty and 5 actively guarding. As long as I stay with the caravan, that should be fine. If the density of beasts increases, we'll shift to keeping everyone around the caravan.
Yes, Master. Though that means we won't be getting a full 10 hours of cultivation in.
That will be a necessary sacrifice, and only a temporary one. I'd rather plan to be as safe as possible. With the decision made, Benton saw no need to keep the goods in the wagons exposed for another night, so he immediately swiped everything into his ring once he'd finished escorting the rest of the council back to the campsite. That act drew some excited murmurs from the rest of the group, but not many of them knew enough about spatial rings to understand how phenomenal his was. Benton immediately traipsed back into the woods until he found an area with a few dead trees. Time to test out his new technique. When he was a teenager, he remembered watching a television show that featured 2 protagonists who were prohibited by law from owning guns. So, when they needed a lethal weapon, they taped a stick of dynamite to an arrow to blow stuff up. Adult Benton had more than a few questions about that tactic. Wouldn't taping a heavy explosive to an arrow shaft affect the trajectory? Did dynamite really explode on contact like that? Would a single stick of dynamite blow a small shack into little splinters? Kid Benton sure had enjoyed the spectacle, though, and the image of that one explosion endured in his mind. Thus, when he used his new technique to charge 10 fire-aspected chi onto the tip of an arrow and loosed at one of the dead trunks, he was expecting something spectacular. He didn't get it. The fireball was underwhelming. It didn't even ignite the dry wood because it flared so fast. The next time he pulled the arrow back to his cheek, he concentrated on adding 100 fire-aspected chi to the technique and let loose. The trunk exploded into fiery chunks. For a moment, he basked in the feeling of being a good old boy before deciding that he really didn't want to burn down the forest. He rushed forward and used his ring to douse the flames with pond water. Time to see what Void would do. Again, he started with 10 chi, and the result was interesting. There was no sound after the thunk of the arrow hitting the tree. A chunk of wood just disappeared as if it had never existed, leaving a perfectly smooth, semi-spherical divot about 4 inches in diameter. The arrow's shaft fell to the ground, the tip and front half having disappeared. Benton shivered, thinking about what that would do to a human. Yikes. In order to fully test his new technique, he dialed the void chi up to 100, purely for science, not just because he really wanted to see what would happen. He took careful aim at the center of a trunk that had fallen to lean against another tree and loosed. Thunk! Most of the middle of the tree and the entire arrow just soundlessly disappeared. The bottom, which no longer had anything supporting it, crashed to the ground, soon to be followed by the top that had been braced against an upper fork in a neighboring tree. That was so cool. One more test. Charging both fire chi and void chi with 10 each, he aimed at a third trunk. He barely even saw a flash of fire before it, along with a chunk of the dead wood, was eaten by the void. That was the attack of a juggernaut cultivator. Combined with his variable shield that formed the instant he was hit, he was going to be a force to be reckoned with. Rather pleased with himself, Benton returned to the camp where Ye Zan and Huang Yimun used their chi condensing pills, propelling them to Minor Realm 4. After getting the notification about gaining another sect point, Benton offered the guard captain and the other guard their choice of the sect's bow technique or spear technique. Both chose the spear. "I'll be giving the same choice to each of the guards upon reaching the 3rd minor realm," Benton said. "Once they reach large success with their chosen technique, I want them to learn the opposite one to small success.
When that is accomplished, you and I will sit down and discuss what other techniques would be useful for them to learn."
"Yes, master."
Benton went to each of the ones who had reached the third minor realm, congratulated them, and offered them the weapon choice. The next day, Ho Ya-ju took his pill, advancing to the fourth minor realm as well. A few more of the guards reached minor realm 3. Before they all settled in for the night, Benton went to each of them, offering them a choice of weapon technique and explaining his expectations. As a bonus result from consolidating the wagons, adding additional oxen to pull each one actually sped the pace.
A little. It was still glacial, of course, but better was better.
The following day, the rest of the guards reached the third minor realm, and Benton followed his new protocol with them as well. Astoundingly, he also received a notification that Wan Ai reached Qi Gathering Minor Realm 5. Benton called up his status. Sect name, not chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 55. Sect points, 92. Shop points, 59. Host cultivation, Foundation establishment, Minor Realm 1. Qi available, 1,110. Host body cultivation, Bronze, Minor Realm 2. Host techniques, Qi gathering.
Analysis. Large success. Basic archery. Large success. Basic spear combat. Large success. Pill basics. Large success host techniques. Foundation establishment. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher. Weapon augmentation. Small success. Menus. Cultivation method. Technique. Quest. Perk. Advancement. Shop. Locked. Nice. 92 sect points. Considering how many he hoped to earn through body cultivation, he might actually reach those 84 free points he needed to advance himself. After all, he had 1 unused at the moment. Hey, it was a start. Actually, he was considering changing his 10% allotment. There weren't many disciples who were going to be reaching Foundation establishment any time in the near future. Assuming he could get the right pills from the shop without breaking the bank, he thought the twins might advance soon after the sect was founded. Other than them, only Wan Ai was getting within striking distance. If body cultivation panned out how he hoped, he'd have more than enough points to secure techniques for his disciples for a while to come. And that assumption didn't even take into account recruiting more sect members from the village. He felt it likely that he could at least double his personal point allotment to 20% and maybe even go to 25 without impacting his ability to create new cultivation methods and techniques. During the next 5 days, all the guards advanced their respective weapon techniques to small success, earning Benton 17 more sect points. That quantity took him to 2 unused points for his personal advancement, and he was torn. He planned for the shield breaker technique to become his go-to damage dealer, so taking it to large success would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness by reducing the qi expended by 10 to 25%. On the other hand, the technique was meant to be used with a weapon, and picking up the arrow technique would make it less likely for a target to evade him, and he could buy that one immediately. More damage or a higher chance to hit? Tough call. With some regret, he decided to wait for 1 more point in order to advance his most powerful technique. Sometime in the mid-morning, he sensed rank 1 spirit beasts in the distance. That was close to a week sooner than he had expected, meaning that the beasts had expanded their territory greatly in the little over 2 months he'd been gone. He couldn't help but wonder, what storm did that metaphorical distant thunder portend? Chapter 83. Learning to Hunt.
Yizan crept through the woods behind young Shu, trying to move as quietly as possible. Whatever he was doing wasn't good enough for senior sister,
who kept glaring at him, and Huang Yimun, his fellow guard, who was even worse about finding every dead leaf than Yazan was. Less than a month and a half ago, he'd never left the city. He'd never walked through woods. He'd certainly never crept through the woods in an attempt to kill a spirit beast. It still amazed him every day that he'd somehow arrived at such a place in his life. Not that he was complaining. He never thought he'd amount to anything. Prior to accepting Elder Kang Ya Ting's offer to guard a caravan belonging to a friend of the Poison Claw sect, Yazan's best-case scenario for his future was dying on some nameless battlefield contested by two nobles, neither of whom even knew his name. If he were really lucky, he'd actually have someone for them to send his death benefits to. With Master, Yazan was not only likely to die in a battle that actually mattered while protecting people whom he cared about, but he was treated with respect. He was valued. Whatever Master required of him, he'd do. "You two are hopeless," she said. "If we were depending on an ambush, we'd be dead." "Pardon, Senior Sister," Yazan said, "but we're supposed to be guards. We're not supposed to be stealthy." She grumbled under her breath. "That's good, because you're not." They sped up their pace, foregoing any attempt to be quiet until finally she stopped in a clearing. "We should be getting close," she said. "You remember the plan?" "Huang Yimun and I separate, trying to each get on one side of the beast. I am the primary attacker. Huang Yimun should only defend himself if the beast darts at him. If I miss my attack, you will kill the beast with an arrow." Yazan had never even seen a spirit beast. In the stories he'd heard, mainly from older mercenaries, they were fast and ferocious opponents. Even a squirrel became a deadly whirlwind of teeth and claws once it grew a core. It usually took an entire squad to take one down, and such was only usually accomplished by luring it into a trap. He was expected to kill it with a spear. Granted, he was a lot faster and stronger and tougher than he had been as a mortal, and he understood how to use his weapon a lot better. To say he was nervous was a major understatement, though. The only reason he wasn't scared out of his mind was that he had Senior Sister backing him up. If anyone could shoot an arrow through a beast's eye at 100 paces while the thing scampered about like its tail was afire, it was young Shu. He'd never seen shots like the ones she'd made against those bandits. Yedzan was very glad they were on the same side. "Good," she said. "This is the same way that Master taught Brother and me. If you fail, there is no shame and no danger. You'll get the next one, or the one after that." He nodded. So did Huang Yimun. "Now, take up your positions and be silent. Follow me if I move. Watch for my hand signals." "Yes, Senior Sister," they chorused. "Silence!" Both of them complied, waiting patiently as she used qi to extend her senses. Minutes that felt like hours later, she spoke quietly. "It's found us. Heading this way. Take your positions. I'll be in a tree." She moved silently behind them, but Yedzan paid her no attention. If there was one person in the clearing that he trusted to do the job correctly, it was her. Usually, he would be giving his subordinate orders or encouragement, but that wasn't his job today. He needed to get himself ready. Huang Yimun would have to figure things out for himself, and if he didn't, Yang Shu was sure to give him an earful. Yedzan tightened his grip on his spear, loosened his shoulders, and widened his stance. His heart still pounded, but it was the best he could do. Soon he heard rustling in the distance, and it was clearly moving toward him. He gripped the spear even tighter, pointing the tip at the distant noise. The beast was moving fast, much faster than he could have sprinted, and from the racket it was making, it was big. Big and slow was fine. Small and fast was fine. There was nothing worse than a big, fast opponent. A bush on the opposite side of the clearing moved. The bottom limbs parted, revealing a creature's gray and white face and black, masked eyes. A raccoon. Those things were accounted to be vicious even as mundane animals. He wouldn't want to face the spirit beast version. But that was exactly what he was about to do. He darted forward to grab its attention. The move worked. It headed straight for him. Yadzan tried to circle to the left to get to the beast's side as per the plan, but it didn't work. The thing was too fast, too agile. Its course remained true. It tensed its legs. He started his thrust before it left the ground. It leapt. He moved with all the speed his enhanced body could muster. The spear connected, right through the heart. One thrust, one kill. Man, he hoped gaining experience fighting these things made him less tense. Otherwise, he didn't think his heart could take it.
For 3 full days, Zotian had watched one guard after another go out into the woods hunting spirit beasts with senior brother or senior sister. And he wasn't resentful, per se. He understood that the guards would be depended on to defend the caravan from attacks if Master and the siblings were otherwise occupied. But Zotian was more than ready for his turn, and it had finally come. Young Ru grunted. "I'm ready, senior brother. Let's go." It was just the two of them, because his mission was slightly different than the guards. Master had pointed them toward the southwest, where they'd find a rank 1 after about a mile. They sprinted, him silently and senior brother quietly, for the first half of that distance, until Zotian stopped along a game trail. "This looks like a good spot, senior brother." Young Ru grunted. "Remember the plan, senior brother. Do not kill the beast unless it is past me or I'm in imminent danger. Master wants me to work on my hide presence against it." Young Ru grunted harder. "I know that you know, senior brother, but Master says that repeating the mission over and over again is good standard operating procedure." Young Ru grunted. "Exactly, senior brother. Now, let's be silent. The beast should be here soon." Zotian stepped into the shadow of a tree and faded. At least, that was how he thought of it. Like his entire being became lesser, like his presence reduced. Shadows cloaked him. It was the same skill he'd used all his life to be less noticed, but since he'd become a cultivator and learned an actual technique, the ability had been supercharged. Actual shadows moved across his body, shielding him from view, lessening his scent, concealing even his spiritual presence, according to Master. Zotian waited silently, still, barely breathing. Motion attracted the eye. Motion produced sound. Patient, unmoving, calm. Rustling sounded in the distance. The beast was coming. Zotian did not react in any way. Closer and closer the sound moved, and still he didn't react. As it approached, it slowed as it appeared in view, a fox with fiery red fur. He felt its confusion. Young Ru must have been like a bright, shining light to its senses. But what was the dim glow at the edge of its perception? If anything, Zotian grew even more still. Nothing, little fox. He was nothing. The glow was nothing to be concerned about. The beast sniffed the ground, inching closer to Zotian's position. His heartbeat was perfectly steady, its rhythm timed in minutes instead of seconds. He was still, calm. The fox drew closer. Zotian willed the shadows to cover him tighter. No, wait. Something felt wrong. He wasn't meant to be the subject the shadows concealed. He was the shadow. Become the shadow. No, that was wrong too.
Why should he have to become what he already was? He was Shadow. The fox slowly meandered past his position and focused on Yang Ru. Behind the creature, Zhou Tian quickly pulled both his daggers and plunged them into the beast's back. Yang Ru grunted. I know, senior brother. I was only supposed to hide. You were supposed to kill. But the attack was there for the taking. It felt right. How could I resist? Yang Ru grunted. No, Master won't be mad. He's going to be quite happy, in fact. I think I just reached large success.
Benton was ecstatic to receive the notification. The quickness of the advancement proved that he'd been right to give Zhou Tian a shadow technique. When the two boys returned from their successful hunt, Benton mildly chastised the younger one for killing the beast against instructions, but he could hardly blame Zhou Tian under the circumstances. Even the best plans usually didn't survive contact with an enemy. Things happened in the field, and Benton needed to trust his people to make those kinds of decisions. Of course, in a sect, the reward for hard work was more work. So Benton gave Zhou Tian a new technique to learn: Foundational Dagger Essentials. Benton had debated for a moment about making it shadow aspected, but there was little point to do so for general weapon techniques in the Qi gathering realm. That was his philosophy, anyway. Some clans and sects preferred to have all their people practice aspected techniques from the beginning, and Benton begrudgingly admitted there was some benefit to that practice. The type of Qi influenced certain movements and styles. An earth-aspected sword technique might focus more on defense, a wind one on speed, etc. Influenced heavily by the teachings of Su's Flowing Tiger sect, Benton wanted his disciples to learn the foundational essentials of their weapons first, instead of concentrating immediately on just their unique style. Such specialization would come later, once the basics were mastered. The next day, Zhou Tian reached small success in the dagger technique, a quick advancement due to him already having familiarity with the weapon. Benton also received notifications that 5 of his newest disciples from the town had reached Minor Realm 2. 2 days later, the rest of the 18 had reached that milestone, and Shunwu's wife and son reached Minor Realm 3. Benton used the windfall to increase his primary attack technique to large success, and to gain the Seeking Speeding Arrow technique at small success. The caravan continued on for another 17 days, the spirit beasts growing in quantity and quality, with rank 2s and even rank 3s appearing. The guards were only allowed to take on the rank 2s in large groups, with close supervision by Benton or one of the twins. They weren't allowed to challenge the rank 3s at all, those being reserved for the siblings working together or, in one case where multiples showed up at once, Benton joining in. The disciples continued their steady growth during the travel, though only Shilong and Zhou Tian reached the next minor realm. Shunwu's wife and son also achieved small success with the bow technique. With the orange walls of the village finally in sight mid-morning of that 17th day, Benton called up his status for the last time of the voyage. Sect name: Not Chosen. Sect members: 0. Disciples: 55. Sect points: 114. Shop points: 59. Host cultivation: Foundation establishment, Minor Realm. 1 Qi available, 1,110. Host body cultivation, Bronze, Minor Realm 2. Host techniques, Qi gathering. Analysis: large success. Basic archery: large success. Basic spear combat: large success. Pill basics: large success. Host techniques. Foundation establishment. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher weapon augmentation. Large success. Seeking speeding arrow. Small success. Menus: cultivation method, technique,
Quest, Perk, Advancement, Shop, Locked.
Chapter 84.
Home again, jiggity jig. Considering how little time Benton had actually spent in the village, it felt strange for him to consider it home. The small, decrepit place, filled with starving people besieged on all sides by spirit beasts, was his future, though. And that made it home. The amount of spirit beasts was a bit concerning, more so than he would have thought. The density of them near the village had increased significantly in the time since he'd left, and there were mainly rank 2s nearby compared to rank 1s before. There were even visible scratches in the Orange Vigor spirit wood wall near the gate. Benton doubted if a rank 3 would be strong enough to make those, meaning a beast of an even higher rank might have been there. The differences were a clear indication that something was pushing the lower-ranked beasts further and further out. Back where Benton had grown up, afternoon thunderstorms had been commonplace. Not every storm produced a tornado, but some of them did. That was how he'd thought about the chances of a beast tide when he'd left the village. There was definitely a thunderstorm, but there may or may not be a tornado. The conditions at the village currently were along the lines of a tornado watch. Conditions were right for a twister, but that didn't mean one would form. The same went for a beast tide. Only time would tell if that watch would become a warning, meaning a tornado was on the ground. Or, in this case, that a tide was coming. A clamor arose inside the walls when the guards noticed the caravan coming, an event that had to be both unexpected and almost unprecedented in their recent memory. The gate remained closed for several minutes even after the caravan stopped right outside of the village. Finally, Mo Jian appeared atop the wall, and his eyes went wide. He cupped his hands. These lowly ones feared that the esteemed master cultivator was lost. Benton shrugged. Better late than never.
Can we enter?
I've got a lot of people and kids out here. Of course, of course. After a couple of shouts from Mo Jian, the gates opened and the caravan rolled inside. Forgive me, but though these ones are glad that the esteemed master cultivator has returned, where is the food? The mayor said. Right here. Benton walked to an open spot on the plaza just inside the gate and waved his hand. As soon as he'd finished speaking, 2 wagons overflowing with food appeared. Mo Jian's eyes widened, and he bowed lower than he ever had before. Gratitude, esteemed master cultivator. The contents of both those wagons are yours as agreed. I hope that we can now start to build some trust between us. Of course, esteemed master cultivator. Benton wasn't entirely pleased with that response. It was entirely polite and appropriate, but it was also distant. He was seeking a closer relationship, but, with a bit of reflection, understood that such could only be achieved with time. All these people are my disciples, and I will be responsible for their food, Benton said. I do need places for them to stay for a short while, so if you can arrange that, I would be grateful. It shall be done, esteemed master cultivator. Good. The 2 of us need to meet later for more discussion, but I want to see Mistress Zhong first. I'll be at your house in 2 hours. Benton needed to secure land for his new sect, an ongoing mutual commerce agreement between the town and the new sect, and terms for recruitment. He could see that discussion going one of 2 ways, the mayor rolling over and giving him whatever he wanted, or the mayor trying to make things as difficult as possible. That is satisfactory, esteemed master cultivator. Benton almost frowned. He'd stated what would happen, not made a request for the mayor to approve. For the sake of building a working partnership, though, it was probably best not to press the issue. Bringing only Hao Cheng and the other 9 orphans from Vermilion Incomparable Raintown along,
Benton walked to the orphanage, where he was received by a very excited Mistress Zhong.
Master, you returned!
Of course I did. I promised, didn't I? She grinned.
Master did.
So, how have things been over the last few months?
Does Master want the good news or the bad news first?
Good. Better to get the easy stuff out of the way and deal with any trouble second.
All the disciples have been doing great, Master. I've had the young ones cultivate 5 hours per day like you suggested, the rest of their time filled with continuing their studies and playtime. They're really enjoying their new strength and energy. Let's just say I'm very glad both that I now have help and that the 3 of us have been able to stay ahead of their cultivation.
That's great, because I have 10 more for you to take care of. Don't worry, though. I'm not going away again for a while, and even then, hopefully not for nearly so long. We'll also have more people to teach the kids. Benton introduced Hao Cheng, who in turn supplied the names of the other 9 children. Mistress Zhong called Xiaorong to get the new orphans settled.
The biggest surprise I have for you, Mistress Zhong said after the newcomers had departed, is One Eye's progress. I know, 5th minor realm, and I bet she's near the 6th by now. She did awesome. How did you... Master truly is unfathomable.
Benton couldn't help but notice how much Mistress Zhong's attitude toward him had changed. You seem to have a different attitude from when I left.
Master, this one... The changes have been amazing. I have so much more energy. None of the kids who started cultivating have even gotten the sniffles. It's everything you promised and more. And no one went hungry. And then, well, I maybe started to doubt a little, but you came back. You came back!
If her words represented the attitude of everyone in the house, he had truly managed to produce loyal followers. That possibility made him feel a lot better about his burgeoning sect. Let's find One Eye, Benton said. I have some stuff for her. They found the shy girl in a room that had been repurposed for cultivation. She stood up at their entrance and offered a deep bow.
This lowly one greets Master.
One Eye, you have done amazing. I am so proud of your diligence. To reach the peak of the 5th minor realm so quickly. The girl timidly stared at the ground. I have presents, Benton said. She looked up.
Presents, Master?
Remember the maxim of any sect. Hard work is rewarded with more work. He pulled 3 books from his ring. First, these. 1 beginning book each on growing herbs, preparing herbs, and basic alchemy. Next, he produced a small pile of herbs and seeds. These are what you're going to be dealing with, so you can get familiar with them. We've got a lot of work to do. I'm going to get you some help, but you're going to be in charge.
Me, Master?
Of course. You're one of my core disciples. There aren't many of my members who are as important as you. She looked stunned. I wasn't finished with the gifts, though. He pulled an alchemy set from the ring and showed it to her. And finally, the knife he'd purchased for her appeared in his hand. She looked overwhelmed.
Gratitude, Master.
Actually, the real present is this. Benton pulled a jade with the dagger technique he'd created for Zhou Tian. Learn this in your spare time. It's for both self-defense and to aid with your herb preparation. He created a new technique that he set to any qi aspect and handed her a second jade. This one is the important one for you. Foundational herb gathering and preparation. The books will help you advance the technique some, so I still want you to read them. The real way to get the technique to large success, though, is practice. And you're going to be getting lots and lots of that. He and Mistress Zhang left Wan Ai to soak in all that had just happened, and he made a mental note to send Yang Shu to check on the younger girl later. "I've made a decision about the sect," Benton told Mistress Zhang. "After my members reach the third minor realm of Qi gathering, they can start learning techniques. Usually one at a time, unlike with Wan Ai. So far, I've mostly had everyone start by choosing a weapon technique, but I'm not sure what to do about the children." Mistress Zhang shivered. "I was just envisioning 8 hyper-superhuman children running around with weapons, and my first instinct was to say no. The world is a dangerous place, though, and they are now cultivators. They must be able to defend themselves." Benton nodded. He really wanted her input on how to proceed. "I think we should proceed, but with 2 caveats. They should all learn the same weapon, and they should only use the weapons when in an organized class taught by someone." "That's fair. It might be a few days, but I can easily arrange for classes. Thank you for your advice." She nodded graciously. "Oh, wait," Benton said. "You said something about bad news." Mistress Zhang's face fell. "Something happened, but I'm not sure how bad it actually is. Jin Li Huan ate some spirit beast meat a couple of weeks ago. She was impatient that you hadn't returned and was convinced that eating it would let her cultivate. She's been in bed since." That wasn't good. Both his pill basics technique and Sue's memories said that bad things happen to mortals who are exposed to too much qi. "Take me to her," Benton said. Mistress Zhang led him to the girl's bed. He scanned her. Name, Jin Li Huan. Affiliation, Prosperous Grey Forest Village Orphanage. Age, 12. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, G. Qi aspect, none. G. Spiritual roots and no Qi aspect. It was worse than he had feared. As soon as Mo Jian had found subordinates to coordinate the sudden housing crisis that the cultivator had thrust upon the village, he summoned Guang Yin to his house.
"Yes, honored mayor."
The cultivator returned, with food, and with a host of newcomers. There were over 40 of them.
"That's unexpected, honored mayor."
"You're darn right it's unexpected, Guang Yin. What does it mean? What does he want with us? The spirit wood can't be that valuable to him to go through all this trouble."
"I don't know, honored mayor."
"And what was with that pin he and his disciples wore?"
"What pin, honored mayor?"
All 3 were the same. A green snake. Guang Yin's eyes went wide.
"A green snake? Are you sure, honorable mayor?"
"I'm not so old as to be blind yet. Of course I'm sure." Guang Yin sat as his legs grew shaky.
"When this one had dealings with the righteous Rain sect, it was always with very junior members. Outer sect only, honorable mayor. I never even met an elder."
Okay. Great anecdote, I guess, but what does it have to do with anything?
"The pin. That's the symbol of the Poison Claw sect, honorable mayor. They're one of the big 4, now big 3, I guess, sects on this continent. They are as important as the righteous Rain sect was."
Mo Jian took a deep breath. "What does it mean that he's wearing it, then?"
"It means that anyone he meets should treat him like a member of the Poison Claw sect, honorable mayor. But it's even more significant than that. It means he drew the attention of sect elders, highly placed sect elders. In a way, he represents the Poison Claw sect. His honor is their honor. It means we have to treat him as an elder of one of the most prestigious sects on the continent."
Mo Jian groaned. Just what we needed.
"It could be a good thing, honorable mayor. It means whatever he is doing here has the tacit blessing of one of the big 3 sects. Maybe he is here to clear out the beasts and restore wood production."
I'll believe that when I see it. Chapter 85. Feast or Famine. There was absolutely nothing that affected Benton's emotions more than a sick or injured child. And the sight of poor, suffering Jin Li Huan shivering under her covers hit him right in the heart.
Master,
she said, waking as he entered the room.
Master, you're back.
Shh, it's okay. Just rest.
I wanted to cultivate, Master, and you said you'd be back in 2 months. 2. It was 3. And I wanted to cultivate.
Tears streamed down her cheek. I know. I understand.
It's going to be okay, right, Master? Whatever I did, you can fix, right?
Benton didn't think so. Nothing from either his pill basics technique or from Sue's memories even hinted at a cure for someone whose spirit roots had literally been burned out. You need to do what I tell you to do, he said. And right now, that's to rest. Sleep. Obey Mistress Zhang.
Yes, Master. Of course, Master.
She turned over and closed her eyes like she'd somehow drifted immediately off. Shaking his head at the little girl, Benton walked toward the room's exit.
Master?
She called. Yes?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Lear. It's okay. Benton liked people depending on him. He liked responsibility. He liked taking care of others. But that responsibility suddenly weighed on his shoulders like a ton of bricks. How was he going to fix her? Could he fix her? System, he said internally. Is there any technique that I can learn or that I can create for a disciple that will allow me or that disciple to heal Lear? No. Benton let out a frustrated breath. There was only one more card left to play. System, is there a pill or set of pills I can buy to heal Lear? Information on pills is not available. Please complete the Found a Sect quest to unlock the shop in order to access that information. Well, that wasn't a no. So hope lived. Of course, it wasn't a yes either. He waited until he and Mistress Zhang had walked well out of the child's earshot to speak. How disappointed would she be if she could never cultivate?
I've tried to prepare her for the possibility, Master. Lightly. Just hints. It did not go well. I think it would crush her. She's already hanging on by a thread. Can you do anything?
I don't know. For now, no. Soon, maybe? I truly do not know. Any solution is a long shot, though. To even find out if he had a shot at healing her, he needed to found his sect. Of course, it wasn't like completing that very quest wasn't already the top item on his to-do list. That system response just gave him another reason to hurry. Next stop, the mayor's house. Well, after lunch, anyway. He had all those meals he was sure the kids would enjoy, and he'd told Mo Jian to meet in 2 hours. It wouldn't do to turn up early. As expected, the kids original to the prosperous Gray Forest village loved the exotic street vendor food from the city, especially the desserts. The ones from the town enjoyed the meals too. It was just that they'd been eating the cuisine for a month already. Finally, Benton reached the mayor's house. After a servant let him in, the mayor greeted him. "Esteemed Master Cultivator, welcome to this lowly one's humble home." Benton wondered what had happened in the last hour for him to suddenly rate this lowly one in lieu of the this one he'd received at the gate. After a few more pleasantries and the mayor serving tea, they got down to business. "All the cards on the table," Benton said. "Your village is in bad shape. The beasts have worsened since we left. Even if there's not a beast tide,
I don't see how any of you can survive without help. Do you have any hope of receiving that help from anyone other than me?" The mayor sighed. "No, esteemed master cultivator.
This lowly one has no way of protecting or feeding his citizens without assistance, and no way to get the assistance. Further, these lowly ones can't even flee, as it's too dangerous." "Thank you for admitting that." Benton paused. "This is going to be a long conversation. Is there any way you can drop the whole long-winded honorifics and third-person stuff?"
I can do that."
"Thank you again." The mayor cupped his hands and bowed slightly. "To be frank," Benton said, "I want to start a sect. That's why I brought so many people with me."
"Here?"
"Yes. The village is a perfect location for me due to the beasts, the wood, and the mountain. And the sect will be a great boon to you and the villagers as well. You'll gain cultivators to cull the beasts, a way to get your goods to market, and a way to feed your people," Benton said. "It's what I call a win-win. And I'd like for you and me to be partners in getting things set up."
"What exactly do you mean by partners?"
"I mean that the village and the sect treat each other cordially. That both sides understand and act like what helps one helps the other, instead of nickel and diming each other by having to trade favors for every single little thing."
"Nickel and diming?"
The mayor stumbled over the unfamiliar words. "An expression that means we don't charge each other for tiny services. If a beast is threatening the town, I don't try to get you to perform a favor for me in return for killing it. If I need someone to take care of the orphans for a few hours while the sect members are busy, you don't charge me for the time."
"I see."
"That doesn't mean we can't work out a broader framework for our partnership. I don't expect your people to do work for free. I just want your people and mine to both feel like we're in this together, and neither of us try to put one over on the other guy."
"What kind of framework did you have in mind?"
The mayor again stumbled over the unfamiliar word.
How about I list out some things I need from the village, and what I'm willing to give in return? Then you can tell me what I might add to the giving part, and if any of the asks are more difficult than I imagine.
That sounds acceptable.
Okay. The first thing that I need is land on which to build my sect. The land needs to be big, 100 acres at minimum, with the option of expansion later, and its ownership wholly granted to me for whatever use I want. It should be located to the southeast so that it lies between the village and the source of the spirit beasts. Even though the quest just said he had to claim the land, Benton worried that anything less than a deed from an official source might cause the system to reject his founding of the sect. Regardless, such a concession from the mayor should be an easy one. In the spirit of partnership, that ask is relatively minor. We have unused farmland aplenty, and the village appreciates your desire to put your sect in a protective position. Good. The mayor was being cooperative. Things might work out better than Benton had expected. Next, I need enough orange vigor spirit wood to build a wall around, say, 5 acres of the land to start with, along with the labor to cut it and to help building the wall. That might be a problem. How so? Benton said. Assuming you're providing protection for the harvesters, I don't see a huge problem providing the labor required to gather the wood because Guang Yin's men have experience working in dangerous conditions. Converting the wood into planks and such can be done inside the village. Building the wall, though? I assume you want to match the height and general construction of the one around the village? Yeah, bigger even, 20 feet tall at least. That's a massive undertaking, meaning we'd have to find scores of people willing to work outside the village's wall in order to build a wall around the sect.
No matter how much you assure them it's safe, I don't think you're going to get enough volunteers to build it in less than years. If that were an issue, Benton said, I could just have my sect members provide labor, but I'd rather them do other things with their time. Besides, I've got a better idea. We build the wall inside the town in huge sections. Then we just have to put them together around the sect.
And how are you going to transport them there?
Benton made the mayor's table, tea set and all, disappear into his ring. It's surprisingly roomy in there.
Big enough to...
Benton nodded.
That's...
I know.
If that's the case, the mayor said, I think we can come to an arrangement on the wall building. But I'd rather wait until all your asks are on the table, which I expect to be returned before talking compensation.
Great, Benton said, making the table reappear. Next ask is recruitment. Once we get the wall built, I'm going to want 25 villagers to join my sect to fill specific roles. Each person will be allowed to refuse, in which case I will ask someone else until we have enough who accept to fill all 25 positions. I expect you to assist in finding people who would best fit the roles I'm looking to fill.
That sounds reasonable, as long as each person has a choice.
In return, I'm willing to provide cultivation methods to you, 4 town administrators of your choosing, and 20 younger people to serve as village guards, so your defense against the spirit beasts won't solely rest on me.
What about talent level?
I can tell you the talent level of anyone you pick before you finalize your choices.
That's generous of you, but it wasn't my actual concern. You seemed to have picked orphans at random when you were here previously. Surely all those kids weren't sect material.
Hardly, Benton said. No sect that I know of would have taken them.
Then I have a concern about exactly what your sect will be doing with them.
Ah, the mayor suspected he might be a demonic cultivator or have some kind of nefarious use for low-talent recruits.
I have committed, and will continue to commit, to do everything in my power to bring each and every one of my sect members to at least the Foundation establishment realm, as long as they follow my instructions and are diligent in their cultivation.
The mayor frowned. Committing to doing everything in your power is something. That doesn't commit you to a result, though.
No, it doesn't. And that's because I cannot guarantee that each and every one of them will reach Foundation establishment. Cultivation is not 1 + 1 = 2. Cultivation is 1 + 1 usually equals 2, but could end up at 5 or 20 or 1/2. I believe my cultivation methods and expertise will result in a minimum of 80 to 90% of the F-ranked talents reaching Foundation establishment within 5 years.
Benton was actually sandbagging those quantities by more than a little bit. Assuming he got access to pills at some point, he could do a lot better than both that percentage and that timetable. Even if the shop disappointed, the Poison Claw sect could provide what he needed to get most sect members through bottlenecks, even if the resultant toxicity guaranteed their journey wouldn't make it past Foundation establishment. The mayor still looked skeptical. Would it help if I told you that Elder Kang Ya Ting of the Poison Claw sect in 6th Flawless Flowing City was quite impressed by both the breadth and quality of the techniques and cultivation methods I can offer my sect members? Heaven grade. Top heaven grade. You're being honest?
Completely.
The mayor sighed. Everything else you've told me has panned out so far, so I'm going to extend my trust to you on this.
If the cultivation methods that you pass out don't live up to your claims, that's going to erode what trust we've managed to build. I understand. You will not be disappointed. If you're willing to do everything you said, plus continue to provide us with food and supplies we need to survive, I have no choice but to make the deal in principle.
Fantastic, Benton said. We can hammer out the details later. Percentages of the sale of wood each of us gets, rates for daily labor, etc. The thing I need immediately, today, right now, is a deed to the sect's land.
I have just the place in mind. An abandoned farm that shouldn't be too overgrown. It had about 30 acres of fields.
The area around it is unowned wooded land. There should be no issue in writing an official letter as the village mayor, assigning you as the owner of about 150 acres. Perfect! I think we should celebrate this momentous occasion with a feast. The mayor winced. How about this? The food is on me if you'll provide the labor.
Chapter 86. What wasn't lost has been founded. Benton was so excited he could barely stand it. His goal was so close. He just had to wait for the official letter deeding the land, and he could found the sect and complete the quest. The mayor was diligently working on the letter. That task shouldn't take more than an hour tops. Meanwhile, Benton was on his way to deliver food to the people who'd been designated to prepare it. He arrived at the house the mayor directed him to, and discovered it was owned by the same lady who had traded him vegetables for boar meat all those months ago. "Good to see you again," he said. The woman cupped her hands and bowed low. "This lowly one is pleased to see the esteemed master cultivator as well." "Great. I was told that you're the one who will be setting up the feast for this evening?" "This lowly one is coordinating the efforts of many, esteemed master cultivator." "Perfect. You let me know what you need then. I have everything we provided the village as far as rice and flour and all that stuff goes. I also have a few luxuries, such as certain fruits and sugar and honey. Additionally, my disciples had a chance to hunt purely mundane animals near the city, so I can give you whatever game meat you want. More boars or rabbits or maybe deer? I've even got a bear if that would be better." The woman was a bit overwhelmed at first, but quickly regained her composure. The two discussed options, and Benton unloaded 3 tables full of ingredients for her to use before leaving. Next, he needed to find his disciples, and hadn't thought to inquire as to where they were housed. It turned out that he needed no such directions. His spiritual sense was up to the task. There were 6 individual cultivators scattered about the village that he assumed were the harvesters, a big grouping in the direction of the orphanage, and one more large grouping. Bingo.
That second large grouping turned out to be an inn where a lot of his disciples were to be housed. Some of them would be sent to various other empty houses because the inn wasn't big enough for everyone, but they were conveniently all in the common room when he arrived. He quickly gathered his council around. He'd forgotten Mistress Zhang and One Eye. They should be included. For the next meeting, he resolved to remember to invite them. Things were finally moving, and he didn't want to delay any longer. Of course, retrieving them wouldn't take long, and he knew he was being unreasonably impatient. He wanted to complete the sect founding before the feast that night, in order to make it a true celebration, though. "All right, everyone. Now that we've made it to the village, we have a lot to do. Events are going to start happening fast and furious. As soon as we can get everything arranged, I want every single disciple to go with me out to our sect's new site, where we will conduct a small ceremony to officially found it." Several of his disciples, mostly led by young Xu, broke out in a cheer. He honestly wasn't sure if they were excited for their own sakes, or if they were just picking up on his enthusiasm. "Okay," Benton said. 3 tasks. First, young Xu, young Ru, and I are going to do a quick sweep to the southeast to cull beasts. We won't get all of them in the time we have, but we'll knock them down some to make things a little safer. Second, Zhou Tian, find the orphanage and tell Mistress Zhang what is happening. She'll need to quickly arrange to have a non-disciple watch the remaining kids and gather her charges at the gate. Third, Ye Zan, begin planning for how we're going to keep everyone safe, including at least 3 mortals and 18 kids, both in transit to the site and back, and while standing in the middle of a field surrounded by spirit beast-infested forest. Benton knew he was rushing things, but he was tired of talking. He wanted to get things done. Besides,
They'd all just spent 3 weeks traveling excruciatingly slowly through similar spirit beast-infested forest. He and the twins would eliminate threats before they got anywhere close, and Yezan and his guards had enough experience to handle both the logistics and any leakers that got past to threaten the group. "Any questions?" Benton said. There were none. "Fantastic. Meet me at the gate in a half hour or so. Young Shu, Young Ru, you're with me. Try to keep up." Benton dashed toward the gate with the siblings at his tail. "Once we get out of town, spread out 50 yards or so on either side of me. We're not trying to find every beast, just to thin them out. Safety is your most important priority. Don't get hurt. Run or yell for me if you get overwhelmed. Speed is your second priority. An injury that puts a beast out of commission for the rest of the day is just as good as a kill if it means you don't have to break your stride. Understand?" "Yes, Master," the two chorused. The trio made a very quick sweep, Benton keeping his Foundation Establishment realm speed down so that the twins could keep up. Though he didn't know exactly which plot of land the sect would be on, that was okay. He needed to clear out beasts in a wide area and aimed toward the greatest concentrations. Mainly, they found mostly rank 2s, and all of them went down quickly to spear thrusts from him or Yang Ru, or to an arrow from Yang Shu. There were several rank 3s in the area as well. Benton handled those himself. Not that he didn't trust the twins' ability, it was just that he was confident he could do it fast without any risk. The siblings were more evenly matched with beasts of that level, and while he was sure they would win any fight, he greatly preferred the two treat opponents of that rank with caution instead of worrying about speed. None of the 3 of them faltered at all during the massacre. Benton swept his kills into his ring, but the twins didn't have time and left theirs where they lay. In less than the 30 minutes he'd allotted, they were back at the gate, and, as he'd requested, Zhou Tian and Yezan had all the rest of the disciples gathered there as well. "Be right back," Benton said. He had one more person who was necessary for the ceremony: the mayor. Mojian, along with the official letter deeding the land to Chaosu, was soon retrieved, and the entire entourage made their way carefully out of town. Benton and the mayor led, and the twins followed. Yezan and his guards formed an outside perimeter. The 56 people made quite the procession. Yezan's precautionary measure of having the guards form up outside the others turned out not to be needed, as Benton's purge had done its job. Only a lone spirit beast came within sight, a small gray squirrel. Benton attacked it as soon as it appeared. In order to not upset the children with the blood and mangled body, he used 25 void chi to literally make the beast disappear almost as soon as he struck it, pausing the implosion only long enough to withdraw the spear without damaging it. Following the mayor's instructions, Benton soon found himself in the middle of a large, wide-open, weed-filled space that had once been farmland. "This should just about be the center of the cleared area," the mayor said. "I can have one of the town administrators accompany you to stake out the exact boundaries of your land whenever you want." "That would be perfect," Benton said. "Right now, though, I just need to confirm that I own all the empty territory in each direction, correct?" "Correct." "Everyone, stay right here for a moment," Benton said. He didn't want to perform such a momentous ceremony in the middle of an empty field, especially when his ring was full of buildings. The question was, which one to use? Due to the spirit beasts, he wanted something that was open to the outside, so that the guards could both see him as he made his speech and keep line of sight with any approaching threats. The amphitheater would have been absolutely perfect, but it required a hillside to be dug out for it to fit correctly. Likewise, a lot of his buildings had foundations that would need to be fit into holes, so creating the sect grounds wasn't going to be quite as easy as just plopping down buildings out of his ring. The arena was probably his best bet, as it was the only other open-air structure he'd grabbed, and required much less excavation than the amphitheater. He pulled the building out of his ring into the air and used the fast processing power of his Foundation Establishment realm mind to mentally measure how big the pits for the footers needed to be and where they needed to be placed. Once finished, he stored the structure back inside the ring. Where exactly to place the building was a tougher job. He wanted all his most crucial sect buildings to go in the center of the clearing, and the arena, though important, didn't quite meet the criteria for upper echelon. He'd prefer it go a little bit away from the central district, and he'd also prefer not to have to move it. After a moment's consideration, he decided on a spot a good 75 yards from the group. Benton pulled the shovel he bought from Sun Wu from the spatial ring and got to digging. What would have taken Benton days to accomplish as a chi-gathering cultivator and weeks or months as a mortal took him less than half an hour. By Earth standards, that would have been a terribly long time to wait for a ceremony to begin. For inhabitants of his current world, it was nothing. Soon after the arena was set into place, all the disciples and the mayor were ushered inside.
Yidzhan stationed 4 guards at the top of bleachers, 1 at each of the cardinal directions, and Benton had the rest of the disciples sit in a single section near the floor. Standing in front of them on the arena's sandy floor wasn't exactly what he'd had in mind, but he hadn't possessed the necessary forethought to grab a stage from somewhere. Well, he'd just have to make do with one of the wagons from his ring. Not the fanciest of platforms, but it was better than being flat on the dirt. Marginally. Benton took a moment to gather himself before speaking. Back on Earth, he'd never been the one to address the entire company. He'd just been one of the guys in the audience while the CEO spoke. Neither had Benton been the one to set the goals for the organization. That task, too, had fallen to the CEO and others way higher on the org chart than Benton. He was feeling more than a little bit out of his comfort zone as he began to talk. My dear disciples, Honorable Mayor, thank you for gathering with me today for this auspicious occasion. I came to this area just about 7 months ago, knowing no one. My first encounter was with Yang Shu and Yang Ru, and the two have become to feel like my own children to me. Since, I've had the occasion to meet more and more people, and some of them, all of you, agreed to help me in my dream of forming my own sect. And that's why we are here today, at this location. When forming any organization that one hopes will stand the test of time, one must first ask, what is this organization? What does it stand for? What is its purpose? Those questions are answered by this organization's name, the Rising Tide Sect. We have a saying where I'm from, a rising tide lifts all boats. It is that saying that defines our organization and what we seek to accomplish. We seek to lift each other up, to support one another, to allow those around us to rise even as we seek the heavens ourselves. That is the organization's purpose, but what does it stand for? The Rising Tide Sect is a righteous sect, and I mean that not simply in the context of opposing demonic sects, but in the true meaning of the word. Our members seek righteousness. We protect the innocent. We punish the evil. We are bound by our word. I ask each of you to make this promise to me, that from this day forward, you swear to be a righteous, honorable member of the Rising Tide Sect, to diligently pursue your cultivation and techniques, and to obey those in the sect who have authority over you. In return, I make this promise to you. Each of you will be valued as family. None of you are trash because your talent is of a less than stellar rank. You will always have an honored position here. For those of you that are E and F ranked, I will personally use every resource at my disposal to ensure that you reach at least the Foundation establishment realm. For those of you who seek to challenge the heavens, I will support you in any way that I can to help you reach immortality. I hereby make that oath." At that very moment, lightning flashed in the cloudless sky, and thunder crashed with a tremendous boom. Whoa! Benton hadn't realized how big a deal making an oath was in his new reality, but, though surprised, he recovered quickly so as to not lose momentum. "Each of you who commits to your promise as a sect member, stand and yell, 'We so swear, sect leader.'" Almost as one, the 51 disciples seated before him stood, and all 55 yelled, "We so swear, sect leader." 55 small flashes of lightning split the sky, blinding everyone for an instant. A tremendous wave of thunder crashed. "I hereby declare the Rising Tide sect to be officially established, and each of you to be its founding members." As his new sect members began cheering, a notification popped up. "Host has completed the Found a Sect quest. Shop has been unlocked.
Additional system functions have been unlocked. New quests are available." Yes, finally. That moment was a long time coming. "Congratulations, everyone! Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we feast." Chapter 87. A Heady Feeling.
One Eye had just had the best 3 months of her life. Growing up in the orphanage, she'd mostly been praised by Mistress Zhang for being a helpful and obedient child. Mostly. When One Eye did get into trouble, it was for hiding away from the other children in the house. It wasn't that she was bullied or teased or anything like that. It was just that they were so loud. And she liked quiet. She liked to be alone. For the last 3 months, she'd basically confined herself to a room, alone, and cultivated. For 10 to 12 blessed hours a day, she experienced complete peace. Breathe in, circulate qi as the jade slip instructed. Breathe out, repeat. Both the solitude and the improvements to her body and mind appealed to her. She found the cultivation method Master had given her nourishing to a fundamental part of her, which was weird because she hadn't previously realized that part existed. He'd told her she had a fire and nature aspect, and the more time she spent meditating, the more in tune she felt with those elements. It was glorious. At night, when One Eye emerged from the room to eat, she was not criticized or told to spend more time with the others. Instead, she was praised for her diligence by Mistress Zhang. Glorious. When the 2nd month went by and Master did not reappear, One Eye did not know what to think. The man had changed the entire course of her life in a day, but she had no idea how to feel about him. He was so strange and so powerful. The bad thing was that he expected much from her. To become a great alchemist, to be an important part of his sect. She just wanted to sit in her room and cultivate. And then, out of nowhere, he reappeared. She was so nervous that she couldn't even look at him, and he started complimenting her again, praising her for her diligence in cultivation. And when he said he had presents for her, she perked up. No one had ever gotten presents for her. And what presents they were, and so many. 3 books. She'd never even owned one. Herbs and seeds, an alchemy set, a dagger that looked really expensive, 2 more jade slips, each holding a technique, real cultivator techniques. But it all came with a price. There was a lot of work to do, and that was fine. She was used to hard work. Master was depending on her, though. He wanted her to be in charge. That last requirement completely overwhelmed her. He left, and she tried to calm herself, even skipping lunch. Before she managed to quiet her mind, a young man had shown up at the orphanage with an announcement. All disciples were to meet Master. A command like that was not to be disobeyed, so she, Mistress Zhong, Xiao Rong, Chang Xiaodan, and all 8 cultivating children followed the young man toward the gate. At first, Wan Ai thought he meant to lead them outside the village, which would have been terrifying. She had never been outside. He stopped short, though, upon reaching a large crowd gathered in the plaza, and she sighed in relief. It turned out that the large crowd consisted entirely of more of Master's disciples. Apparently, Master had been recruiting. She stood in the back of the group that had arrived with Mistress Zhong and tried to stay out of anyone's notice. Wan Ai mostly succeeded until senior sister and senior brother came through the gate with Master. They both had huge smiles on their faces at seeing her and greeted her warmly with hugs. After she returned the greeting, she noticed how many people were eyeing her, and she wished she could open a hole in the ground and disappear. Luckily, it didn't take too long until Master returned with the esteemed Honorable Mayor. After that, something really bad happened. It became apparent that Master intended to lead them outside of the village. The very thought terrified her. There were spirit beasts out there. What if one attacked? Seeing her distress, Yang Shu hugged her again.
It's okay, junior sister. Between Master and the 2 of us, there is no danger. We've just got back from killing dozens of spirit beasts, so we might not even see another one of them.
I'll try to be brave, senior sister.
Here, let me get you a position in the front of the line, right behind Master, junior sister. He's incredibly powerful, more so than you can even imagine. I saw him kill a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator with a single blow. Wan Ai didn't know if that made her feel confident to have someone so powerful presumably protecting her, or even more afraid to be so near someone who could kill so easily. She ended up not only behind Master, the most powerful person she'd ever met, but also the esteemed Honorable Mayor, the most important man in the village. Even being around such prestigious people made her nervous, but not nearly as nervous as leaving behind the village's walls did. Every step was torture. She expected lions or tigers or bears to jump out from behind every tree. After a little while, though, when nothing had appeared, she began to think that maybe Yang Shu was right. Maybe they'd already killed all the spirit beasts. Then it happened. At first, there was nothing to be alarmed about. A little squirrel scampered out of the woods. Just a tiny thing. Kind of cute, actually. Master blurred. He moved so fast that she lost track of him from one step to the next. When she next caught sight of him, he had a spear pointed at the animal. That was when it hit her. The cute, cuddly-looking animal was actually a deadly spirit beast. Before she could even process that information, Master's spear hit the creature and it disappeared. Wan Ai didn't know what she expected. Blood, probably? A mangled corpse? She'd never seen an animal killed before. The sight in front of her eyes didn't make sense. One instant the creature was there and living. The next instant it was just gone, along with a small section of the ground.
Had Master killed it and stored it in his ring so fast that it looked like it had vanished? If so, why did he take a part of the ground? She happened to catch the esteemed Honorable Mayor's eyes. He looked stunned. Whatever Master had done was not normal. Honestly, that conclusion was not unexpected. Master was truly unfathomable. They finished their journey to the middle of a field? No further spirit beasts appeared, so that was good. The mayor and Master had a conversation. Apparently, Master owned all the land within sight. He'd bought a farm? One Eye had no idea why. Maybe to grow herbs? Master seemed pleased and thoughtful. He walked several dozen yards away from the group and did something with his hand. A building appeared. A big building. In midair. As quickly as it had appeared, it disappeared. She had no idea what was happening or why. Master suddenly had a shovel in his hands, and he started digging. Fast. Really fast. At times, he blurred again as he created random holes in the ground. A quarter to a half hour passed as everyone watched him dig, fascinated by the display he was putting on and, if they were anything like One Eye, completely flummoxed as to the reason. Finally, Master stepped back and looked pleased as he studied the holes he'd dug. The building appeared again, on the ground over where Master had been digging, and it stayed in place. Master had summoned a building from somewhere, or created one out of thin air. Or had it been inside his ring? But rings weren't that big, were they? Nothing about Master was simple. Soon they were all brought inside the building, which turned out to be an arena. Not that she'd ever seen one, as the village was way too small to have anything like that, but she'd read stories where cultivators fought in one. Those descriptions fit the place perfectly. Master conjured a wagon, and One Eye was almost positive it came out of his ring. She couldn't help but imagine what else might be in there. He stood atop it and started speaking. He was founding his sect at that spot. That was why they were out in the spirit beast-infested farmland. At least that aspect of the trip made sense. One Eye liked what he said about the sect. Rising Tide was a good name and a nice sentiment. She liked helping others, and liked the idea that she could count on Senior Sister and Senior Brother to help her. Righteousness also appealed to her. She was more one to be protected than to do the protecting, and couldn't imagine facing evil, much less punishing it. Holding to her word was something she could get behind, though, and the other sentiments were nice, if unapplicable to her. One Eye had absolutely no problem swearing to be righteous, to be diligent in her cultivation, and to obey other sect members like Senior Sister and Senior Brother. In fact, she much preferred that last part to being made to be the one giving orders. Then Master made an oath to the heavens, and the heavens responded. She'd read about such things in stories, but had never thought to see it herself. One had to be truly blessed for that to happen. Master truly was not simple. The call came for the disciples to rise and swear to an oath themselves, and One Eye couldn't have resisted if she wanted to. Fate pulled at her. The very heavens pulled at her. She stood proudly in unison with the others, and yelled at the top of her lungs, "We so swear, sect leader!" It was a heady feeling being a member of a sect.
Chapter 88. Another Tide is Rising.
As soon as everyone was organized for the trip back to the village, Benton scanned the area for any spirit beasts. There were none near. Good. The twins and Yezan's guards should be able to handle any that popped up. Benton pulled up his status. Sect name, Rising Tide. Sect members, 55. Disciples, 55. Sect points, 103. Shop points, 59. Host cultivation, foundation establishment, minor realm. 1 chi available, 1,110. Host body cultivation, bronze, minor realm, 2. Host techniques, chi gathering.
Analysis. Large success. Basic archery. Large success. Basic spear combat. Large success. Pill basics. Large success host techniques. Foundation establishment. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher weapon augmentation. Large success. Seeking speeding arrow.
Small success. Menus. Cultivation method. New features available. Technique. Quest. New quests available. Perk. Advancement. New features available. Shop. Sect. The first thing that he noticed was that the sect name had been filled in. For some reason, seeing Rising Tide listed there made him feel a great sense of accomplishment. The second was that he now had 55 sect members and 55 disciples. He would have to figure out how to separate the two soon for the new inductees from the village, but as he had personally accepted each of the ones so far as his disciples, he was fine with that status continuing for the founding sect members. His eyes drifted to the bottom of the screen, where the shop was no longer listed as locked. That menu was definitely high on his list of things to explore. 3 other menus had changed as well, though, and one, Sect, had been added. Cultivation method and advancement both had new features available. He'd have to check all those out. Interestingly, the Quest tab showed new quests available. The screen previously hadn't displayed that content even when he did, in fact, have new quests available. He'd had to open that tab to discover them. It seemed that founding his sect had supercharged his system access in big and small ways. The 3 other changes to the menu tabs could wait, though. He was most interested in the shop. "System," he said internally. "Please open the shop tab." "Welcome, host, to the shop. What would host like to purchase today?"
System, can you give me a list of what is available for purchase and for how much? Host can purchase any item that is appropriate for a cultivation world. When host inquires about an item, the cost will be displayed, assuming the item is appropriate. Note that anything living, be it flora or fauna, cannot be purchased in the shop. A list would have been beneficial, as it might have triggered him to buy something he wouldn't have otherwise thought of. In a way, though, the flexibility offered to buy literally anything he could imagine, with a couple of well-defined limitations, might be even better. No sense wasting time asking about treasures and flying swords. He had real needs for his sect members. His first goal was to accelerate the cultivation of some, if not all, of his disciples. The faster and higher they ascended, the safer all of them would be. Benton felt his shoulders tense up. A lot was riding on the answer to his next question. System. How much for chi condensing pills strong enough to advance a cultivator from the beginning of chi gathering minor realm 3 to the beginning of chi gathering minor realm 4? And are there any restrictions on quantity? Chi condensing pills can be purchased 3 per shop point. The only limitation on quantity for any item purchased from the shop is available shop points. His shoulders relaxed. That price was really reasonable. Benton's Pill Basics technique told him it was 100% safe to use perfect purity pills to advance disciples through the chi-gathering realm. However, there was a benefit for a cultivator pursuing the longer, slower path of meditating and following a cultivation method. Such a cultivator gained experience in manipulating and cycling chi that someone rushing through the minor realms simply didn't get. Based on his expertise, he felt confident that using 2 pills was a good compromise between speed and experience, and felt no hesitation recommending such a route, even for disciples like the twins, who would benefit from the expertise cycling in the lower realms as they later challenged the heavens. A minor shortcut now should not impact them long-term, considering how short chi gathering lasted compared to future realms. A slight risk was easily countered by the trade-off for more speed. In most sects, it was much more common for alchemists, blacksmiths, and other crafters to rely on pills to advance, but Benton suspected that those sects valued production of goods over cultivation for those members. If they stalled at foundation establishment after all, they could still produce, and sects had lots of members. Some of the crafters were sure to reach golden core. For Rising Tide sect members like Wan Ai, Shi Long, and Xun Wu, Benton absolutely refused to do anything that would stunt their growth. He was tempted, though, to advance some of the F-ranked disciples quickly. Since they were highly unlikely to get past Foundation establishment anyway, was there any real harm? That path was something he'd have to give some consideration. System: how much for Qi condensing pills strong enough to advance a cultivator from the beginning of Qi gathering Minor Realm 8 to the beginning of Qi gathering Minor Realm 9? Qi condensing pills can be purchased 3/shop point. That was a bit concerning. More Qi was required to advance in the later minor realms than the earlier ones. System: is there any difference between the strength of the first pill I asked about and the second? Host may request whatever pill strength is desired. The cost remains constant. That response was interesting. System: how much for Qi condensing pills strong enough to advance a cultivator from the beginning of Qi gathering Minor Realm 1 to the peak of Qi gathering Minor Realm 9? Qi condensing pills can be purchased 3 per shop point. Okay. Using such a pill would be a horrible and dangerous experience for the cultivator in so many ways. But it was interesting that Benton had the option. Time to move on to other matters, though. He'd gotten all the information he needed about that subject. Benton's main takeaway was that to provide each of his sect members with 2 Qi condensing pills would cost 0.67 shop points. Since each generated 1 shop point via a repeatable quest, he was left with a profit of 0.33 per sect member. System: how much for a spiritual root refinement pill? Spiritual root refinement pills can be purchased for 1 shop point. Great. That took care of Xun Wu. Benton could get him started on his cultivation journey. System: how much for a spiritual root refinement pill that will improve spiritual roots more than a single minor step in rank? Spiritual root refinement pills that improve spiritual roots more than a single minor step in rank are not available, as they do not exist. That was unfortunate. He'd been hoping there would be a better solution to his problem with Peng Han-ying not having any possibility of advancing high enough to use his time-aspected qi than the risky process some sect leaders were known to use. A thought occurred to Benton. Maybe he'd phrased the question wrong. He'd unintentionally limited the system's solution to a particular type of pill. System: is there any way to increase spiritual roots more than a single minor step in rank for mortals who have not yet begun cultivating? Yes, there are multiple methods available to increase spiritual roots more than a single minor step in rank. The cheapest method may be purchased for 10 shop points and will increase spiritual roots up to 3 major ranks plus or minus 2 minor ranks. Whew. For 10 shop points, Benton could improve Peng Han-ying's spiritual roots from F to C-, though the result could vary between D and C+. That was enough to make his ascension to Golden Core likely, but it was also quite expensive, the same cost as 30 Qi condensing pills. Those 59 shop points were going to go really quickly if he started spending 1 here and 10 there. System: is there any way to give a mortal with a G rank the ability to cultivate? No. A mortal is ranked G only when there is no ability present to cultivate. Ugh. Jin Li Huan was going to be devastated. Surely there had to be some way. System: does it matter in the above question if the mortal in question had injured her spiritual roots by consuming spirit beast meat? She may have had the ability to cultivate beforehand. Calculating. It is possible that a combination of pills may help in such a situation, and those pills can be purchased for 15 shop points. Note that it is extremely unlikely that a cultivator healed in such a manner would ever rise above the lowest possible rank. No spiritual root refinement pill or combination of pills or any other items that could be purchased from the shop would improve that cultivator's spiritual roots further. Likewise, it is probable that the potential cultivator has permanently damaged various meridians, channels, and even the Dantian. Someone healed by the best methods available even to the sect leader system will be extremely unlikely ever to even reach Foundation establishment.
If anything, that answer was worse than the first one. 15 points just for the possibility that Jin Li Huan might be able to cultivate at the level of a subpar F-. Was that amount worth the gain by any stretch of the imagination? No. She was going to be absolutely destroyed. Poor kid. System, how much would it be to purchase a bow for me similar in quality to the one I let Yang Shu have? The orange Vigor Spiritwood spear was amazing. Maybe it wasn't quite as good as the one supplied by the system, but the difference wasn't huge at all. In contrast, Benton didn't like any of the bows nearly as much as his original one. A bow suitable for use through the peak of the Foundation establishment realm can be purchased for 7 shop points. Meh. The price wasn't as bad as he feared, or as good as he hoped. Benton could have spent all afternoon asking questions about what things cost, but he had all the information he needed for his most pressing purchases. Further queries could wait until he had more time to peruse his options. System, please open the cultivation method menu. An unfamiliar screen popped up. Welcome, host, to the cultivation method creation menu. Select cultivation type: body, mind, soul, spirit. Okay, that was different. Before, the menu had opened with choosing a realm, but that option had been replaced with a screen to choose a type, which, honestly, he had expected, as the system had previously told him that body cultivation would be unlocked. What he didn't expect at all were the options for mind and soul. Sue's memories didn't contain information about either of them. System, what is mind cultivation? Mind cultivation improves the mind in much the same way that spiritual cultivation improves the spirit, or body cultivation, the body. Users will take in qi and cycle it through their minds, advancing on a track similar to spiritual cultivation. Cultivators who focus on such pursuits as alchemy and formations often find mind cultivation to be useful. Okay, that method sounded like a nice-to-have for sect members like One Eye. On the other hand, it seemed like any time spent pursuing it would take away from traditional cultivation. He'd study it more in depth later, but he felt good about putting it to the side for the moment, in favor of more crucial issues. System, what is soul cultivation? Soul cultivation improves the soul in much the same way that spiritual cultivation improves the spirit, or body cultivation, the body. Users will take in qi and cycle it through their souls, advancing on a track similar to spiritual cultivation. Cultivators who require protection from the attacks of demonic cultivators often find soul cultivation to be crucial. Benton was stunned. Soul cultivation was crucial for protecting oneself from demonic attacks. Why did no one know that information? He moved the topic way up his priority list. They'd have to balance it versus gaining traditional power, but it shored up one of the Rising Tide sect's most glaring vulnerabilities. System, open the quest menu. Welcome, host, to the quest menu. Host has 5 previously viewed open quests. Host has 5 new quests. Host has 2 completed quests. Benton knew exactly what the previously viewed open quests were, and it was nice that Found a Sect had moved to completed, along with Recruit First Disciple. His real interest lay elsewhere. System, please display new quests. Build a proper Foundation quest. Prerequisites. Found a Sect quest completed. Minimum 100 sect members. Average loyalty rating greater than 6. Reward, 1 perk point. Special. Host may view current average loyalty rating by querying system. Defend your territory. Quest, prerequisites. Found a sect. Quest completed. Build a defensive wall around your sect. Reward, 5 shop points.
Pavilionize. Quest. Prerequisites. Found a sect. Quest completed. Create a minimum of 3 pavilions in your sect. Assign a minimum of 5 sect members to each pavilion. Reward: 5 shop points. House your sect members. Quest. Prerequisites. Found a sect. Quest completed. Defend your territory. Quest completed. Provide housing space for each of your sect members inside your protected sect. Reward: 5 shop points. Survive quest. Prerequisites. Survive the beast tide. Reward: variable depending on percentage of sect members and villagers who survive. Well now, wasn't that interesting? Chapter 89. May you live in interesting times. Benton started reading the new quests from the top. The first one didn't seem too hard on the face of it. Getting 100 members only required 45 more, and he fully intended to induct 50 in the coming days. The part about loyalty, though. System, he said internally. What is my current average loyalty? 7.2. That wasn't so bad, considering that most of his sect members hadn't been with him all that long. Even some of the disciples he'd had the longest hadn't been around him much. He had, after all, left for 3 months right after accepting the 12 in the village. There was some reason for concern, though. That 7.2 was taking into account the average feelings of 55 people, ones who had decent reasons to be loyal to him. The 50 villagers he was about to add were instead much more likely to have allegiance to the mayor rather than him. An average higher than 6 wasn't likely. To start off with, anyway. Oh well. He had no doubt that, as long as he stayed true to his commitment to them, all would increase as time went on. Which was good, because the reward for completing that quest was a perk point. He wanted that perk point. The next quest, Defend Your Territory, involved building a wall around the sect, a task he was already about to start work on. That one was basically 5 free shop points. The combination of pavilionize and house your members might have been long-term projects were it not for the buildings he had stored in his ring. As it was, he'd convert those into 10 shop points as soon as he got the wall built. It was the last one that really was the eye-opener. The area was no longer under a beast tide watch or warning. The beast tide was coming. Benton just didn't know when it would arrive. He couldn't help but remember the old curse, "May you live in interesting times." Well, times sure were getting interesting. Benton added preparing for that potential calamity to his mental to-do list as the most critical item. Finished with the quest menu, he moved on to one of the 2 remaining visible changes on his status sheet. System, please open the advancement menu. Welcome, host, to the advancement menu. You have 103 sect points available. Please select one of the following options. Increase cultivation. Increase body cultivation. Increase mind cultivation. Increase soul cultivation. Add/modify/increase technique. That change was pretty self-explanatory. He now had the ability to increase his mind and soul cultivation in addition to his spirit and body. System, please open the sect menu. Welcome, host, to the sect menu. This menu allows host to view information about host's sect. More options will become available as host adds to the sect. Please select one of the following options. Buildings. Members. That one might be handy. System, please open the Buildings menu. Welcome, host, to the Buildings submenu of the Sect menu. Please select one of the following buildings to view information. Arena. Too cool. System, Please show me information about the arena. Date, arena established, year 2685, month 9, day 15. Arena seating capacity, 1,134. Arena purpose, not designated by host. Arrays, preservation. Note, other arrays present but inactive. Sect member in charge, not designated by host. Neat. Benton could see how that information might be useful to develop priorities. System, please designate arena purpose as sparring. Selection confirmed. Arena purpose designated as sparring. System, please show me information about the arena. Date, arena, established, year 2685, month 9, day 15. Arena seating capacity, 1,134. Arena purpose, sparring. Arrays, preservation. Note, other arrays present but inactive. Sect member in charge, not designated by host. Benton chuckled. Nice. System, please open the members menu. Welcome, host, to the members submenu of the sect menu. Please select one of the categories to view information. Member list, alphabetical. Member list, power rating. Member list, length of discipleship. Interesting. But he was just about back at the village, so he decided to wait until some other time to explore all the options. The menu wasn't likely to contain any information he didn't already know. Probably. Maybe. Benton would figure it out later. More important at the moment was to figure out his next steps. He decided to come up with a list. Call a council meeting to get input on decisions beast-tied. Prep should impact all decisions. Call allies? Could reach out to friend Kang and/or Fatty Wren? More martial stance for everyone? Or protect kids? Decide priorities of spending shop points. Qi condensing pills? Shun Wu Peng? Han Ying Jin Li Huan? Discuss organization for body cultivation? Soul cultivation? Now or later? Logistics for wall building. Pavilions. Who to assign to what. Told orphans they'd have a couple of years to decide. Break that? In general, who is in charge of what? Kids need teaching. Figure out rotation for lessons. Head of martial pavilion? Recruitment from village. What positions do we need filled? Just getting everything down in writing made him feel less overwhelmed. There was something about creating a list that made tasks seem much more manageable. Benton was tempted to call his council meeting right away, but hesitated. The feast would be starting in an hour or two, and the meeting was likely to last longer than that. He wanted everyone to have a chance to really celebrate. The founding of the sect was a big deal, and the feast was a chance to really bring that home to people. Postponing the meeting meant keeping the council up late, however, which they all could handle. But was it necessary? Everything on the list was urgent, but he didn't know how urgent. From the concentration of beasts, he would bet that the tide wasn't imminent. It couldn't be. According to Sue's memories, there were distinct signs that preceded a beast tide, and the density had not reached near the breaking point yet. They should know at least a month in advance. Cultivation was a marathon, not a sprint. Discussing actions tonight instead of in the morning wouldn't move the dial any. Zedaland's life had changed rapidly over the last month. Growing up in Vermilion, incomparable Rain Town, he'd seen cultivators occasionally. The town lord never left his palace, but the other 4 remaining members of the Righteous Rain sect occasionally showed their faces around. None of them were anything like sect leader Chao Su. Zedaland wasn't sure that anyone anywhere was like sect leader Chao Su. Pulling a building out of thin air, heaven's lightning answering his oath. The man was not simple. Zedaland himself was not so simple anymore either.
He was a cultivator nearing the third minor realm of chi gathering, the milestone at which he'd be given a real technique, and at which he and his friends would have to start earning their keep. At first, he'd been afraid when the guards had been forced to go into the woods to hunt, only none of them had seemed forced. Concerned, a little afraid, but it didn't seem like it was against their will, and none of them got hurt, not a scratch. They came back to the campfire at night full of stories of the mighty beasts they'd faced fearlessly. Delan and his friends were more than ready to do the same. Weirder, though, was that he was invited to be a member of sect leader Chao Su's council, which was a strange concept, and even stranger for including a street rat like him as someone important. But that was the thing. Everyone treated Delan like he was important. The siblings, who clearly were the top dogs in the group, never looked down on him in the slightest. The mercenary guard captain, who would normally beat a street rat as soon as look at one, was polite and cordial. If not for those personal experiences, Delan might have thought the sect leader's words about lifting each other up were pure hooey. With that treatment? Maybe. Delan was withholding judgment. One thing was for sure. He'd already been rewarded amply for his choice, what choice there had been, to come along to the village. Plenty of food. A decent weapon. And, oh yeah, don't forget a cultivation method that seemed as easy as breathing, literally, for all his supposed lack of talent. And tonight? A feast. He'd never been to a feast. It sure sounded fun, though. Peng Hanying followed his father. "I think we made a good decision, honored wife," Peng Zhen said. "I hope so. The village is underwhelming, but that ceremony was auspicious. Master seems to be one to keep his word." Peng Hanying sure hoped so. The last month had been incredibly frustrating for him. To be told he was to become a cultivator was amazing. To be told to wait a month before he started because he had substandard talent was less so. He'd spent that time riding in a wagon, watching everyone around him get stronger and stronger, and return from the woods with tales of killing ferocious beasts. And he couldn't even join in the meals. Because he was still a mortal, he had to eat what the children, and Master Shun, of course, ate. Beyond frustrating. The sect had been founded, though, and they were at the village. Master had said that once he reached the village, he'd know if Peng Hanying's talent could be improved so that the sect could take advantage of his unique chi aspect. He hoped so. He wanted to be of use. Mainly, though, he wanted to start cultivating. Perhaps tomorrow would be his day. But first, tonight, the feast. Zhongwen walked through the streets with her head held high. Her pride was a recent development. During the long, slow decline of the village, she'd fought for the orphans, those she considered her children. That advocacy meant soliciting donations so no one went hungry, finding places for the ones aging out of her care to become apprentices. Her presence at someone's door had come to mean that she was asking for something, and in hard times, people had little to give. All that changed when Master arrived. He'd made her into a cultivator and left her with meat. For the 3 months he'd been gone, she was considered one of the richest people in town. Upon his return, she became known as someone who had his ear, which made the other villagers respect her. She basked in the newfound value they placed on her. Nodding imperiously to a lady who used to look down on her, Zhongwen walked into the plaza and saw the mayor talking with Master. He waved her over to them. "I'm glad you're here, Mistress Zhong," Master said. "The Honorable Mayor needs us to arrange our seating, and I wanted your thoughts. I'm to be placed at the center, and I was thinking the twins to my right and you to my left." What? He wanted her to be placed in a seat of honor? "If that is your wish, Master." They went through the list, finding seating positions for the rest of his council at that head table, with one eye next to Zhongwen.
It was gratifying to see that their time away from him hadn't seemed to lessen their importance. She had been somewhat afraid she would have been surpassed by other, more talented sect members, a feeling that wasn't helped by her discovering that a council meeting had occurred in the village without including either of them. Instead, Master deferred to her for almost all the decisions, saying that she knew the customs of the village far better than him. She felt like a queen, with Master having her sit in a place of such prominence. Not only was she sat in a key spot, but her choices, from the first dish to be served to which centerpiece went on which table, impacted everyone. The village hadn't had a celebration in many years because food was always so scarce, and considering the short time period to prepare for the feast, Cai Pei-zhi had really outdone herself. There were 3 different types of meat: deer, boar, and, unbelievably, bear. All were prepared perfectly, and best of all, there was plenty of it, along with rice, dumplings, spring rolls, and every type of vegetable grown nearby. Desserts were even provided, including almond biscuits and Zhongwen's favorite, mooncake. After everyone had their fill, 2 of the younger men broke out their instruments, a dizi and an erhu, and played while a young lady sang. The trio had obviously had much experience practicing together, because they were quite good. Finally, the Honorable Mayor made a speech welcoming the sect and praising the sect leader and all that he had done for the village. For his part, Master kept his remarks short, praising the mayor for entering a partnership with the sect and promising that the sect would cause the entire village's fortunes to rise. The tone of both speeches was quite optimistic, and everyone came away feeling much better about the future than they had in a long time.
Chapter 90. Belonging.
A much smaller group gathered with Benton the next morning in front of the gate. His council, with the addition finally of Zhongwen and Wan Ai, numbered 11, and for so few people, it was relatively easy for him and the twins to kill the spirit beasts en route to the sect grounds, while Ye Zan and Ho Yaju kept any leakers from causing damage. Not that Benton and the siblings let any beasts through, of course, but it was nice to have backup. He led them all into the arena and out onto the dirt, where he pulled a table and chairs from his ring. Yang Shu and Yang Ru looked perfectly in their element. They knew their place and clearly belonged as a part of the sect's leadership. How far they'd come in 7 short months. Wan Ai sat right next to Yang Shu, and the smaller girl appeared to want to be anywhere but where she was. Being outside the village still terrified her, even though she was surrounded by powerful cultivators and was one herself. Of everyone, she was the most unsure of her position. In contrast, Zhou Qian continued to grow in confidence. His advances, sparring with Yang Ru, and practicing his shadow technique with Yang Shu had done the boy a world of good. Zhongwen seemed happy to be included. Benton had told her that she would be a valued member of his sect, but the meeting was the first time, besides the feast the previous evening, he'd actually followed through on that promise. Regardless, she didn't appear intimidated at all. Perhaps the mostly young ages of the cultivators surrounding her had something to do with that. Shilong was, perhaps, the most ambivalent. Having spent 2 months in transit being dragged into such meetings, he neither appeared to relish the role nor reject it. Ye Zan, on the other hand, was really growing into his role as captain of the guard. He freely offered tactical and strategic advice.
Sue's experiences had been mostly as fighting one-on-one, while sometimes, and sometimes not, being surrounded by sect members. So Benton looked to Ye Zan more and more when it came to managing groups in combat or patrol situations. Like Zhongwen, both Peng Zhen and Ho Yaju appeared pleased to just be included, though they still seemed a mite intimidated by the people around them. Ironically, besides the twins and Zhou Tian, The only mortal at the table, Xuanru seemed the most relaxed. Of course, he was also the oldest, besides Benton's real age, and, while not a cultivator yet, he had a natural confidence about him, born from becoming an expert blacksmith, someone near the top of their profession. Finally, there was Zhe de Lan, who seemed eager to please. Other than that, Benton didn't have a good read on the young man yet. "Thank you, my counsel, for joining me here today," Benton said. "We have a lot of work to do, so let's get started. The first thing that you all need to know is that there will be a beast tide affecting the sect and the village. We have 1 to 2 months at a minimum, and likely a year or 2 at the maximum before it occurs. But it will happen." There was a bit of a murmur at the news, but no one looked too panicked. Benton didn't know if that lack of reaction was because they didn't understand the magnitude of such a threat, or if their confidence in his ability to handle the situation was that supreme. Honestly, he didn't know how to feel about their detached response. If they had experienced what Sue had, most of them would have run for the hills. It was good they weren't so scared they couldn't function, but they also needed to take the beast tide seriously. Very seriously. "The first takeaway from that news," Benton said, "should be that every decision we make for the immediate future should be focused on how it prepares us for the beast tide. Understood?" Everyone nodded.
First question. Should we contact allies for help? Kang Ya Ting and Fatty Run might be willing to send help. Zhou Tian frowned. "I don't like the idea of asking for help from another sect, Master. Even if they are friendly, it's a loss of face for us. My advice would be to let the Poison Claw sect know about it in a very matter-of-fact way, but not to make any requests. If they're able and willing, they'll send someone." "I agree with Zhou Tian, Master," Yezhan said, "especially since any help they'd send would be complicated by not having a clear timeline. Also, the Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town Lord might not be in a position to help, as the tide may reach his walls as well. In fact, I'd couch your message to the Poison Claw sect as a request for help on Fatty Run's behalf, since the situation there is so poor." "Those are both great ideas," Benton said. "Further thoughts or disagreements, anyone?" There were none. "The next concern," Benton said, "is that this event might be an all-hands-on-deck type situation. If we fall, all our sect members fall, and the entire village will fall. I had intended to have the kids do basic training with weapons, but with no real plan to put them in harm's way. Should we change that plan and increase their martial training? I had also planned on teaching them spears first, but if they're really going to contribute, archers on the wall might be a better place for them." "They are part of the sect and old enough to contribute, Master," Zhongwan said. "I can't speak to whether they should learn spears or bows, but that's my judgment on if they should fight." Benton saw all the orphans as little grandkids, but knew the culture of his new planet viewed them nearly as adults. It was nice to have Mistress Zhong to offer her much more unbiased judgment. "Well, you are my designated outer sect elder," Benton said. "So honestly, it's your call to make."
"I've never seen a beast tide, Master," Yezhan said. "But I've read about them and talked to men who have seen them. No matter how tall the walls are, beasts will get to the top. We'll need spears as well as bows, both for defense and for sorties. Maybe shade to the latter a bit for the young ones, though." Benton nodded. He'd been leaning to having them all learn bows, but he'd yield to Yezhan's wisdom. "Good," Benton said. "Now on to a lighter topic. Org chart. Right now, my vision is to split the sect into 5 pavilions: martial, alchemy, forges, formations, and because of our proximity to the Orange Vigor Spirit Wood,